capture that?
Well, I was holding up the two of the leading tabloid newspapers from New York, where I presumably saw It's War, and says the New York Daily News, an active war, World Trade Center destroyed, many dead, according to the New York Post. And I was relating how that was, for me, eerily familiar. It was just like what happened 11 years ago, nearly 11 years ago, on the roof in downtown Tel Aviv, after Iraq struck near the Israeli Defense Ministry, and war had erupted a day earlier in the Persian Gulf. And that's pretty much what I was saying, Paula. And of course, here in downtown New York, a lot of activity at the site, the smoke, some fear asbestos, PCBs, other poisonous substances, but nothing really confirmed yet. And of course, thousands of rescue workers down there, New York City, trying to dig out whoever could be saved in the rubble.
All right, Richard Roth, thank you for reporting that twice. As you can imagine, it is very difficult to establish any sort of communications close to that perimeter area around what used to be the World Trade Center. We're going to take a short pause here, and our coverage will continue.
This is CNN.
$8 a.m. on the East Coast, 5 a.m. on the West Coast, 23 hours, 15 minutes after everything seemed to change. From the CNN Center in Atlanta and from our reporters in New York, Washington, and all over the world, our coverage of America under attack continues here on CNN. I'm Miles O'Brien in Atlanta.
Good morning, Miles, and I'm Paula Zahn, joining you from New York City this morning. New Yorkers just beginning to grasp the magnitude of what their city went through yesterday. I want to show you behind me what the scene looks like today. Smoke continues to billow out of the area where the World Trade Center towers once existed, twin 107-story towers, the third building collapsing yesterday as well. This morning, there is a ray of hope. Rescuers are reporting that they have found 5 firefighters and a policeman alive under the rubble earlier today. We also believe that 2 other victims, we are told, had established contact with their families overnight on their cell phones. There is reason to believe they may be found, but the other news is going to make all of you sick. The mayor expects the fatality numbers to be horrendous. He calls them, quote, very, very high. We have reports of barges carrying victims, the deceased, across the river from New York City into New Jersey. There were reports last night of ferries carrying loads of bodies across the Hudson River. 3 cab companies ripping out the seats from their vans to help carry the dead to the military ocean terminal in Bayonne, New Jersey. We're going to check in with Gary Tuchman right now, who is closer than just about anyone to ground zero. Gary, we join you very close to 23 plus hours since the first attack here on New York City. What can you tell us about these rescues?
And Paul, that brings up the point, 23 hours you're talking about. This was the hour in which this happened yesterday. Yesterday at this time, everything was completely normal where I'm standing, right next to where the World Trade Center complex used to stand. People were going to work. People were walking into the World Trade Center complex, many of them for the very last time ever. What we're being told right now by authorities, they're updating the information to us, that 6 firefighters and 1 police officer have been rescued in the early morning hours. We were told the 1 police officer was seriously burned, but 7 different emergency officials have been rescued this morning. Last night, 2 police officers were rescued, so a total of 9 people, according to medics and emergency officials we talked to, have been rescued right now, and there is hope that at least 2 more are in the process of being rescued as we speak. But right now I stand here on Church Street, just north of where the 2 110-story buildings used to stand, and emergency officials are going in and out. We just saw about 2 minutes ago 2 incinerated cars brought out in the back of a flatbed truck. You couldn't even recognize that they were cars. They were completely melted. On the streets are a couple of inches thick of dust and grime and dirt. that have flown from the buildings over the last 24 hours since this terrible accident happened. And one thing you have to keep in mind about this, you keep hearing these were huge office buildings. These were like cities. 50,000 people work inside these buildings, two 110-story buildings. That's 220 stories of buildings in this complex. It was a huge megaplex. The bottom level itself of the World Trade Center complex had a subway station, also had a train station called the PATH station, that stands for Port Authority Trans-Hudson. It took New Jersey commuters to New York City every day, and then a shopping mall with dozens of stores and restaurants. On the bottom level alone, there are thousands of people, and we're talking about 220 stories. So it really shows you the terrible horror of all this.
Gary, before you go any further, I think I need to clarify that the statistics at the bottom of our screen right now actually can't keep up with the information you are reporting. Once again, you are confirming that in fact 7 survivors have been found, right? 6 firefighters, 1 police officer.
One thing I want to stress, Paula, oftentimes we are not comfortable with facts unless we see them with our own eyes. We have a lot of very nervous, very anxious, very sad, very traumatized emergency officials coming out and giving us this information. They tell us they are sure that there are 6 firefighters, 1 police officer rescued early this morning. We haven't seen it with our own eyes. We are taking their words for it, and that literally is all we can do because we are not allowed right next to the scene right now. But that is what emergency officials are telling us. 6 firefighters, 1 police officer rescued this morning, 2 police officers rescued last night for a total of 9.
All right. I think I need to mention that because I think these numbers are going to conflict throughout the day. You are closer to the pool of information than anyone, and we're going to rely on your numbers. Gary, one thing that I wanted to add at this point is the American Red Cross now has opened 12 shelters in New York City. Each is staffed with mental health professionals and nurses. And one of the points you were making earlier on is that the news that New York City has lost over 250 firefighters. They were among the 400 that were first sent in, and maybe as many as 85 police officers is hitting rescue workers darn hard. Are there any mental health professionals anywhere in that area to give support to these rescuers have the very tough job to going into this area of devastation?
Paul, good question. What we have been told by emergency officials that there are mental health professionals who are on the site who are available for discussions when people need.
Okay, Gary, I think you're breaking up. Let me see if you're still with us. Gary, you still there? Okay, we've lost Gary. We will come back to him a little bit later on this morning. Before we head back to Atlanta, I wanted to quickly recap what the status of life is like here in New York City. The NASDAQ, the Dow Jones closed, all public schools are closed, parochial schools, private schools, everything, all the businesses south of 14th Street, which is many blocks south of here, are closed. We know that the Empire State Building will remain closed. The Hudson River bridges and tunnels expected to be closed inbound. The Postal Service has suspended mail collection from blue postal boxes in 3 different bureaus. Miles, I'm sure you will continue to report this after all this morning, that all U.S. embassies and U.S. forces around the world have been put on high alert. One thing I wanted to mention as well, Miles, before you take this away, that the U.S. Navy is indeed sending aircraft carriers, the USS George Washington, the USS John F. Kennedy to the coast off of New York, and 5 other ships, including some guided missile destroyers and frigates, have also been sent to sea to reduce the number of ships in port. So that is the latest from here in New York, besides the fact that 750 National Guard troops have reported to armories throughout the city. Miles?
Well, Paula, before you get away, let me ask you a quick question. I might be a bit presumptuous here, assuming you went home. When you came to work in the wee hours this morning, did you have the sense that it seemed like a typical day, if you will, in New York? Was traffic such as it would be in a typical morning?
No, the streets were empty, and usually there's a pretty good pulse going here at 5 o'clock in the morning. I stopped by a deli to grab a cup of coffee and a stale bagel, I might add. And there were 4 or 5 people in line trying to also buy some breakfast and get a little caffeine. And I would say that everybody was in stunned silence. People weren't even talking to each other. So clearly, not as many people are on the streets because a lot of companies told their employees not to come to work. So it's a distinctly different city today. And I think as the reality of the number of fatalities set in, this city will be forever changed. It's just the images that we witnessed here yesterday will be forever burned into our collective consciousness.
All right, Paula, we'll get back to you in just a bit. One of those days where we talk about it being before and after. Let's recap for just a moment. The horrifying images of the attack will, of course, be etched in our minds forever. It began just about 24 hours ago when the first airliner slammed into one of the World Trade Center towers. American Airlines Flight 11, Boston to Los Angeles, was the intended itinerary. There you see the impact on the first tower, the North Tower of the World Trade Center. These are some late pictures we received overnight showing the attack from a slightly different angle. The huge fireball erupted as the jet tore through the building. Now, 18 minutes later, we have several angles on this attack. The second plane, this is a United Airlines Flight 175, also Boston, Los Angeles, its intended itinerary. It ripped into the South Tower. Both towers later collapsed into piles of rubble, the rubble we've been showing you all this morning. These are the dramatic scenes as the clouds of gray smoke enveloped lower Manhattan, causing a virtual stampede of rescue workers, members of the media who had responded to the scene. As the heroic search and rescue effort unfolds, an American flag stood amid the devastation. Let's send it back to Paula in New York.
All right, Miles, thanks so much. Right now, we're going to go to Joe Albaugh, who is the director of the Federal Emergency Management Agency. Sir, thank you very much for joining us this morning.
Good morning, Paula.
Can you explain to us what you're going to be up to today?
Well, right now I'm in Washington making sure that we have all the resources that are necessary, both in the D.C. area, Pentagon, Northern Virginia, and for New York City. I've spoken with Governor Pataki, Governor Gilmore, Mayor Giuliani. They have what they need right now. Yesterday afternoon, I activated 12 urban search and rescue teams, 8 for New York City, 4 for Northern Virginia. They're on the ground or on their way right now. Our focus is still in a response mode, and that would be to identify, if we can, those that are still alive and remove them from the rubble.
Can you explain to us what these urban rescue teams are capable of doing, perhaps, that other rescue operators are not?
Well, they are highly trained search and rescue individuals from all over the United States. We have 28 national teams. We will use all the resources we possibly can. I'll be going to New York City this afternoon to make sure that we're doing exactly what we need to do. I think everyone understands the gravity of the situation. We have a huge task ahead of us. I'm concerned for those law enforcement officials and New York City firefighters who will be almost at the end of 24 hours in a few minutes. They'll be getting tired. We need to be rotating fresh troops in and out, making sure we continue during this time of need.
You will be briefing Congress later today, correct?
I will indeed, bringing them up to date on what we've done and what we will need in the near future.
What will you be asking for from Congress? Do you need additional funds?
Probably some additional funding right now. We're at the tail end of our current fiscal year. We've had numerous tropical storms. This is a tragedy that strikes at the heart of our entire country, and I'm sure Congress will make sure that all needs are met.
And I know, Mr. Albaugh, you say you are bringing in highly talented, specialized teams to assist in the rescue efforts here.
That's
correct. What do
correct.
you think will be the biggest challenge that you and your team will encounter?
The biggest challenge right now are identifying those individuals who need assistance right now, either temporary housing or emergency cash. I would urge those individuals who have been affected directly by this tragedy to call our 800 number, 462-9029, 800-462-9029. If you need immediate assistance, identifying those folks are going to be a difficult challenge. But more importantly, we need to get to those individuals who are still alive in the building, in the rubble, and we'll do that.
And the most encouraging news, Mr. Albaugh, is that our Gary Tuckman is reporting that 6 firefighters have been rescued, 1 police officer in addition to 2 police officers last night, bringing the total to 9 victims rescued from the rubble of the World Trade Center.
And that gives us hope for others that will be alive, which has to be our focus. And I know everyone's doing their best to get to those individuals as quickly as they can.
Mr. Albaugh, thank you very much for your time. Good luck.
Thank you, Paula.
And no one is more hopeful than the mayor of New York City, Rudy Giuliani, that more victims will be found inside the rubble. Cell phone contact has been made, or at least was made in the wee hours of the morning, between 2 victims and their family members. The mayor will be holding a news conference in just about 15 minutes. It is very tough to schedule things on time right now, given the enormity of what this city is trying to grasp right now. We will bring that news conference to you live. But right now we're going to go to Bob Franken, who joins us from the Pentagon. Bob, there were reports this morning that sources were telling CNN that they believe as many as 800 people may have died in the crash yesterday, the attack on the Pentagon.
Well, that was one local fire chief. The Pentagon officials, in fact, say that figure is probably way higher than it's going to be, but they acknowledge that it could be in the hundreds. As a matter of fact, they've already recovered some bodies. We haven't been told how many. Police say that they're blocking one roadway around here because a temporary mortuary has been set up there. We're told that even with the fire still smoldering, some search teams went in overnight, that there are search dogs who are here. They're going to determine when they can go in again. Of course, there have been flames that have erupted sporadically, and that has slowed things down. Now, it is shortly after 8 o'clock in the morning in Washington, and at 8 o'clock, part of the Pentagon opened up for work. It was very important to the Defense Secretary that he show the world that this building, in spite of the catastrophe that occurred yesterday, in spite of that the Pentagon would be up for business. But only about half of it could be open because there were concerns that the structural damage that might have occurred in the other parts of the building would make things too difficult and too dangerous for the other people. But at 8 o'clock, the Pentagon opened up. It was very important, officials said, that the press office be open so reporters could locate there. CNN has a team there where we, of course, cover what's going on out here. And what's going on out here is the search, the very grim search to find out just how many people became victims of this terrorist act. Paula?
Bob, is there any new information about the flight that went down outside of Pittsburgh and what the ultimate target was supposed to have been?
Well, it's more speculation than information. There was some talk early on, according to briefings that were held for congressional leaders, according to Capitol Hill sources, some talk that the target was Camp David, but that's really given short shrift. There is other belief, though, that either the White House or more likely the U.S. Capitol was going to be a target. What they don't know is why the plane did not, in fact, continue. That's one of the mysteries that's going to have to be sorted out. Of course, there's so many, that is just one.
All right, Bob, one last question for you before we move on. Secretary of State Powell was on the air with me a short while ago and seemed to indicate that he was upset. That might not be the right word, but that Orrin Hatch is saying that U.S. intelligence actually intercepted communication between some almost Osama bin Laden supporters discussing the attacks. How sensitive of an issue is that there this morning?
Well, there, of course, is going to be real reappraisal as things go on. Another way to put that will be second-guessing. People are going to look back and say, why didn't we act on X information or Y information? And apparently there were indicators out there. We've talked to newspaper editors, we being CNN, around the world about the warnings that had been issued. Of course, there have been so many warnings over time by various terrorist organizations that sometimes it's difficult for intelligence officials to figure out which ones were real. And, of course, they sadly now realize this one was very tragically real.
The Secretary of State made it quite clear, though, that he will never talk to us about this intercepted material.
Well,
do you expect that to change?
Oh, you have a situation where the intercepted material is done by the National Security Agency. That is a hypersensitive intelligence organization. As a matter of fact, it has tried to enforce a couple of times when there's been reporting about its activities, tried to enforce criminal prosecution for doing that very thing. So it probably will never be directly divulged by a member of government, but these things do have a way of becoming publicly known, particularly since there is bound to be such a heated debate over what should have happened.
All right, Bob, I wasn't able to catch the last part of what you had to say, but I wonder, do you think the Pentagon folks there are concerned that with folks that have the stature of Senator Orrin Hatch talking about these intercepted communications, that there will be more political fallout?
Oh, there's bound to be political fallout, but of course it's too early for that right now. The nation is caught up in the tragedy and the immediate work that has to be done in the aftermath of that. I should point out also that there is probably a very, very heightened alert today to make sure that somehow there is not some second-day effort to try and further plunge the United States into despair. But as this goes on, there are going to be any number of debates about what should have happened, what could have happened to possibly avoid this. Debates that are going to be viewed by some as second-guessing and by others as a real cry to change not only the way that our intelligence apparatus works, but the way that our communication and travel systems work.
All right, Bob Franken, thanks so much for that update. We are back here in New York City, where I'm going to quickly show you a shot of the World Financial Center. There appears to be smoke billowing from either the roof or the top part of the building. We have absolutely no information as to what is going on, but that is very close to what used to be the World Trade Center area. We're going to move on now to Gary Tuchman, who joins us once again with an update on the rescue operations now underway. Gary, anything new?
Well, first things first, I just want to tell you that we cannot see the World Financial Center from our vantage point here, so I can't tell you anything more about that smoke that you see there. All we see is the holes where the World Trade Center buildings used to stand, and that's all we could see from our vantage point. And as I'm talking to you, I'm taking a walk right now, and I'm on the corner of Church and Chambers Streets, and I'm looking at a subway station, and the subway station says on it, Chambers Street / World Trade Center. That's the name of the stop. And it's just hard to believe that the World Trade Center buildings no longer stand when you look at that stop that tens of thousands of people literally use every day. And in the very same corner, it's chilling. We see 5 Army National Guard members standing there. They're sitting there with their helmets and their green fatigues, and that's a sight we never thought we would see in the United States, in New York City, anywhere in this country. It almost looks like a state of siege as they stand there right now at attention, looking out for anything suspicious. We've reported to you, and we're going to continue to report that survivors have been found. 6 firefighters have been found in these early morning hours. 1 policeman's been found from the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey. The Port Authority, by the way, is the department that runs the airports, Kennedy, LaGuardia, and Newark, runs the bus terminal here in New York City, and also was the landlords of the World Trade Center buildings. That police officer who was found today was seriously burned, we are told. In addition, 2 police officers were found yesterday. Now, the governor of the state of New York, George Pataki, has been at the scene for many hours. As a matter of fact, he used to have an office in the World Trade Center building. He very well may have been in that building if the office was still there. However, the governor's office had moved out of that building. He spends most of his time in Albany, the state capital. But Governor Pataki did talk to reporters early this morning.
All right, Gary, I was expecting to hear from Governor Pataki right there. He joined us at the top of the broadcast at 7 o'clock this morning and sort of walked us through the paces of what we can expect to happen throughout the day. And he sort of reinforced what Joe Albaugh just told us, the head of FEMA, that 8 special urban rescue teams will be sent here to assist the New York Metro trying to rescue those folks. Give us your understanding of what actually has to take place to get to potential survivors, the digging process, what they have to weed through, what they have to be afraid of.
I mean, what you have here, Paula, are 2 110-story buildings and a 47-story building. That was the 7 World Trade Center building. That's something I have to emphasize that I think a lot of people didn't realize. Even people in New York City, when they think of the World Trade Center, they thought of these 2 beautiful, tall buildings. It's a complex of many buildings, and 7 World Trade Center is considered a very small building because it was next to these 2 huge buildings, but it was 47 stories tall. So you have all the concrete and steel and wreckage from more than 267 stories of buildings that are on the ground, and some of the wreckage is piled 10 feet tall. So you're talking about people who are buried under a lot of rubble, tons of rubble. But what the authorities are telling us is they are saying there are voids, so-called voids, that are holes where wreckage may have fallen, but these people may be below the wreckage in holes and pits. And that's why they're hopeful they will indeed find more survivors. As of now, we're reporting that 9 survivors have been found, but we're also told that they have been able to contact 2 additional people, and one of them is a 50-year-old man. The other man they're not describing, but they are saying that there are at least 2 more survivors, so they are very hopeful they'll be able to find more in these so-called voids.
How many folks would you say are involved in rescue operations at the moment?
It's hard to tell, Paul. We're not able to be right up to the site, although I am able to see the people in the background right now. And I can tell you that there are hundreds of people here. We did know that Mayor Giuliani, Rudy Giuliani, and ironically, they were supposed to have yesterday the primary here for the new mayor of this city yesterday. They canceled that primary, and it turns out the current mayor was in the news all day yesterday. But Mayor Giuliani said they had all the help they need. So although it doesn't seem like an immense amount to us with the amount of people we've seen going in and out, they are saying that they have all the help they need right now down there. But it looks like hundreds of people to us, but not perhaps the thousands that you might expect.
Gary, as you've been talking, we've been trying to get more information. We're going to go to the shot very quickly, the World Financial Center. This is a large business center directly across the street from what used to be the Twin Towers, the World Trade Center. There does appear to be a lot of smoke coming from the top floors of the building. I know you're going to continue to effort some information on this as well. We wish we could confirm for you what started this smoke. We can't at this point, but we promise you we will continue to keep you updated on that throughout the morning.
Paula, can I tell you one thing? With me right now, and this is unorthodox, but this is important for us to get the information out. I have a gentleman standing with me. He's with the Nassau County Police Emergency Service Unit. Nassau County is in Long Island. It's one of the 2 counties in Long Island. He was part of the team that pulled one of the survivors out. He was above the 80th floor in one of the World Trade Center towers. And I want to talk to him really quick. Can you tell me your name, sir?
Sergeant Robert Bressingham.
Sergeant, tell me what you saw when you were at the scene.
Well, there was a concerted effort by everybody involved with the fire department, police department, emergency rescue units, and we were focusing on attempting to get one police officer that we had located. He had used his cell phone, and he was able to get rescuers to his location, which was deep in some rubble, but he was able to coordinate it because he was very knowledgeable of the building as a Port Authority police sergeant. Once he was located, he was about waist-high in debris and in a very, very tight quarters. Only one officer was able to crawl in at a time and was able to dig him out real slowly.
How is his condition right now?
From what I understand, at the scene, he was conscious and alert, and I'm sure that he has injuries, but I don't believe there are any life-threatening injuries.
Where in the rubble or the building was this?
He was in the courtyard, which was in between the 2 towers from the collapse. I don't know which building he was before the collapse.
Is there any updated information, sir, about the number of survivors that have been found there?
No, there's no updated numbers. There's no compilation of numbers right now.
The final question for you, sir, how psychologically are you handling this, being at the scene, being in the tower? How are you handling it?
Well, the rescue community is a very tight community. We know a lot of people that didn't make it. We were very happy to be able to help somebody that did make it. So we're real happy that we were able to put our efforts together and at least make it successful with one rescue so far at this point.
Sergeant, thanks for joining us. We appreciate it. You can tell there are people from not just New York City, because Nassau County, as I said, is in Long Island. There are people from jurisdictions all over the New York area right now helping out in this tragedy. Paula?
Gary, as I heard you do this interview, and we continue to look up at some of these more close-up pictures of the rubble, it is an absolute miracle that anybody has been found alive in this rubble.
There's no question about it, Paula, and that's the sad fact of this, is that when this is all said and done, and it may take days, it may take weeks, that we're going to probably find that 99% of the people who they're looking for right now are not alive. So we're very thankful for the people they do find alive, but we're not expecting to hear any stories like, we can't believe the number of people we found alive. It's not a very likely scenario that it's going to be a great number of people.
And once again, Gary, just quickly recap for us the overall number of folks have been rescued. It's 9 altogether. Break that down for us.
Right. Authorities are telling us that in the early morning hours, since midnight Eastern time, 6 New York City firefighters have been rescued and 1 Port Authority police officer. And apparently the police officer, the sergeant we just talked to was telling us about, that police officer and that's the good news. That's something we didn't know. We were told he had serious burns. The sergeant is telling us that he does not believe the burns are life-threatening. So that is good news. We also know that last night 2 additional police officers were also rescued. So that's a total of 9 people that authorities have confirmed to us have been rescued. In addition, 2 other people are now being searched for. Their voices, they even know the age of one of the people. That would make a total of 11 if they do find those 2 additional people.
And Gary, one of those 2 is the one we believe to have that had established cell contact with his family.
Yeah, well, you know, nice to know that it perhaps wasn't, because that would mean there are 2 more people. So we don't know that for sure. That's what people are surmising, but we don't know that for certain.
All right, Gary, we're going to let you go. We're going to head over to St. Vincent's Hospital, where the paramedics there are holding a news conference on the status of their operations.
I've also gotten more information. Our hospitals in the system, St. Vincent Catholic Medical Centers, in the outer boroughs, received 65 patients in total, and the 1 fatality that I spoke to you about before. I have Dr. Jesse Blumenthal, the head of trauma, just to bring you up to date on some of the things we've been seeing overnight in the emergency room. And then we have 2 of our paramedics, Tony Suarez and Phil. I'm going to let Phil pronounce his last name. We'll give you those spellings if you need them later. These 2 gentlemen were on scene from 9 a.m. yesterday until last night. They can tell you a little bit about their experiences as paramedics at the scene, and then we'll open for questions. Sure.
Live right now. Tell us about reports about possible survivors possibly being lost.
We have heard some reports that there were survivors taken out of the building within the last hour. We did receive a call from EMS that we should be prepared, but later reports have told us that if there are anybody that needs hospitalization, we may not be receiving them. So, possibly Bellevue would be one possible scenario, yes. Okay, Doctor, just a little bit about what we saw overnight.
Well, unfortunately, we wish we had more patients to treat that came in overnight because, again, there was difficulty in getting to the scene, and I think the paramedics will describe that. But we have been busy taking care of the patients that we did receive. The three of the severe burns were transferred to the Cornell Burn Center. We have automatic transfer agreements between hospitals, and again, taking care of severe burns is a tremendous logistical strain. We have other lesser burns which we're caring for. We're in the process of actually visiting and getting data on all the patients that were admitted. Additional 2 patients went to the operating room last night because of fractures, soft tissue injuries, lacerations, and the like. We're in the process, obviously, of reviewing all the patients, and a couple of patients will probably be ready for discharge. But I think the staff, as unfortunately, was anticipating and hoping that we would receive survivors during the night, and I think everyone was very disappointed that we did not. Again, everyone is in a high state of preparedness. We continue to have calls of volunteers throughout the night, and even this morning, and at least we were able to thank them and record this and tell them that we really had enough staff. But again, even the community responding with food was very gratifying to all the staff that was up most of the night.
I'm going to have our paramedics come in and just tell you a little bit about their experiences, then we'll take questions.
Hi, paramedic Iggy Gurens. The paramedic Iggy Gurens. The initial sight was just horrible. I'm just wishing well for everybody that's down there, all my colleagues, everybody else that's giving help. Like I said, it's just a horrible sight. It's a horrible day, and I wish everybody well, and we're here to do whatever as much as we can.
Hi, paramedic Tony Suarez, St. Vincent's. Initially, I was there for about 15 minutes. There were a couple explosions. It became dangerous. We grabbed one person. We commandeered an ambulance and just hightailed it out of there. My prayers are to the fellow firefighters, EMS, police officers that have died, and hopefully we'll be able to get some more out of there. We weren't able to get to the scene simply because it was very unsafe. So please, if you can, everybody, please pray for those that have fallen today.
Can you be specific about what you saw?
I was only at the scene for a little while, but it was unsafe. And basically, I heard one explosion and basically just hightailed it out of there. It was very unsafe for everybody, and that's the only thing that I saw. I mean, I had one patient, we grabbed her, put her in the ambulance. She was full of soot. She was covered from head to toe with ashes, and basically dropped her off to a site and then went back to the command center.
I think if it wasn't for the first patient I took out, Jenny, who we took to Cornell, I would probably not be here right now. She was just covered in second, third degree burns, and we just got her out of there. And I hope she's doing well.
Sir, could you explain a little bit about what the paramedics do in terms of stopping every 45 minutes or so to listen and how they proceed?
I don't understand the question.
One of the doctors here was saying that you stop or so every 45 minutes to check and see if you hear anything new to try to find out if there could be anybody in the rubble.
Oh, well, we're just listening to the radios. I mean, we're just listening. Oh, and at the scene right now?
Listening for sounds inside.
Yeah, they're listening for sounds. We're not there right now, but I understand. They're just listening to make sure there's anybody caught in any type of voids, and any pockets, if they're alive, if they hear any sound. That's what they're doing right now. Excuse me.
Any other questions?
Did you get a spelling?
Eguiguirons, E-G-U-I-G.
All right, you have just heard some of the first accounts coming from paramedics describing what they were up against in treating many of those injured in the twin attacks here in New York City yesterday. One of the paramedics describing the scene as just horrible. One of the administrators of St. Vincent's Hospital, which is one of the area hospitals where a large number of the victims were taken, describing the level of support the hospital is getting from volunteers in the area. I think that level of support has been repeated elsewhere in the city. I was on the phone yesterday with a couple hospitals confirming the fact that they couldn't even handle the number of people who would come to the hospital to donate blood. There is still a dire need of blood in New York City to treat these victims. Miles, once again, even the mayor, who will shortly be holding a news conference here, is very troubled in trying to get a better grasp of exactly what we're dealing with here. The only good news to come out of New York City this morning is the news that Gary Tuchman has been reporting all morning long, that it appears as though 9 people have been rescued from the rubble, some 6 firefighters this morning, a police officer this morning, in addition to 2 police officers last night, and there is reason to believe that 2 more victims trapped in the rubble will be successfully rescued this morning. So we're going to keep you updated on that. As you know, Miles, I know you saw the stories that one of these victims actually established cell phone contact with a family member last night. I can't imagine anything more chilling. When you look at this rubble, as we had all morning long, it seems an absolute miracle that anybody could survive the crush of 2 107-story towers unfolding on them.
Truly, the word miraculous is probably a bit overused. Normally it applies in this case. Let's move on just a little bit. The name Osama bin Laden has been used all this morning as we talk about the short list of potential suspects for this dramatic, well-choreographed attack. The short list, really, he and his organization involving thousands at the top of it. And they are harbored, it is widely known, in Afghanistan by the Taliban. We are joined now live via video phone from Kabul, Afghanistan, by CNN's Nick Robertson. Nick?
Well, Miles, certainly a lot of attention focused on Afghanistan at this time because of Osama bin Laden. We have been told by diplomats here that senior Pakistani officials are at this moment meeting with senior Taliban government officials. Now, Pakistan is one of the only 3 countries to have recognized Taliban as the rightful rulers of Afghanistan, and Pakistan is regarded by many countries as perhaps one of those countries that has the greatest influence over the Taliban. We don't know the content of those meetings at this time. However, we can confirm that meetings between senior Pakistani and senior Taliban officials are going on at this time. It has been, however, in Kabul today and elsewhere in Afghanistan, a day of apprehension for many. Fearing what might come next after the attacks on the United States, international aid groups began pulling out of Kabul by early morning. The German charity group Agro Action, one of the first to leave. United Nations operations here also virtually closing down as key staff leave, a procedure followed in the past for safety when regional tensions are high. Apprehension also in Afghanistan's Taliban leadership. Foreign Minister Wakil Ahmed Mutawakil quick to explain their position after the attacks in America.
The Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan has always expressed its condemnation of terrorism. Afghanistan has also been targeted with terrorism, and we have been victims of terrorism. We condemn it here and internationally. Terrorism is frightening and creates hatred.
With suspicion of responsibility falling on Osama bin Laden, Mutawakil's government, well aware the implications bin Laden's involvement would have for the Taliban, was keen to say bin Laden was not responsible.
So far, no one has officially accused us. If anyone has brought up his name, it is because his reputation of the past.
Overnight, the already tense atmosphere raised by an air raid on Kabul, illuminating the sky with rocket and anti-aircraft fire. An ammunition dump hit and 2 planes at Kabul airport destroyed in an attack by the Taliban foe, the Northern Alliance. Well, for most people here, it really is life as normal. The departure of the aid workers will fuel fears about the future, but many Afghans here are impoverished after 20 years of war, and they have few other options really than to sit tight and just wait and see what happens, Miles.
CNN's Nick Robertson, exclusively live from Kabul, Afghanistan. Let's talk now about give you a quick recap. There were 4 airliners in all involved in this coordinated attack. 2 of them, of course, we've been telling you about just recently, plowed into the World Trade Center. A third, American Airlines Flight 77, a 757, was to fly from Dulles Airport to Los Angeles. Instead, struck the Pentagon. CNN's Bob Franken is in front of the Pentagon now with the latest from there. Bob.
And we have some further information on the search effort to try and find out just how many casualties there are, and of course also to see if it's entirely at all possible that there might be some survivors in the rubble of the crash, the plane that was hijackers crashed into the Pentagon. You can see that, of course, in back of me. What we have been told by Mike Tamilo, who is a battalion chief with the Fairfax County Fire and Rescue Unit. That's the worldwide unit that has gone into so many disasters around the world and has searched for both the victims and the survivors of tragedies. He says that as early as yesterday during the day that the unit was able to take some of its search dogs and go through very gingerly some of the area. He said that they, quote, identified some bodies, close quote, by which he means that they did find some people who had been killed. He did not have a number. He did not say, however, they had been removed. We have been told that a temporary mortuary has been set up not far from here. We do not have any information from the Pentagon on any casualty numbers or even an estimate of them. There was one local fire chief who said it could be anywhere between 100 and 800 deaths as a result of this. Pentagon officials think that the upper figure is way too high. Now, he also said, he being the Fairfax County search and rescue person, that the search is resuming today. It stops overnight because it is so dark and so smoky inside that there is a concern that people are going to trip over the debris as they conduct their search. But the search is beginning inside now as they try and find out exactly the human tragedy of this catastrophe that has befallen the Pentagon. At the very same time, in other parts of the building, the Pentagon is open for business. It was important to the Defense Secretary, he said, to show that in spite of all this, that the operations here would continue. About half the building is considered safe enough to use. 17 miles of corridor, so about half of those are going to be in the safe area. That includes many of the vital operations that are conducted by the Pentagon. Meanwhile, the grim search goes on for the casualties of this disaster. Miles?
Bob, there are 20,000 workers who report to the Pentagon each day. I assume that not all of them have been asked to report to those areas that are considered safe. Is it just essential personnel?
Well, the word was spread through Washington media in the hours yesterday and overnight that people should call supervisors to find out if, in fact, they are among those who should go in. But, of course, many of them know what part of the Pentagon where they work, and, of course, some of the answers would make good sense. But the Pentagon is open for business. They're making a very important point with that, they believe, and it opened about 45 minutes ago.
CNN's Bob Franken at the Pentagon. Thank you very much. Let's turn now to London, where the markets there are taking a moment now to remember those victims of these attacks. A moment of silence. Let's listen. London markets ceasing business for a period of time to remember those killed and injured in those dramatic attacks. Paula?
Thanks so much, Miles. I think that'll be a scene repeated all over the world today. I know churches are talking about having moments of silence throughout the country, and no doubt Americans today will continue to feel the sting of this horrible tragedy that has confronted our country. Right now, I am joined by Dennis Ross, who is the former special envoy in the Middle East. He served in the Clinton administration. Welcome, sir. Good to have you with us this morning. I wanted you to provide some context for us today. Yesterday, we saw some groups of Palestinians celebrating in East Jerusalem and in the West Bank, and declaring this as a victory against Israel. How widely held of a view is that among Palestinians?
I think today it's probably wider than many Palestinian officials would suggest that it is. I mean, you are dealing in a climate where there's a lot of anger among the Palestinians and a desire to hit back. But there's also a climate that has been created by their leadership. You cannot continually talk about the virtues of martyrdom. You cannot continually talk about the importance of struggle. And you cannot continually extol the virtues of the suicide bombers and talk about how the United States must also pay without there being a consequence in terms of attitudes. One of the things that is going to have to be done, not only with the Palestinians, but with many of the Arab regimes that are friendly to the United States, they cannot continue to use their media as a release for outrage and for anger, and therefore allow within those medias, which basically are not free except to spew certain hatred, they cannot use those medias to create a climate of legitimacy for this kind of behavior, and that is what they have done.
How are you going to stop that from happening?
Well, one of the ways is if, in fact, these governments, especially in the Middle East, among our Arab friends, want us to be engaged in terms of pursuing diplomacy at an appropriate moment, there's also going to have to be an understanding that there's no free lunch here. They have responsibilities too. And one of the ways that they can carry out their responsibilities is to make it clear this behavior does not represent their cause, it discredits their cause, and in fact, if they want the world to identify with their interests, they're going to have to behave differently.
All right, but the bottom line is a lot of people think that U.S. policy in the Middle East makes the United States much more vulnerable to attack. Is that true?
Well, there's no question right now that there is anger that is obviously directed against us because of the frustration of what's going on in the conflict. But again, I'll tell you, if we had been able, as we were trying to do last year, to end the conflict between Israelis and Palestinians last year, the people who carried out this attack would have done it anyway. They don't believe in peace. They don't believe in Israel's existence. They reject everything that we represent. So one of the things that has to happen is these groups have to be completely discredited.
And do you have any level of optimism that will ever happen?
Well, I think we all have to transform our own thinking. Yesterday was a transforming event. We're going to have to create a new priority in terms of the war on terror. We're going to have to create a very different kind of coalition internationally that focuses on how, in fact, we all work together to discredit this practically and psychologically. And I think also whatever it is we're going to do militarily has to take a long view about rooting out the real networks that exist. But I don't think one can simply sit back and say because the task is difficult, we can't take it on. We've now been confronted with something that is so dramatic, that is worse than any war we've confronted in terms of casualties in a single day. Our own thinking is going to have to change as well.
I know that Henry Kissinger stated yesterday that this is the time the United States is going to find out the true level of friendships with other nations. How critical is any role that Russia might play in this?
Well, I do believe the Russians have some capability when it comes to fighting terror, and also there is a history of some relations they have with some of the groups in the area. In the past, it would have been more profound because, in fact, they tended to support those groups. Now I think it's less profound. But in terms of creating a psychological atmosphere internationally, the more the Russians, the more the Europeans are seen as joining with us in terms of making it clear this behavior is not simply unacceptable, but it won't be tolerated. And those states that give a kind of safe haven are also not going to be tolerated. The more that happens, the more we'll be moving in the right direction.
Dennis, if you would be generous enough to stand by, I want to continue my conversation with you, but I want to remind our audience it was just about 24 hours ago, and we're going to replay some pictures here of the first hijacked commercial airliner that struck the North Tower here in New York City. Actually, this is the picture of the South Tower, which was the second attack that came 18 minutes later. Once again, this city just starting to come to grips with the impact of this double attack here yesterday. Dennis, Secretary of State Colin Powell was a guest on the air earlier this morning and bristled when I asked him about Senator Orrin Hatch's assessment that U.S. intelligence has now intercepted communications between bin Laden supporters actually discussing the attacks. Bristles may be too strong of a word, but I think he made it quite clear he is extremely uncomfortable that Senator Orrin Hatch is talking about any of this intelligence information. You understand that, I guess?
Yes, I do. Well, look, I think there are two dimensions to that. The first is we obviously have certain kinds of techniques and methods which we don't want compromised, because if they get compromised, then you lose the capacity to use those. And obviously, right now, what we're trying to do in the intelligence area is figure out exactly what happened, look back at what might have been indicators that were discounted because they weren't seen as plausible, and then pursue those leads. So anything that compromises the ability to find out what happened is obviously something that's not going to be in our interest, number one.
All right, but Dennis, do you have reason to believe these communications were actually intercepted, showing? I mean, we know that an Arab newspaper based in London, I think at least the editor had reported that these attacks were telegraphed as long as 3 weeks ago. Do you believe the intelligence information?
Look, my sense at this point is we don't really know. And the tendency is to leap to a conclusion because we all want to know in response to such a horrific set of events. I would just tell you from a historic standpoint, we were convinced early on that with Pan Am 103 it was groups based in Syria. Later on we found out that it wasn't. It may well be that the speculation about Osama bin Laden turns out to be right, but I think we really do have to be cautious at this point. The people who carried this out not only had great organization, they had people who could fly these planes. That's not something that is normally associated with the Osama bin Laden group. So I think one has to be somewhat cautious, and I think that Secretary Powell's reaction was entirely appropriate.
All right, Dennis Ross, thank you very much for all your insights this morning. We very much appreciate your joining us. Right now, we're going to turn our attention to London, and that's where we find Christiane Amanpour this morning. You're what, outside 10 Downing Street right now?
Yes, indeed, Paula. We're outside 10 Downing Street, the official residence and office of the British Prime Minister. Britain, the United States' closest ally in Europe. In the last couple of hours, the Prime Minister has done several things. He's had a 20-minute telephone conversation with President George W. Bush. He has had a press conference in which he was very forthright and very convincing towards the press about how he viewed what had happened in the United States yesterday. He's convened security meetings and he is convening a cabinet meeting. He's calling back Parliament to discuss this this issue and raise a public debate as to what has happened and what measures can be taken to combat this kind of terrorism. He said that this is not just an attack on the United States, but one on the entire free world. He said that he and other presidents and prime ministers in Europe are in constant touch about how to, quote, stop this machinery of terror, how to eradicate and defeat what he called these terrorists. And this, it must be pointed out, was not just the single biggest act of terrorism against the United States, but in recorded memory, the single biggest act of terrorism anywhere in the world that anybody can remember. And to that effect, the Prime Minister said, and other analysts have said, to that effect, essentially everyone today is an American.
I want to make one thing very clear indeed. This was not an attack on America alone. This was an attack on the free and democratic world everywhere. And this is a responsibility that the free and democratic world have got to shoulder together with America. And at this time of tragedy in the United States of America that has consequences right across the world, and as I say, there will be British people that have lost their lives, this time of tragedy and this time of grief and anger and trial in America, it is important that Americans know that their allies and their friends around the world do stand shoulder to shoulder with them.
Now, the Prime Minister mentioned that he expected that there could be a great number of British casualties, since there are a lot of British people in the United States living there as residents and working there. He said to that effect, Britain's interests are effectively engaged in what he called this combat against terrorism. He called this an act of terrorism on a scale that was, quote, never before contemplated. While he would not be specific about what possible retaliation or action that could be taken against whoever becomes identified as responsible, he did insist that the leaders of Europe, in consultation with the United States, would take whatever measures necessary to make sure that this kind of terrorism was eradicated. Again, no specifics, but the Prime Minister very forceful. And then he would not be drawn on who he thought was actually responsible, but he did single out, without being prompted, the Muslim community in Britain, singling him out, saying that he was very gratified that they had come out and denounced this act of terrorism, like he said did the Muslim community of the United States. Again, when we specifically asked him, do you believe that this was Islamic terrorism, he did not answer. Again and again, he called this an attack on the civilized world, an attack not just on the United States, but on humanity and on democracy. When we asked him, do you believe that this is a declaration of war, and therefore are you, the civilized world, obligated to take action to combat this, again, he wouldn't be drawn, other than to say that they were in close consultation and that this act of terrorism and the machinery of terrorism and the finance and the support has to be stopped. Paula?
The Prime Minister, in that short soundbite, forcefully talked about the collective need to fight this kind of terrorism. What kind of level of support can President Bush expect in Europe?
Well, certainly from Great Britain, I would say a great deal of support. Remember, the British have stood shoulder to shoulder, as the Prime Minister said, with the United States in various actions in the last 10 years alone, much less in history. They have been shoulder to shoulder during the Gulf War, in Bosnia, in Kosovo. This Prime Minister, Tony Blair, took a leading role in the action against Kosovo. This country has said over and over again that it stands together with its chief ally, the United States. And at the moment, what we're hearing from every capital of Europe is that they are together with the United States, because this is an attack against, quote, all of us. We are all targets, they said. And Germany, for instance, offered unlimited support. This is in the words of German Chancellor Gerhard Schroeder, and he stressed the word unlimited. All the capitals of Europe are holding emergency security convening meetings, cabinet meetings, security meetings. All are in touch with each other. There's a special meeting of the European Union. NATO's chiefs have been meeting as well. And this has really, as you can imagine, focused people's minds here. And it remains to be seen what exactly they do. Will they try to line up support in like-minded countries and in the Middle East, for instance, amongst allies and elsewhere around the world, to make people, as they say, stand up on the side of civilization against what they call these barbaric acts of terrorism?
Christian, earlier today I had a chance to peek at some of the headlines in the London newspapers on a very human level. What is the reaction of average British citizens to what the kind of wrath that we...
Well, on a very human level, I can tell you the reaction is one of shock, profound shock, and indeed fear. I've heard people talking about how this is just scary. People cannot imagine that something of this magnitude, of this organization, in a place like New York and Washington and other cities in the United States, that this could happen. And people really feel that if this can happen in the United States, well, then it can happen anywhere. United States is meant to be Fortress America. This is not meant to happen in the United States of America, and it has profoundly shocked people. I talked to people. I was flying yesterday after this had happened. I talked to pilots and air crews and passengers on the planes, all of them absolutely stunned beyond words. There are no words that can really sum up exactly what has happened and what people are feeling. Here in England, talking to taxi drivers, people on the streets, people are using the analogy to Pearl Harbor. People are using words like barbaric. This is profoundly shocking. Every single newspaper here, even the normally sedate broadsheets here, have got blaring headlines: assault on America, doomsday America, one, the Times of London, war on America, you know, a tabloid. Is this the end of the world? I mean, this is...
All right, we apparently have lost our satellite to London, where Christiane Amanpour was just giving us the British reaction to the catastrophe that the United States witnessed yesterday. We will hope to bring her back a little bit later this morning. She also gave us some insights as to how the Prime Minister is dealing with this. He just very recently had a long conversation, 20-minute conversation with President Bush, as there is continued talk about what kind of collective effort needs to be made to fight this brand of terrorism. Let's catch up with Kyra Phillips right now, that has some more thoughts on how the nation will continue to react to what happened in Pennsylvania yesterday, what happened at the Pentagon, and the twin attacks here in New York City. Kyra?
Paula, thank you. Reaction is definitely the key word here. We're going to take you actually live to Logan Airport, and that is where two of the hijacked planes came from. We're going to turn it over to our Bill Delaney, who's live at the command center there. Bill, can you tell us what's happening right now within the center?
Well, thank you, Kyra. Hundreds of federal, state, and local police, led by the FBI, now fanning out here in the Boston area to try to determine how these hijackers could have gotten on the two planes that left Boston yesterday morning and ended up crashing into the World Trade Center. The question: was there some kind of a terrorist cell here in Boston that enabled these hijackers to lay the groundwork for what they did? Now, a security expert I spoke to here this morning, Kyra, said in many ways Boston is an ideal place for that sort of thing. It is a small city but a major city, and importantly, it's near an international border, Canada. Now, we know before the millennium, an Algerian was arrested on the Vermont border. This Algerian found to have ties to another Algerian who tried at that time to cross into Washington State for a terrorist action at the time of the millennium in Seattle. So we've seen that sort of thing here before. Also, we don't know if Arabs were involved in this, but if they were, there is a sizable Arab community here in Boston. It's a place one could obtain some anonymity, this security source said to me. Now, there are reports here, Kyra, this morning of several suspects being looked at who may have been involved in this hijacking. The Boston Herald newspaper reporting 2 brothers may have been involved, both carrying United Arab Emirates passports, one of them a trained pilot. Also, importantly, Kyra, a rented car taken from the central parking garage here at Logan Airport yesterday. Now, this rented car reportedly contained Arab language training manuals for flying a commercial aircraft. Now, the authorities focused on this car because a passenger who left here on a flight from Boston yesterday, when he arrived at his destination and found out about the terrorist actions, realized that he had had an altercation with several Arab men in the central parking garage. He called authorities, and they are looking at this vehicle. I should also mention that earlier this year, the FBI did determine that in the late 90s there were Arab men here, 2 with ties to the Osama bin Laden organization. They left suddenly in the late 90s, but one of them, a man named Bassam Kanj, had lived here for some 15 years working as a cab driver. He was subsequently killed in Lebanon in an attack on the Lebanese army, financed, security sources believe, by Osama bin Laden. The other Arab, Rail Hijazi, also was a cab driver here in Boston. He is in jail in Jordan for an involvement in a plan to blow up a hotel in Jordan that contained mostly American and Israeli tourists at the time of the millennium. So there have been traces of people tied to Osama bin Laden, if indeed Osama bin Laden was involved in this in the past here in Boston. And as I say, hundreds of federal, state, and local investigators now trying to sort out how hijackers got on those two planes here at Logan Airport yesterday.
Our Bill Delaney, thank you very much. Those are definitely riveting details. We'll continue to follow up with you at Logan Airport. Miles, we're going to take it back over to you at the desk.
All right, thank you very much, Kara. Live pictures from the Pentagon right now. Let's take a look at the scene that is unfolding as the effort there continues. Not a lot of hope this morning. Matter of fact, no hope of finding any survivors inside the wreckage there of the Army side of the Pentagon. Five-sided building, obviously, 5 stories. Some portions of it are opened, and some portion of the 20,000 workers who typically report there every day are at work there on what is, of course, not a normal day, but the routine will try to continue. There was immediately before we took this live image, there was a convoy of vehicles. There you see them. This is a tape image, which came down just a few moments ago. Convoy of vehicles there. We can presume they are part of the effort to continue the salvage efforts there at the Pentagon. We'll keep you posted as events unfold there. Back now to a live picture. Let's do a quick recap. It has now been 24 hours since the nightmare began and everything really changed. Today, we are revealing more evidence of just how horrific it all was. In New York this morning, a frantic search and rescue effort continues. Crews have found some survivors amid the rubble of what was the World Trade Center. We underscore that point. Leveled the World Trade Center. Authorities tell CNN at least 9 people have been found alive this morning, but the death toll from the terrorist attacks is expected to be staggering. All we know now is it will be in the thousands. The horror began to unfold 24 hours ago as a plane tore through the first of the World Trade Center towers. This picture came in overnight. It's a different angle on it. Ripped into the building, created a huge fireball. That was American Airlines Flight 11, a 767 with 81 passengers, 11 crew members. It was supposed to fly from Boston to Los Angeles, somewhere over the Adirondack Mountains. It took a sharp detour to the south. Now, 18 minutes later, a second jet slammed in to the other tower of the World Trade Center, both of them 110 stories high. This is United Flight 175. Also, point of origin was Boston, also intended destination of Los Angeles. Both of those aircraft heavily laden with fuel for the transcontinental flight. 56 passengers, 9 crew members on board that plane. We've had reports from cellular telephone conversations that were managed to be delivered from these planes that there were knife-wielding suspects who commandeered these aircraft and were at the controls of the aircraft at the time. Now, both World Trade Center towers, of course, eventually collapsed. Here, as we see right here, the second tower imploding. That was at about 10 o'clock Eastern time yesterday. Those the gleaming symbols of New York for more than 20 years now, symbol of our wealth, symbol of U.S. prosperity. All of it now reduced to rubble today, and there are 5 sub-floors there. And earlier in our reporting, Gary Tuckman was indicating there is some hope that there may be additional survivors deep beneath that rubble. An amazing Herculean effort underway right now to try to find people who might be alive in that pile of rubble, many thousands of tons. At the Pentagon this morning, firefighters poured more water on the smoldering building damaged by the suicide plane attack. That was American Airlines Flight 77, a 757, Dulles to Los Angeles, its intended destination. 58 passengers, 6 crew members, 800 people killed in that particular attack. Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld says the Pentagon is in fact open for business today. We should say portions of the Pentagon, those deemed fit and those deemed safe for occupants. but the concern about that structural integrity will keep everybody out but the essential personnel, at least for today. Still no word on exactly how many people were injured total in that attack. We are getting ballpark estimates of, as we said, 800 people killed in that attack. The attack at the heart of the U.S. financial center is reverberating throughout world markets today. In Japan, the Nikkei average plunged below 10,000 for the first time in 17 years. European stock market averages are undergoing sharp price swings today. Most opened lower and showed some gains before moving lower again. U.S. financial markets will remain closed today. The World Trade Center is, of course, at the heart of the financial district for this country. Across the U.S., there are some cases of soaring gas prices, which we could probably infer to be a bit of profiteering. In some places, the price jumped to nearly $5 a gallon. The nation's largest oil companies are trying to ease fears by pledging to keep distribution steady. That brings you up to date this morning on a morning that will be a morning that we are forever changed. Send it back to Paula Zahn in New York. Paula?
Miles, I want to try to give you an idea of what life is actually like in New York City today. Drastically different from an average weekday. As you look at the streets, there is a fraction of the traffic you'd normally see. You'd usually see bumper-to-bumper traffic at that corner at this time of the morning. The reason for this is that all public schools are closed, private schools, parochial schools. The Dow Jones is closed, the NASDAQ is closed. All businesses south of 14th Street, which is not far from this platform, are closed today. You still have bridges and tunnels, inbound bridges and tunnels closed at this hour. So you might describe the city as in a state of paralysis. Many companies advising their workers to stay at home today. And as folks stay at home, they're just beginning to come to grips with how their city has changed. I want to go to Gary Tuchman right now, who has gotten closer than just about anyone this morning to that perimeter area surrounding the World Trade Center. Gary, can you give us an update now on any of the rescues underway?
Well, first of all, Paul, it was 24 hours close to this very moment that the United Airlines plane went through the South Tower of the World Trade Center. And that's where the South Tower used to stand. You can see the skeleton of it right now. And in the foreground, you see dozens of members of the Army National Guard who are now on the streets of Lower Manhattan here, protecting New York City. It's a sight we never thought we'd ever see in New York City, let alone the United States. Members of the National Guard like this standing out there with their helmets on, guns on their sides. But that's the situation here right now in Lower Manhattan on the corner of Church and Reed Street, normally a very busy place. This would be morning rush hour. Now it's quiet. No members of the public are allowed out here right now. It's just emergency officials, police, the Army National Guard, and some members of the media who've gotten as close as we can. We are using right now a video telephone because we're in a place where we can't use our normal live truck to give you a live signal, and that's why we have this particular signal with you right now. And with us right now is an officer who's been on the scene for more than 12 hours. This is Officer Wayne Diana. He's with the South Plainfield, New Jersey Police Department. Sir, tell me what the scene was like for you.
We got in, they busted us in from New Jersey into Staten Island, and they brought us over on the ferry. We started out at the lower end and walked up. We wound up in Ground Zero at about sometime, I guess, around midnight, searching for survivors. Myself and two other officers from my department were in the alley in the road between the two towers. We spent about 4 or 5 hours going through vehicles, looking under vehicles. At one point, we got into I guess it would be the South Tower. The second floor of the South Tower, there's a daycare center, apparently employee daycare center. We searched through there, we found nothing. Apparently those people were able to get out. It's a war zone. It's an absolute war zone. It's the worst thing I've ever seen.
How many people would you say are down there right now?
Rescue workers, thousands. They're just all over the place. I mean, the city has come together. Every possible city agency you could think of is down there. Private contractors in there with heavy equipment moving huge pieces of building and steel, and police cars and fire trucks that are wrecked down there. They're in the process of moving those out now with forklifts. It's going to be a long operation.
We've reported that 9 survivors have been found. 6 of them members of the New York City Fire Department, 3 Port Authority of New York and New Jersey police officers. Did you see any survivors?
We didn't see anybody. We had already pulled out of the ground zero area before that rescue operation concluded. We went back a couple blocks outside of the ground zero area and went to sleep on the sidewalk. We slept for about 2 or 3 hours, and we came back in. It's a very frustrating effort because there's just so much debris that you can't get near where the people who may have survived the explosion are.
Frustrating and frightening. How horrible has this been for you?
It's scary. It's scary. Life as you and I know it has changed in this country. I mean, you know, we've always felt that the United States of America was the safest place in the world, and we're wondering now whether that's still the case.
Officer, thanks for joining us. Good work out there for the last 12 hours. I want to clarify the damage that occurred here. We all know that the two big towers, the 110-story towers, one World Trade Center and two World Trade Center both came down. We are told that when one World Trade Center came down, it fell on a smaller building called the 4 World Trade Center building. And then many of you know yesterday afternoon, the 7 World Trade Center building, another 47-story building also came down. So 4 of the World Trade Center buildings in the complex have been destroyed. Paula, back to you.
Gary, there is so much we've heard over the last 24 hours. You made it clear. It literally was just about 24 hours that the second hijacked airliner slammed into South Tower, trapping thousands of people inside before the building collapsed. There's so much we've heard to absolutely sicken us. But I think that the one piece of information that has really affected New Yorkers is the fact that some 250 New York firefighters are presumed dead. Among those, New York City's fire chief, its deputy fire chief, some 85 New York City police officers missing. What kind of impact does that have on the morale of these rescue workers who are in extremely challenging situations?
It has a multi-dimensional impact. First of all, they are very sad and very depressed. Obviously, in any situation like this, you would see some very serious police officers and firefighters. But many of these people have told us they have lost their friends. They believe they've lost their friends. And we have seen in many cases, many of them crying. But multidimensional because it also makes them more determined. They want to find their friends. Obviously, they want to find civilians who are inside that building too, but they are hoping and praying with all their might that they find people who they've worked with for many years and find that they've survived. Paula.
All right, thanks so much, Gary. Once again, Gary reporting that in total, some 9 folks have been rescued, some 6 firefighters, 1 Port Authority police officer, that was in the wee hours of the morning, and 2 police officers last night. And city officials are hopeful that 2 more folks trapped inside will successfully be rescued. One of those victims actually establishing cell phone contact with his family. Gary Tuchman will continue to keep us posted on that. Once again, he is closer to any of the information sources than anybody else on this story. Right now, I'm going to check in with Hillary Lane, who joins us from St. Vincent's Hospital, one of the critical centers that took in victims all day yesterday, last night. Hillary, give us an update as to what your hospital's dealing with at the moment.
Well, Paula, at about 7:45 Eastern Time this morning, officials here at St. Vincent's got a phone call that there had been survivors found in the rubble, as Gary has been reporting. The staff here geared up. If you take a look behind me, you can see that there are numbers of doctors and nurses and emergency personnel on standby. But in the past hour or so, only one person brought in. That was a man who collapsed immediately onto a stretcher and was wheeled into the hospital. And what really seems to be the story here, in the words of one doctor, it is catastrophic. In the words of another, disappointing and absolutely sobering, is that there are so many people standing around and so few patients who have been brought in. The numbers at this point, 365. Only about 40 of those brought in overnight. The majority of those brought in were firefighters and rescue personnel. There have been 4 fatalities brought here, 1 to an affiliated hospital. A short while ago, we heard from one of the paramedics who had been on the scene as of 9 a.m. yesterday morning, and here is how he described it.
Initially, I was there for about 15 minutes. There were a couple explosions. It became dangerous. We grabbed one person. We commandeered an ambulance and just hightailed it out of there. My prayers are to the fellow firefighters, EMS, police officers that have died, and hopefully we'll be able to get some more out of there. We weren't able to get to the scene simply because it was very unsafe. So please, if you can, everybody, please pray for those that have fallen today.
Now, major burn cases have been some of the most serious injuries here, and doctors say those were people who were able to make it out on their own yesterday. And if you take a look at the rubble, you can see the delicate situation that the rescue workers have to go through in order to extricate anybody who might be alive. They are cheered any time that they do receive some sort of communication. Some of it has been by cell phone, but those cases are few and far between. What one of the hospital officials here was telling me earlier is that the paramedics say that they stop about every 45 minutes and they check in for sounds. They use special dogs to see if they can hear anything, if they can smell anything. Yeah, I'd like to take a look. There's an ambulance pulling up behind me and shouts that there may be one of the firefighters inside. I can't confirm that for you at this point, but people moving into action here as they wait for any survivors to be brought in. Triple the staff than usual in the emergency room, ready to handle any of the victims, and doctors here are saying that the sort of casualties they're likely to see here today are going to be far worse than anything that they have seen yesterday. As I mentioned earlier, that first phone call came in at about 7:45 with word that some of these rescued personnel might be on their way in here. Doctors were then saying that they hadn't seen anything at that point. They may have been transferred over to other centers to handle burns, maybe up to the trauma unit at Cornell or over to Bellevue perhaps. So that is the story here. Very, very sobering to these people who are waiting to treat the victims, and very telling that many more victims have not been brought in. Paula?
Hillary Lane, thanks so much for that update. As I hear you heard your report, I guess I'm reminded that none of us are supposed to inject our own personal feelings in covering these stories, but you can't help but have a great deal of respect for the way volunteers are dealing with the carnage that has been wrought in this city. We had told you earlier this morning we expected Mayor Giuliani to hold a news conference. It has been delayed. We were expecting that about 45 minutes ago. We were told now it will get started shortly, and we'll go to that live. But once again, the level of support shown for the victims here is extraordinary. The scene you just saw playing out at St. Vincent's Hospital is being repeated all over the city, with doctors from neighboring hospitals trying to get in the city. In fact, it's difficult to get into the city today because there are a number of inbound bridges that are still closed. They're trying to get here to volunteer their services. People are trying to donate blood. There are reports even this morning of lines continuing to wrap around blocks of people trying to help out. In one of the more disturbing stories that's being reported, a barge last night actually carried some of the dead from New York into New Jersey. There are reports of cab companies literally ripping seats of their vans to actually carry the dead to New Jersey as well. We've heard a number of paramedics reinforce the fact that makeshift morgues are being set up all over the city. But the bottom line is, and I am sure that the mayor will probably reiterate this morning, no one, Miles, has any idea of the magnitude of loss in this city. There is hope downtown this morning, as you just heard Gary report, that 9 firefighters and police officers have been rescued from the rubble. There is hope that 2 more rescues will be successfully pulled off. But the fact is, what the mayor said last night will probably be true. And his words, quote, the deaths will be very, very high. The death toll, quote, horrendous. So, Miles, maybe some of this will become clearer later today. I doubt it, though, because once again, I think Gary Tuchman has made it quite clear from those rubble pictures how difficult it is for rescue workers to even get into this area. Miles?
All right, thank you very much, Paula. Undoubtedly, it'll be a very difficult number to fathom. We should let you know that in about 7 minutes' time or so, officials at the Los Angeles International Airport will be holding a news briefing 3 of the 4 hijacked flights were destined for Los Angeles, and we hope to bring you live coverage of that. That also lies ahead. Let's move now to Capitol Hill. Yesterday on Capitol Hill, a lot of tough talk and at least one touching moment. The tough talk coming from members of Congress vowing for retaliation, singling out Osama bin Laden and his organization as the group responsible for these attacks. The touching moment coming on the steps of the Capitol as members of Congress broke into song, singing God Bless America, a moment I will never forget. Let's turn it now to Kate Snow, where she will tell us about the U.S. House of Representatives going to gavel to session, and a symbolic session, right, Kate?
That's right, and the Senate as well, Miles. At 10 o'clock this morning, they will be gaveling back in here. In fact, they never went out of session last night. Yesterday, they were evacuated, but they technically never stopped meeting, and that's an important point to make. Let me tell you first about the security situation here, Miles. There is a perimeter set up around the United States Capitol, 1 block east and west of the Capitol. Behind me, 2 blocks to the north, 2 blocks to the south. They're checking IDs. They're letting in people who work in the buildings here, staff, and obviously members of Congress starting now to come back. We have seen some joggers, some people walking their dogs around this area, so we know they're also letting people in on foot. Whether they're going to let tourists into the United States Capitol for tours today is still being decided. Normally there's a huge line of tourists out here by this hour. Miles, this morning there's hardly anyone here in the way of tourists. Let me tell you also that clearly there is an effort to show that it is business as usual here in the Capitol this morning. At 10 o'clock this morning, as we've mentioned, the House and the Senate will reconvene. They will both be in their chambers, at least for a short period of time. The Senate plans to debate a resolution and give 10 minutes to every U.S. senator to speak on the floor. That translates into about 16 hours worth of talk that we're going to hear out of the senators today. On the House side, they're going to come in, they're going to come back a little bit later this afternoon and debate the same resolution. This is a resolution condemning yesterday's actions. We also understand that the House members and the Senate members are going to receive a closed-door briefing at some point this afternoon from intelligence officials, perhaps from the FBI, perhaps from the CIA. All night long, Miles, the dome light on the very top of the Capitol has been burning here. That's because, as I mentioned, the Congress never officially went out of session. That light that you see at the top of your frame is always on when the Congress is in session. It's a technical thing, but it's also a very symbolic thing. Last night, that shone all night long. The leadership, as you mentioned, appeared on the steps of the Capitol to send a message. Republicans and Democrats last night speaking with one voice.
We will stand together to make sure that those who have brought forth this evil deed will pay the price. As the representatives of the people, we are here to declare that our resolve has not been weakened by these horrific and cowardly acts.
The message has to be that we're going to hunt you down and we're going to find you and we're going to make you pay that price.
America was hit today, but this government of the American people, for the American people, is back up on its feet. And we are functioning, and we are going to go forward together.
The leaders of Congress will meet this morning with President Bush at 11:30 at the White House. We also understand that those leaders were in hiding yesterday for some period of time. There's about 9 leaders between the House and the Senate, 5 from the House, 4 from the Senate, who are the highest ranking people in this body of government. They all went to a secure location. We've learned some more details about that, Miles. 2 by 2, they were taken by helicopter to an underground location. Speaker of the House Hastert was taken earlier in the day, right after the plane crashed into the Pentagon. He was immediately taken away from the Capitol. About 3 hours later, the rest of the leadership was taken to that secure location. They sat together for several hours watching television together, we're told. I'm told by one aide that it was a grim situation, and I'm also told by that same aide that they were a very bipartisan group. This aide saying they're bipartisan now. I expect that will carry over in the business in the coming days. Miles.
CNN's Kate Snow on Capitol Hill. Thank you very much. We've just learned that President Bush will be holding a meeting of his national security team in about 2 minutes' time in the Cabinet Room at 10:45 a.m. Eastern Time. He will be making a statement to the media. We'll, of course, bring that to you as soon as we get that videotape, as soon as we capture that. Kelly Wallace is manning our post at the White House this morning from the North Lawn. Kelly, this meeting, they'll be discussing the parameters of response, undoubtedly. Can you give us any insights as to what is being discussed right now?
Well, that is going to be the opportunity for the president to get the most up-to-date briefing on the investigation into who could be responsible for these attacks, as well as for the search and recovery efforts, because a big focus for the administration today is that the administration, the U.S. government, is doing everything it can to assist with recovery efforts in New York, in Pennsylvania, and of course outside Washington, D.C. at the Pentagon. So you will obviously hear the president talk about that. In fact, we understand he will be calling on the American people to do their part and to step forward and donate blood. There will in fact be a blood drive here at the White House, a bloodmobile pulling into the White House driveway earlier today. But again, as you noted, a big focus, just who might be responsible for these attacks. Now, Miles, U.S. officials publicly and even really privately not speculating at this time who they think might be responsible. U.S. Secretary of State Colin Powell on the air earlier today saying that he doesn't think it will be too long before the U.S. government is confident and it does know who is responsible. But as we've been reporting, senior officials did brief key members of Congress last night. Some of those members talking to some of my colleagues at CNN, those members saying U.S. officials confident that the evidence right now pointing to affiliates or associates of Osama bin Laden. One other thing I want to show you, Miles, really a picture that sort of captures the mood here at the White House. As you would expect, the flag at half-staff on top of the White House and on top of the Eisenhower Executive Office building. Really a measure and a reflection of the tragedy felt all across the United States on this day. Another note, as Kate mentioning, members of Congress coming over here to the White House to meet with the president. This is an opportunity to show that Democrats, Republicans, all united behind the president. And one other note, security quite tight here at the White House, still very much on a high state of alert. Miles, back to you.
CNN's Kelly Wallace at the White House. Thank you very much. Once again, the president will meet with his national security team right about now, and we should be hearing from them a statement to the tight pool, if you will, of press reporters that will be allowed into the cabinet room at 10:45 a.m. Eastern Time. We will get that to you as soon as we receive it. Let's turn it now to David Ensor, who is in our Washington bureau with a bit of breaking news. David.
Well, Miles, I want to be very careful how I put this, but U.S. officials confirm that 3 planes in the airspace of Western Canada near Vancouver are currently being tracked by Canadian officials, by the Canadian Air Force and ground officials, and it's unclear what these aircraft are up to. They are attempting to ascertain who's flying them, and chances are, officials say, that there's nothing to this, nothing nefarious. You're probably going to hear a lot of these kinds of reports. The airspace of the entire North American continent is now being watched very closely by thousands of people. But nonetheless, we can confirm that there are 3 aircraft that they are still trying, the Canadian officials are still trying to identify, figure out who they are, why they're up there. They expect to very soon be able to report that there's nothing untoward about this, but at this point they are not able to do so. So those 3 aircraft are being tracked very closely, according to U.S. officials, Miles.
David, cognizant of the delicacy of this situation, do we know them to be large aircraft, airliners, or are they general aviation aircraft?
We have no additional information beyond what I've just told you, except to say that it is a tracking effort by the Canadian Air Force, as well as Canadian civilian authorities, being taken very seriously up there. But as I say, U.S. officials believe they will shortly be able to announce that there's nothing to this. But given the level of alert now, anything like this is being watched closely, Miles.
And David, just to clarify one point in my mind, that unprecedented grounding of all aircraft in the United States yesterday, did that apply in any way to Canada?
My understanding is there were some parts of Canada, particularly along the border, that where airports were grounded. A lot of planes were rerouted to there, of course, from the United States. Canada has been very closely cooperating with U.S. officials in the effort to get to the bottom of this and to retrack aircraft if need be. So they are now in constant communication with U.S. officials here in Washington and elsewhere on these 3 aircraft, and as I say, they're hoping to be able to ascertain very soon that there's nothing nefarious to them. but they haven't done so yet. Miles.
CNN's David Ensor, who covers national security for us, joining us from our Washington bureau. And we should just underscore the point that this is a story that is unfolding as we speak, and there will be many dead ends as we go down the road here. Bear with us as you join with us in the news gathering process, if you will. Let's turn it back now to Paula Zahn in New York. Paula.
All right, thanks, Miles. I need to mention that a bunch of us up here on the platform have just sighted what we believe to be a military jet doing some kind of flyover. In light of what David Ensor is reporting, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense when he is describing, his report made sense describing the activity in Canada, but this jet was traveling south and slightly east of here, appeared over Fifth Avenue. We have no idea what the relevance of that flight is, but it clearly was a military jet. Some folks on here who are very good at identifying military aircraft thought it was an F-16. We will try to confirm whether it was and what it all means. But right now, I have the honor of joining King Abdullah of Jordan now for his reaction to what has happened here in the United States. Your Majesty, thank you very much for joining us today. Do you have any idea who is responsible for this massacre in the United States?
I think at this stage it is too early to tell. Obviously the international community, Jordan included, is working very closely with the United States to try and come up with some answers as quickly as possible. But I'm sure in a very short period of time we'll be able to identify the individuals or the organizations that were behind this very barbaric act.
What kind of intelligence support are you providing the United States?
Well, many countries in the Middle East, as well as further afield, are working closely together with the different agencies in the United States to compare information. And this is not just because of the crisis. This is something that has been going on for many years. But obviously, everybody's in their offices working night and day to try and get to the bottom of this horrendous crime as quickly as possible.
And in what way is Jordan attempting to combat terrorism right now?
Well, obviously, Jordan has been working very closely with the United States for many years due to the unfortunate experiences that our country have gone through. And we have a very close working relationship between the security services, the intelligence communities of both countries. But again, I think you must understand that on combating international terrorism is actually a combined effort by many countries all over the world, and we're just part of that effort.
As I understand it, you were halfway across the Atlantic on your way to the United States and your jet turned around. What else can you tell us about that?
Well, really, we were almost coming towards the coastline of Nova Scotia when we got the information of the first incident of the first aircraft hitting one of the towers. And as the information began to unfold, obviously we did feel like we wanted to continue to the United States. Air traffic was a problem at that point. And obviously we realized that the government and the federal agencies were going to have their hands full because of the tragic circumstances. So it was better to return home at that point. But all of us here in Jordan would like to share in the sorrow and the grief that has befallen the United States, and in particular the families of the victims involved.
A number of world leaders, including yourself, have condemned this attack. Yasser Arafat yesterday condemning the attack. What is your reaction to some of the Palestinians yesterday in East Jerusalem and in the West Bank who were celebrating these attacks in the United States as a victory against Israel?
Well, I think we were here in Jordan just as shocked as you are. But again, as you said, a small group, and I think this is a small group of individuals that we're celebrating, and in no way is a reflection of the Palestinian people or the peoples of the Middle East. I think all of us are shocked and saddened and distraught that so many innocent people have been hurt or killed in this devastating incident. And we all have families, and just to think of putting ourselves in the shoes of those bereaved ones in the United States, I think has touched everybody. I have friends of mine in New York. I spent yesterday on the airplane trying to call my friends to make sure they were all right. I think all of us have been touched by this incident, and I hope that this is a renewed effort now by the international community to really be able to work much stronger together. There's a lot more that we can do to break down the barriers of cooperation between different countries, to try and rid ourselves of this horrendous form of international terrorism.
Your Majesty, do you think U.S. policy in the region made the United States vulnerable to this attack?
I believe that many countries in the world have been target for terrorist organizations. As I said, this is not a phenomenon of this week. The United States and the international community has been battling terrorism for several decades now. And again, it must be pointed out that this is an ongoing battle that happens every day. And I'm somewhat surprised that something like this had not happened sooner. I mean, the law of averages, sooner or later, the bad guys are going to get one through. And you know, we have to understand that. And I hope America has, and I'm sure it will have the strength and determination to pick ourselves up and really take the fight back to the terrorists and those responsible for the heinous crimes that we saw perpetrated yesterday.
So it sounds to me, Your Majesty, and I have to do this briefly, that in essence you're saying perhaps even if, as one of our guests suggested earlier today, peace had been achieved in July of 2000, this still, in the Middle East, this still might have happened.
I don't believe so, because I think that if you had solved the problems of the Middle East, and obviously the core issue is that between the Israelis and Palestinians, I doubt very much that this incident would have taken place. And again, that was a reminder to all of us, and why I think so many of us in the international community have been working so hard to bring a stop to the violence and bring people back to the peace process, because in a vacuum, you do allow the extremists the upper hand and a chance to try things as was happened yesterday. And they will continue on trying until we can solve the problem once and for all.
King Abdullah, it is an honor to have you join us here at CNN. We very much appreciate your time. Thank you again for joining us. Right now we're going to head back to Atlanta, where Miles O'Brien is standing by. Miles, there's been a flurry of siren activity down below. We have no idea, again, what the significance of that is, or the significance of the military jet that made a pass over south early this morning, but we'll try to figure out what all that means and bring that information to you.
All right. Paula keeping us posted from New York. The Pentagon was built immediately after World War II and then stood impervious during all those Cold War years. And today, at least one face of it lies a charred ruin. Several hundred people killed as the third aircraft to strike hit yesterday morning. Ken Bacon is a former Pentagon spokesperson. First of all, thanks for being with us. And if you could just share with us your reaction to what you've seen unfold.
Well, I was horrified like everybody else. Friends of mine were in that building, but I think the most important thing to focus on today is that the building is still operating. I understand that 2/3 of the 24,000 people who normally work in the Pentagon are there today carrying on operations, and I think this is a strong symbol of American resolve and resilience.
The attack, obviously, a strong symbol of the defiance of these terrorists. This must in some way shake and rattle the people who work inside that building and all the people they represent in the U.S. military at large.
Well, of course, literally and figuratively shake and rattle. But the fact of the matter is that the people who are in the military today, serving our nation, understand that they're at risk. They understand this when they join the military. This is not the type of risk they anticipated, but they anticipate that they will face risk. I think that the important thing is that they're back at work, they're ready to do their job, and respond to any instructions they get from the President.
as we look at some pictures from lower Manhattan today as the effort begins there. Hard to even comprehend the amount of the Herculean task that lies ahead to find possibly additional survivors and then, of course, just begin the forensic process. I'm curious, you've been privy to the behind-the-closed-door meetings that occur in the wake of something like this. What's being said? What's being laid out on the table as the options for the current White House?
Okay, first of all, at the Pentagon itself, there are three priorities: care for the casualties, limit the damage, and maintain operations. And I think that Secretary Rumsfeld's quick run down to the bombed area yesterday showed that he was paying attention to the casualties. Then he went right back to the command center. Right now, what the Pentagon is doing is working with, while it carries on the operations and takes care of the casualties, tries to stop the burning, it is working with the intelligence agencies to try to figure out who's responsible for this, what I consider to be an act of war against our National Military Command Center, and two, to present the President with a list of options that he can invoke, from which he can choose in making a response.
Mr. Bacon, you know, at the risk of doing some Wednesday morning quarterbacking here, if you will, there's been a lot of criticism of the intelligence community in the wake of this. There always is in the wake of a terrorist attack like this. Cognizant of the fact that we talk about, you know, literally the fog of war, do you think there was a misstep? Was there a lack of communication that made this attack possible?
I don't think it's, well, clearly something went wrong. We know that to begin with. But I don't think it's fair right now to point fingers or cast aspersions on any part of our intelligence community. We need to get more facts. We depend on a series of defenses, on perimeter defenses, and one of them is airport security. Clearly there was a lapse of airport security here. But what more happened, what signals we might have missed, is too early to tell right now. What we can say is we as a nation have been working very hard for the last 5 or 10 years to improve our responses to terrorism. We've made considerable progress. Clearly, we have to do more.
If you were still involved in your former role as the spokesperson for the Defense Department at the Pentagon, what would you be advising your bosses to do today and in the coming days?
I'd advise them to do what they've done, to be forthright with the American public, to present information as soon as they're certain of that information.
Mr. Bacon, my apologies. I have to interrupt you. We're going to go to New York now. Mayor Rudy Giuliani with a news conference. Let's listen in.
Good morning. We just completed a long meeting with all of the agencies of the city, state, governor, participated in it, and the Port Authority, so that we can work on the things that we have to do today to, first of all, focus our efforts on recovering as many people as we can and save lives. Second, try to begin the removal of debris to that area of the city, which is going to be a task that goes on for at least 2 or 3 weeks. And then focus on the other issues that are of importance to the city. Make sure that food comes into the city, make sure that people are able to go about their lives and are taken care of in the hospitals, and to try to bring the city back to normal as soon as possible. And we're going to aim to try to do that for the rest of Manhattan starting tomorrow. And we'll be focusing on that and trying to accomplish that all day today. We have been successful in recovering at least one other person, Port Authority police officer. We're hopefully going to be able to recover a fourth one, and we're in the process of doing everything we can to try to locate other people, and that'll be the major focus of our attention. We also appeal to since some came forward late yesterday and last evening. If they do, please contact the police department and the FBI, because it could be of enormous help in the investigation of the case. We're going to try to open schools tomorrow. We're hopeful that we'll be able to, we certainly will be able to do it in the entire city, and we'll be working on a plan for the maximum number of schools that we can open on the east side of Manhattan, particularly the Lower East Side of Manhattan. Con Edison is working I think, as intensely as they possibly can to try to get power restored. It's going to take some time, and we're bringing generators in. The governor made available to us a group of generators that we've moved to Randall's Island, and we will be using them in that area of the east side that needs generator power, because they may need it for quite some time. We were able to move 120 dump trucks out of the city last night, which will give you a sense of the work that was done overnight. So some of the debris has already been removed. More of it is being removed, and it'll be done by barge all throughout the day today. The subway system is operating in all of the city, but below 14th Street, and largely because right now we have that closed. So if you're in any of the other 4 boroughs, public transportation is normal, the subways are normal, the buses are normal. If you're in Manhattan, the subways are going to be working to 14th Street, and then for those that go underneath, they'll just go straight out to Brooklyn. As soon as we can get that area of the city open, however, there will be subway service there, except for the 1, 2, and 3 lines, the West Side IRT below 34th Street, because of the collapse that took place. And again, we ask all New Yorkers to cooperate and to try to help each other. There are going to be a lot of people today who need help and need assistance, either because of the fact that they know people that were lost in this terrible tragedy, or because they're just frightened of what may happen. If you could comfort them and help them and assist them, particularly elderly people, that might be a way in which you can contribute. And we're getting very, very close cooperation from the state, from the federal government. I think people in New York, the best way they can deal with this right now is not only to deal with their own grief, which we all feel and have, but to show that we're not going to be in any way affected by this, that we're not going to be cowed by it, that we're not afraid, that we're going to go about our business and lead normal lives and not let these cowards affect us in any way like they're trying to do, which is to instill fear in us. Governor?
Mayor, thank you. As the mayor indicated, the focus right now is still on search and rescue, in the hopes that we can get other people out of the debris and save more lives. We have, at last count, 18 different search and rescue teams down there. And I want to thank my colleagues. We have 8 from Connecticut that Governor Rowland sent in, others from around the country. We have a specialized team coming that Governor Calderon is sending from Puerto Rico. And it's this type of support from around the country that is allowing us to get through this. I have to tell you, I was down at the scene last night, and Mayor, your police and fire not only were heroes at the beginning, but they're still heroes. They're down there under enormous personal strain and risk. I saw them at the ground zero while a high-rise was on fire right across the street that could have collapsed, and they are risking their lives to try to save their friends and their colleagues and the New Yorkers who are still trapped. And we have to thank them, say a prayer for them. This is a time for rescue, it's a time for commitment, but it's also a time to reflect and grieve for those who didn't have their parents come home last night, or for those who still might be lost. And we will get through this because, as the mayor indicated, New Yorkers come together in times of crisis, and we've seen tremendous spirit donating blood, volunteering at hospitals, helping us to get through this. And we have done everything we could to be supportive. We have National Guard troops here now. We are mobilizing fire departments from Westchester and Rockland that are backing up in the Bronx. We're mobilizing fire departments from Nassau and Suffolk that will help in some of the outer boroughs on Long Island. But what we don't need are people just simply coming in to volunteer. We have the hotlines, we have the organization, we have tremendous coordination between the city and the state and the federal government. So people who want to exercise their expertise, whether they're firefighters, they should contact the fire department. If they're EMTs or nurses, they should contact the hotline that we have set up at the state, where we've already had about 10,000 calls. So this is a tragic episode in American history, but New Yorkers will get through this. America will get through this. We will not be intimidated. We will not lose our freedom.
What is the status of the World Trade Center?
One other thing that we should do. These are the flight recorder boxes that the firefighters and the police officers and the rescuers are looking for. and we're going to, we'll give you copies of this. We'd like you to put it out as broadly as possible. We're giving copies to all the rescue people and recovery people so that they can try to find them. Altogether there'll be 4, 2 for each airplane. And that's what they look like, except it'll be obviously covered with soot and dirt. But there are a lot of people involved in the recovery and relief effort who know what they're looking for, and then there'll be some that don't. So if we can give those out, it would be very important. This morning's meeting was devoted to the relief and recovery effort largely. This afternoon we're going to focus on the economic recovery of the city and work with the hotels, the restaurants, the real estate industry. We're going to rebuild. We're not only going to rebuild, we're going to come out of this stronger than we were before. And in addition to having wonderful people in New York, as the governor indicated, we also have the strongest business community of any place in the world. You know, we're going to call upon them, and we're going to need their help. But we're going to come out of this emotionally stronger, politically stronger, much closer together as a city, and we're going to come out of this economically stronger too. And we're going to start working on that right away.
What's the status of the World Financial Center? There appears to be a fire burning across the street now, fairly significant.
I believe. You want to answer that, Rachel, of the FBI?
The smoke from the World Financial Center was from a defective generator that the fire department worked on. There was no major fire at the World Financial Center.
A statement from the FBI. The FBI.
I'll make a brief statement. Obviously, as you all know, this is a pending criminal investigation. I can tell you that it is being coordinated by Director Mueller at FBI headquarters. We have essentially all 56 field offices in the country involved in this. There are primarily a dozen offices where the airplanes were hijacked and left. We're doing a lot of things as far as at those particular airports, checking on the planes, checking with crews, cleaning people. All of that is ongoing as we speak. Probably the major thrust that we are doing right now is we do have the manifest. We're reaching out to all of the families, interviewing them, and the primary purpose of that is obviously to get any information. You have had, and the media has reported, there's been a number of calls made from these various planes. We would like to put out to the people, if they haven't reported that to law enforcement, to call their local law enforcement or FBI so we can get a hold of it. The obvious thrust for us right at this particular point in time is to identify the number and the individuals who were in fact hijackers. So that is the major thrust. We will be doing a crime scene. The primary thing is, as the mayor just pointed out to you, is the black boxes. We're working with the city, but again, that's going to follow the search and rescue, ongoing intensive investigation. That's all I have at this time.
Can you say anything about the arrest in Florida and the seizure of a car in Florida and the seizure of a car in
We have a number of leads that we're running around the country. A number of these, I'm not going to get into specifics other than it's my understanding we did detain some individuals over in New Jersey. Essentially, we are finding out that that is not all that relevant at this particular point in time, but I'm going to limit my comments. That is going to any of the investigative news pertaining to this investigation will come out of Washington, D.C.
Is there anyone in custody at this time? Is there anyone in custody at this time?
Other than the ones that I just mentioned to you, there are some over in New Jersey. That's the only.
Mr. Mon, can you explain to us, Mr. Mon, how airports, airlines that have been hijacked could come into the New York area without being detected by radar, without the route that they were taken being questioned by people in Transcon or radar?
I can't really answer that. That would be FAA and NTSB. I'm not going to get in. I don't know the answer to that.
Did you have any warning at all that there were hijacked planes in the air?
No, I can tell you this was a surprise. As the mayor and the governor has pointed out, it was a surprise, a shock. We had no forewarning of this happening.
Mr. Mon, there were reports that the FBI was investigating a hijacked plane just before the first plane hit the World Trade Center. Is that true?
I'm not aware of that.
Do you have any sense at this point of the range of potentially of people that were in the World Trade Centers and that are still missing or presumed dead? What is even the conceivable range that there is at this point?
The numbers that we're working on are in the thousands. Obviously, we hope that's not the case, but the estimate would be for both of the buildings that although building number 2 had a chance to clear out, a lot of people probably cleared out of building number 2. Building number 1 had some time to clear out, but there were areas of it that were affected. The best estimate that we can make, relying on the Port Authority and just everyone else that has experience with this, is that there'll be a few thousand people left in each building.
Mr. Mayor, you talked about...
And then our recovery relief efforts and our work with the medical examiner are premised on those kinds of numbers.
Mayor, can you explain, if there are thousands of bodies and there were 120 trucks of debris taken out, where are the bodies if there's only 41 confirmed fatalities? Where are the rest of them?
A lot of the debris that was taken out are structural things that were in the way of the relief effort. I don't know that the debris was actually taken out of the actual buildings that fell. But if some of you haven't been down there, but the area was very constricted by lots of structural damage and things that were in the street. So a lot of the debris that was taken away, I suspect, was the debris that blocks the entry and exit of the vehicles that have to go in and out of there. Altogether, I think so far we account for about 45 bodies.
So are the other ones still buried in the debris?
I imagine that that's the case, yes.
Are there still sounds of life? Are the rescuers hearing with listening devices? Are they still hearing signs that there are people alive?
The rescue workers do have listening devices. They also have dogs with which they're searching. And we're making every effort to get the people out of there.
Are there indications that there are people alive, though? In other words, are they hearing things with the listening devices, or are the dogs hitting on scent?
I can't say at this time.
Is there any way to approach the area through a
Is the city
tunnel?
still on a heightened state of alert today?
Absolutely,
And
yes.
how long will that remain in effect as far as the emergency?
It's going to last until further notice.
Commissioner, could you explain to us why there are so many trucks around?
The World Trade Center, putting the towers back up as a symbol of anything right now?
There's no question we're going to rebuild. I can't say that we know the exact nature yet of how we're going to do that, and we'd like to meet with lots of people.
Do you believe that the skyline will be whole again?
The skyline will be whole again. Exactly, what will be there, I think we have to leave to giving some people some time to consider it and to think about it. And also, the reality is that the people in New York City are going to be whole again. We're very, very strong.
Is there any sense of the cost at this point, and the state, the city, the federal government is paying for the relief efforts?
Governor?
In my view, that's the last thing you think about at this point. We're not concerned about who's picking up the tab. We're just doing everything we can to try to make sure the relief efforts are the strongest possible. And we'll sort out the costs and the economic consequences later.
Is there any way to try to approach through the subway tunnel to perhaps people trapped in the areas below? Is that conceivable to do? Is that I have no idea. Is that something that could be tried?
Excuse me?
To try to approach through a subway tunnel to get perhaps...
They're looking at every access area to that area, the rescue workers.
Has that been tried as far as you know?
No, specifically, I don't know, but I'm sure they're looking.
Last question. Mr. Mayor, could you tell us...
The police officer and where he was trapped? How he was trapped?
We now join the chaplain of the Senate as he prays along with members of Congress as they get about ready to open a session. Okay, unfortunately, as you can imagine, with the amount of stuff going on here today, we don't have that sound, but A session of Congress is about to get started. The chaplain presiding over a prayer right now. I'm Paula Zahn reporting from New York this morning. I wanted to quickly bring you up to date on what the city of New York is facing this morning. Mayor Giuliani just held a news conference along with the governor of New York, George Pataki. They say their goal right now is to rescue as many people as they can and to save lives. The good news, according to Gary Tuchman, and these numbers go back and forth, you need to understand that it is very difficult to get confirmation of this, but Gary Tuchman has gotten closer than any other reporter to the perimeter area of the World Trade Center. He has had confirmed for him by some city officials that in all 9 people have been rescued from this horrendous rubble you're looking at right now. 6 firefighters, 3 police officers, and there is hope, Leon and Darren, that 2 more people will be rescued sometime this morning. Leon, Darren?
Paula, thank you very much.
Good morning, Paula.
I'm Darren Kagan at CNN Center in Atlanta.
And I'm Leon Harris as well. Good morning, folks. You're now looking at a live picture we're getting from the House. This historic joint session of Congress about to get underway.
As they attempt to fill the gaping holes left in the fabric of this nation, send forth your Holy Spirit upon all the members of Congress, the President, and all government leaders across this nation. Free them of fear, any prejudice whatsoever. Remove all doubt and confusion from their minds. So with clear insight, which comes from you and you alone, reveal all that is unholy and renew the desire of your people to lives of deepening faith, unbounding commitment, and lasting freedom here, where liberty has made her home. We place our trust in you, now and forever. Amen.
Thank you, Chaplain. The Chair has examined the Journal of the last day's proceedings and announces the House's approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the Journal stands approved. The Speaker at this time will lead the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Due to the events of yesterday, the Chair wishes to announce that the joint meeting to receive the Honourable John Howard, Prime Minister of Australia, scheduled for today will not take place. The Chair wishes to acknowledge, however, the presence of the Prime Minister here today and extends on behalf of the House his appreciation for the solidarity of the Australian people and the presence of the Prime Minister today in this very difficult time. Thank you. This time, the gentleman from Texas wishes to be.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to announce today's schedule.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, as you have directed, the House is convening now. We will stay in session from now until 11 o'clock, where members will have time for 1 minute. At 11 o'clock this morning, we will take a recess until 12:30 while the chamber is cleared. Members of the body will be invited back to the chamber at 12:30, at which time we will have a member briefing on the floor that will last until 2 o'clock. At 2 o'clock, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Gephardt and I will call up by unanimous consent a joint resolution to condemn yesterday's terrorist acts. That resolution will be addressed by this body under that unanimous consent request with an understanding that we will continue to address it until each member of this chamber has had ample time to address this issue as he or she sees fit. I want to thank all the members of this body for their patience, their commitment, their understanding, and their resolve during this trying time. And let me assure you, Mr. Speaker, by the time the 435 members of this body have spoken today, the world will have no doubt about who we are, what we will stand for, and what we will not stand for. And I yield my time.
We're listening in on the House of Representatives. Over the next hour, they will each be spending 1 minute each talking about and condemning the violence that hit the United States yesterday. They will then gather at 12:30 for a briefing that will take place behind closed doors, a briefing on the investigation into the violence and the terrorist attacks on the United States. We'll go back to this. Our coverage continues with Leon.
Yeah, you know, in addition to the words that the congressmen are saying today, the symbolic message of business going on in Washington is the main message they are trying to give to the world right now. In New York, however, it is a little bit more than business as usual there. Let's go down and check in with our Martin Savage, who's there at Ground Zero. He's at the World Trade Center down there on the ground this morning. Marty?
Leon, we just finished a tour that was put together by the New York Police Department and the Fire Department that allowed members of the media to get right up to the epicenter of what is this great tragedy, not only here in New York City, but throughout the world. It is hard to imagine that the Twin Towers soared at one time 110 stories. All we could count of one of those towers was about 7 stories. It was cut off. There is a huge mass of twisted steel and concrete that really, really drives any sort of depiction as you try to explain it. It is smoldering and smoking and burning. And one of the things that strikes you as you get so close to the heart of this is how quiet it is. In part, the reason for that is the tremendous amount of ash that covers the ground as if there had been some huge volcanic eruption. It muffles everything as if you were in the middle of some giant snowstorm. Instead, though, it was something far more treacherous and far more tragic. Many of the crews and fire teams that you see there are standing around. There is only limited access. There is only very minute efforts that they can make for fear of moving in any way the huge pile and possibly forcing it to collapse more. Those that have been working on that pile say the incredible thing is how deep it goes, because of the collapsing floor and floor and floor actually drove the building deep into the basement, some believe even beyond. We also saw robots that are being brought in, small track-like devices that obviously they hope to use to sneak through any sort of crevasses or any sort of voids that may hold the opportunity for life. There was not jubilation when there were those that were rescued from the pile. Instead, it was very somber, it was very quiet, and they realized there is a lot more work to be done. Leon?
Well, Martin, have any of the officials that you've spoken with given you any sense of how realistic it is that they will find more survivors today?
Those that you talk to say that they believe there is still a chance. However, when you walk up to the building, when you see how great the devastation is, it is not only clear to a viewer's mind, but also clear to those that try to rescue. The chances are increasingly slimmer and slimmer. Still, there is hope, and the work goes on, and the two combined are what are inspiring the rescuers today. Yeah.
And Martin, how about the situation with the fire? Any idea what it is that is continuing to burn some 24, 25 hours later, and how soon they think they can get that fire out?
Well, it is hard to say because the mass is just so great. It's perhaps the fact that everything that was in the building is now smashed deep into the ground, and that there is a lot of material that is still possible to burn, and with the fire not being directly exposed to air, it's more smoldering than it is. You don't see leaping flames, you don't see open flames at all. So it appears that that's part of what's at work. Also, you have to remember there were several hundred automobiles and vehicles that were in the area that were crushed and demolished. And there, too, you have rubber tires that are burning. There was even a threat of gasoline and diesel fuel that they were worried about. So there is plenty of material that is left to burn, and it still does burn in a gray, brown smoke that rises above a drastically changed New York skyline. Yeah.
And it also means there's plenty of sad but urgent work to do as well. Martin Savage reporting live for us this morning from the World Trade Center, from what used to be the World Trade Center. Darren.
And as rescue efforts go on in New York City, rescue teams also standing by at the Pentagon, and that's where we find our Bob Franken. Bob, I understand you have some new information for us.
Well, several things. First of all, of course, this is a story so huge, and we talk about it in terms of institutions, when really this is the story, the human story as it is in New York, it is here too. CNN's Pentagon producer, Chris Plante, has just walked through the Pentagon, through a substantial portion of it, and he had some interesting things to report. You can see, of course, where the plane collided with the Pentagon a little bit over a day ago. Well, now that the firefighters have spent that day trying to put out the flames, he's reporting that they have not been entirely successful, and as a matter of fact, the fire has spread a little bit. The plane hit in one of the outer rings, as you can see, but Chris Plante reports that it has now spread to the inner rings. It's gone around to my left, your right as you're watching, and you can see that the flames are going in that direction. Plante reports that there are actually some fires still in the roof area, and that the area around the inner ring has some spot fires, that type of thing going on. That, by the way, has been confirmed by some of the firefighters who have been out here. We are also told that the entire Pentagon, all floors of it, seem to be at least covered in soot, and there's a smoke on the walls throughout all of the floors of the Pentagon. As a matter of fact, even the areas that were not directly affected, like the secretaries' areas, have been in effect abandoned. The secretaries, the leaders of the Pentagon, have gone down in the basement where they're operating right now, and of course trying to keep the military operation going. As far as the search for the casualties here, it's very dangerous right now. We're told by the people who are in charge of that it is so unstable they can't decide whether to try and knock down the wall where the plane hit or restabilize it somehow. These are the decisions that are being made. It's very, very risky now. When they do go in, it's very dark. They worry about tripping, and they worry about a collapse. So this is a story of individual courage. It's huge as it is. It's a number of individuals trying to see just how successful they can be, finding somebody who survived, although one fire official told me highly unlikely, but he said we're not going to give up. That would be despair. Leon?
Actually, it's Darren. Bob, you mentioned the talk with the firefighter, but is there any indication that people might still be alive inside the Pentagon?
They have found nobody yet. They have found that there are some bodies. They have not been recovered. There are really a wide variation in the number of casualties we'll have. The best guess is it might be 100 or less, but the estimates have gone much higher than that. Thus far, no sign of survivors, particularly in the area where the plane hit. None are expected to be found, but there, in fact, have been some casualties spotted, not removed, but spotted.
Bob Franken at the Pentagon. We'll be checking back with you throughout the morning. Right now, back up to New York City and Paula.
Thanks so much, Darren. I just wanted to quickly recap for you what we know at this hour. As we've been reporting all morning long, all the public schools are closed, the private schools, the parochial schools are closed. But the Securities and Exchange Commission has now told CNN that the SEC chairman believes that the financial markets will indeed open for trading on tomorrow. However, an official decision has not been made at this moment. Right now, I want to go to Gary Tuchman, who is as close as you can get to what is left of the World Trade Center for an update on rescue operations underway. Gary, what do you got?
Well, yesterday morning at this time, the tallest buildings in New York City, the second tallest buildings in the United States, stood in the street just a couple of blocks behind me. And now the skyline here on this street, Church Street, looks like it did back in 1971 before the World Trade Centers were built. That beige building was there in the early 70s and the late 60s and the 50s, and that's what it looked like if you were here in New York City before that. It's a very strange sight indeed, not seeing those gleaming 110-story building behind me. We just saw a very disturbing sight on this area where we're standing. These are all emergency workers here right now, police. We have members of the military who are here. We have other emergency officials. And just a couple of minutes ago, you're going to look right now. This is one of the disturbing sights. There you see a car that was incinerated in the parking lot of the World Trade Center. It's very hard to look at those sites and imagine what happened to the people who were nearby. We've seen a lot of cars like that today. This truck right here that just passed by has wreckage from the World Trade Center, but an even more disturbing sight about 5 minutes ago, we saw a vehicle from the medical examiner's office carrying body bags. We can tell you we haven't had any good news whatsoever in the last couple of hours about survivors, but there have been 9 survivors found. And with us right now are 2 of the gentlemen who worked with one of the survivors. Gentlemen, can you come over here for a second? This is Brian Van Flander. This is Steve Martinez. They're emergency medical technicians. I want to ask you, Brian, you told me that you loaded up onto an ambulance a police officer who survived this terrible tragedy. Tell me about that.
Yeah, I was going to say, as a transit authority officer, we worked on them for, when I say we, I mean the EMS, the firefighters. Those guys were just incredible down there. They worked on him for a better part of 4 to 5 hours. He was only extricated maybe an hour and a half ago. And the reason it took so long was because they were trying to save his foot. They were very worried that they were going to have to amputate his foot, and they were able to save it.
So they were worried they were going to have to amputate his foot while he was still in the wreckage?
Yes. We actually, as I understand it, and I didn't actually get the chance to see him in the wreckage.
You put him in the ambulance.
That's right. I loaded him in, helped many guys load him in. They crawled down he was in a pit, and they had to crawl down next to him or beneath him and physically cut a cable that had punctured his ankle, as I understand it.
Was he talking to you as you put him in the ambulance?
He was lucid. He was aware. He wasn't. He was talking, but not. Kind of thumbs up. There was a nice big round of applause as we got him on the stretcher, and then again when we got him into the ambulance, and people were. It was actually a very tearful moment, a very touching moment. Kind of shows the best of New Yorkers. I mean, these guys are just working their hearts out. They're trying to save their fellow colleagues.
Also touching what you have in this box. Show me what you have in it.
Yeah, well, we found this at Ground Zero. There's 3 command stations. We're at Liberty 1, which is about as close as you can get to Ground Zero without being in a pit. And we found her just lying outside amongst the rubble. The carnage, I know you guys hear everyone coming out of here saying the carnage is unbelievable, but it's just beyond comprehension. You cannot possibly imagine the devastation down there. And this kind of tells the story unto itself.
Tell me what you're going to be doing with this.
Well, I'd like to clean it up and give it to a young girl in memory of the people who died, and maybe when she's old enough, she can appreciate.
Hard for you.
Yeah, a lot hard.
How are you coping right now, sir?
I'm all right. I'm fine. It was rough in there, We went in. Basically, we provided EMS services for the fire department and the rescuers, the people who were digging. They were having a hard time breathing, having a hard time seeing with their eyes.
You can see that the rescuers have their masks that they wear. Yeah. Anyone in this area is supposed to be wearing these masks.
Yeah,
so
there's a lot of crap floating around in the air, and it's rough in there. We had firefighters pass out on us, so we had to give them oxygen, things like that.
Are you scared?
It was scary a few times in there with the fire and all that. Then there was one point where they thought they had found somebody, so they called EMS in, and we ran in. And that's when we really got a really good look at it, because from the outside, it's a lot of hilly rubble, and you don't get to really see it unless you're in there digging. And when they called EMS in, we ran in and actually really got to finally see what it looked like, and it was just chaos. It was chaos, and also it wasn't nothing but a couple of DOAs down there that they took out.
Dead on arrival. Gentlemen, a country thanks you for your service.
You're welcome.
We appreciate it. We have one more gentleman over here. If you can come over with us, sir. This is a member of the Guardian Angels, the crime prevention group, who was crawling through the wreckage for many hours. Can I get your name, sir?
Bill Coscarelli.
Bill, tell me what your experiences were at the site just a couple of blocks behind us.
Well, like he was saying before, my mayor thing was yesterday night. I started, when the fire went down a little bit, I started to get into the buildings, over the basements, over the fire station, looking for people. I have a hard time finding people that want to come with me. Finally,
would-be rescuers who wanted to come.
Yeah, rescuers or firefighters. The firefighters that were mainly on top of the building, and basically nobody wanted to leave the top of the building. I went on there. I went to the path train. Basically, I went to the station.
Which is the commuter train in the bottom level of the building.
Yes, exactly. I went all the way down to the station looking for people.
What did you see, sir?
Everything is, it's no roof. It's nothing left from the building. It's a 60-feet hole where the building collapsed, and everything is there.
Sir, I want to thank you for joining us and talking to us. Appreciate your help. You can see it's an extremely stressful, very troubling situation. They are hoping to find more survivors, but right now, officially, we know a total of 9 survivors have been found. Paula, back to you.
All right, well, it is absolutely chilling to hear these first accounts of what it is like for rescue areas to go into ground zero. As you may remember from last night, rescue workers weren't even allowed into the area till very late because of concerns about debris continuing to fall, the fumes that continue to come from the crash site. We will, I am sure, continue to hear more of these horrifying accounts of what it is like for the rescue workers that are going in there. We do need to make it clear there has been some positive news this morning. Some of those very brave rescue workers have, in fact, according to Gary Tuckman, rescued some 9 folks trapped inside the rubble, 6 city firefighters and 3 police officers, and the hope is that 2 more victims trapped inside the rubble will be rescued. One of those victims actually establishing cell phone contact with a family member. It is hard to imagine, by looking at these pictures, that anyone ever could have survived the strength and the force of this kind of attack. But the mayor of New York, Rudy Giuliani, expressing the hope that there might be more people trapped inside the rubble. We know from FEMA Director Joe Alba that 8 specially trained crews, urban rescue crews, will be on the site at some point later today to assist all the paramedics and the rescue workers on the scene right now. The mayor unable to give us any sense of what kind of fatalities we're looking at. All he will say is that the numbers will be very, very high. One city official telling me those numbers could climb into the thousands. I wanted to remind everybody that President Bush is in the process of meeting with his cabinet secretaries, and we are hoping that sometime within the next 45 minutes or so, at what is expected to be the conclusion of these meetings, that we'll have a little more information for you on that. So from New York, let's go back to Leon in Atlanta.
All right, thank you very much, Paula. You know, so many of us had thought for so long that the Twin Towers were invincible. We had heard for so many times over the years that the buildings had been built to withstand an impact from a crash of a plane. Well, let's talk right now on the telephone with Aaron Swirsky. He is in Jerusalem, and he was one of the original architects of the complex. As I understand it, is that the case, Mr. Swirsky?
Yes, I was working with Minoru Yamasaki, which is the architect of the building, but I was one of the workers with him, and we were a team of 14, 15 architects, and I was one of the members of the team, yes.
Well, as a member of the team and having such insight into how this building was constructed, could you believe that a plane could bring these buildings down?
No, as a matter of fact, one of the rationales of the structure of the building was that it would be built as a pipe, and that proved itself to be a worthwhile thing in the explosion of 1993, when a hole was brought into the building. It survived, but somehow nobody could foresee anything like that. At that time, also in 1962. The planes were not like this type of planes that we have now. They were, I think, the biggest plane was a 100-passenger plane, something like that, and the fuel capacity of those planes were not like it's today. And the criteria was that if a plane hits it, it would go right through it. And I mean, so nobody could foresee something like that, and that the tower was protected in such a way that the damage would be limited to one story, but it wouldn't travel to the other stories.
Well, then let me ask you this then. Can you draw in your mind any distinction between the two factors here? Which made the bigger difference, the size of the plane here or the amount of fuel that the planes were carrying?
Excuse me, I lost the I lost the connection.
Sure, I understand. You're saying that the planes that were in design or that were in use at the time that these buildings were designed were smaller planes. They only carried 100 passengers or so. The planes that crashed yesterday were much bigger than that. They were 767s or 757s.
And also the fuel capacity it's much more tremendous. I mean,
exactly, and that's what I want to ask you about. Which was it that made the biggest difference? Was it the impact felt from the larger plane, or was it the heat that was generated by the burning of that much fuel?
Well, I imagine, when I saw the pictures of the implosion of the buildings, it looks like the fuel must have leaked right through the core of the building, and from there, the massive explosion is what caused the building to collapse. So it was something completely unforeseen as far as the design criteria was.
Let me ask you one final question, if I may. Considering what you know about the building, you say it was constructed like a pipe, these two buildings, and the manner in which we saw them collapse, does that give you any hope at all that perhaps the way it collapsed, there will be more pockets inside at the bottom where survivors could be found?
Well, I sure hope so. We pray that there will be survivors and that this won't happen again. And I mean, it's a terrible, terrible, incredible tragedy. Yeah.
Aaron Swirsky, we thank you very much for your insight this morning.
Yep. Thank you very much.
Take care. Darren.
Leon, yesterday's events hasn't just shocked people here in the U.S., people all around the world. And when something like this happens to a member of NATO, the entire organization takes action. NATO has just wrapped up a meeting in Brussels, and our Andrea Koppel's at the State Department in Washington, D.C. with more on what NATO members had to say about yesterday's events. Andrea.
Darren, far away from the scenes of carnage in this country, in a very different setting in Brussels, we're told by both diplomatic and State Department sources that the member states of NATO are right now sitting in a room going over a draft document. That this is the first time in NATO's history that they would do this, that would give the United States an upfront guarantee that if and when they're able to figure out who in fact was behind yesterday's attacks, that NATO, all 19 states, would guarantee the United States any kind of military support it needed, whether it be logistical, intelligence, the right to fly through their airspace. All of this would be taken care of and would be in the waiting. It would be at the ready for the United States if it chose to ask NATO for its support, that NATO would in fact then give the U.S. that support. And this is being discussed right now at NATO headquarters, the first time it's being done under something known as Chapter 5 of the NATO Charter, and it's something that Secretary Powell, in fact, alluded to this morning when he said that he spoke with the head of NATO, Lord Robertson. He also spoke with the head of the United Nations, Kofi Annan, and with the head of the EU, Javier Solana. So right now, Darren, the United States, with the help of its European allies, member states of NATO, are laying the groundwork for a possible military retaliation if and when the U.S. is able to determine who is behind yesterday's attacks. Darren?
Andrea, this would be hugely significant. Basically, as I understand it, it would be NATO saying to the U.S., if and when you decide to retaliate, we're giving you a green light and the support to do whatever you feel is necessary.
Absolutely. This would be the first time in NATO's more than 50-year history that anything like this has taken place. Remember that during the crisis in Kosovo and the Balkan War most recently, this took place off NATO soil. These were not member states of NATO. This is the first time in NATO's history that one of its 19 members has been attacked directly on its own soil, and for that reason, we're told the United States is getting the backing of NATO, and they're discussing this draft document right now that would lay the groundwork up front for the United States to use all of NATO's various military intelligence and whatnot, all of its resources to attack, if that decision is made, those responsible. But again, they need to make sure, first of all, that this was not something that was homegrown here in the United States, but in fact something that happened or was directed from overseas. And that's certainly what we've been hearing both President Bush and Secretary Powell allude to, that their intelligence is leading them to various places overseas.
And once again, this would still be at the discussion stage, Andrea?
Well, right now we're told there is a draft document that is on the table right now in Brussels that all 19 members are discussing, and it's our understanding from both State Department and diplomatic sources that this is something that could very well be approved in the very, very near future in a matter of hours.
All right, we will have you track that. Andrea Koppel at the State Department. And now back up to New York and Paula.
Darren, I'm actually going to focus my attention on a development out of Boston this morning. The Boston Globe is reporting that investigators in Boston have found a copy of the Koran, a videotape on how to fly commercial jets, and a fuel consumption calculator in a pair of bags that was apparently meant for American Flight 11, which of course crashed in the World Trade Center yesterday. The Boston Globe said that the suitcases belonged to a man with an Arabic name who investigators believe was one of those who hijacked the plane and crashed it into the World Trade Center. Right now, I want to check in with Bill Delaney to provide some perspective for us this morning on this story. First of all, is the Boston Globe the only one going with this story?
Well, actually, it's the Boston Herald, in fact, Paula, that's been leading the way on this story as hundreds of federal, state, and local investigators fan out to try to determine who hijacked these planes. It was the Boston Herald, their entire staff of dozens of people thrown into this yesterday, who broke a lot of this important news this morning in their overnight edition. I have with me one of the reporters on that staff, John Wells. John, what did the Herald learn about the hijackers involved in these two planes that eventually crashed into the World Trade Center?
Well, what we learned rather late last night is that authorities have identified 5 suspects of Arab men as possibly involved with this, that 2 of them may be brothers. Another 2 of them apparently traveled into Boston from Portland, Maine, originating, authorities think, in Canada, and that they also seized an automobile here at Logan Airport out of the central parking garage, a Mitsubishi sedan. And apparently within the sedan were pilot training manuals, or a manual that was in Arabic. This is what we're told by reliable law enforcement sources here in Boston, which, you know, it speaks to there's some roots to this in Boston, which not many people are aware of, but it speaks to the idea that there may be a terrorist cell in Boston.
It was in the late 90s, the FBI said earlier this year, that there was a small, possibly just 2 men linked to Osama bin Laden here in Boston. What can you tell us about that?
Well, yeah, there are 2 men. They're both cab drivers who have been, have alleged ties to bin Laden, who lived here in the 90s. One of them has since been killed in Lebanon. The other one has a death sentence over his head in Jordan, I believe. And they were linked around the time of the millennium. They were gone by then, apparently, from Boston, but they were linked to some plotting around the millennium for terrorist bombs in the U.S.
A security source I spoke to this morning, I must say, because we do have to be cautious about these reports, somewhat scoffed at the idea that someone who was heading to a hijacking, who was going to fly that plane, would bring with him a manual about how to fly an airplane. What do you make of that?
Understandable that he would have that reaction. This is raw information that we're getting from reliable law enforcement sources. We're not in the business of selecting out things that seem unlikely. You know, he may be right. I don't know. We're going with the best information we have right now, and things are changing quickly.
Why Boston?
Well, there's a lot of speculation about that. Geographic location, close to New York, close to Canada. If this is true, that there is some cell that's linked to a cell in Canada, a cell here in Boston, that's logical because travel is easy from across the border. I think that there's been talk also about that Logan has a spotty security record. So there's been speculation that terrorists would think this is a good place to stage something like this, although there's been no information regarding that.
The FAA in the late 90s finding some 136 security violations here, fining the airport $178,000, a spotty record at Logan.
Yeah, and I'm hearing today also that, you know, Logan workers are coming out and on the radio talk shows and talking about how horrific they feel the security is there, and that they've known it for years. And one of them said today that he comes to work at Logan Airport at 5 a.m. He could drive a tank in here. This is how some of those workers feel. So there's clearly a problem that needs to be addressed. Obviously, a little bit late.
John Wells of the Boston Herald, thank you very much. This still unfolding story, as I said, hundreds of investigators fanning out to try to determine how hijackers hijacked the planes that crashed into the World Trade Center yesterday that originated tragically in Boston. Back to you.
Bill, it's interesting now that you have both the Boston Globe and the Boston Herald essentially reporting the same thing. I also found it interesting that the head of the the aviation director of the Massachusetts Port Authority is saying that when Logan reopens, that, quote, there will be very significant security changes, including no more curbside luggage check-in and a ban on anyone except registered passengers passing checkpoints. That sounds to me that the spotty record that you were talking about was, well known and well established.
It's been a problem here for years, I have to tell you. They also have had their security successes here, but there have been notorious cases. For example, 2 summers ago, a teenager managed to get over the fence surrounding Logan Airport. He was dressed as an Hasidic Jew. He got over a fence with razor wire on top of it. He went to a 747, got into it, and made his way all the way to London, a notorious case here 2 summers ago. So yes, Logan has had problems over the years. On the other hand, even the FAA report from about 2 years ago, which blasted Logan, said that for a major airport, the violations here were really no more serious than they found at many other major airports. Logan Airport has problems, so does virtually every major airport in the United States. So we shouldn't brand them completely, but yes, it's conceivable that if there was a cell here that was spending time in Boston, examining the place, laying the groundwork for all this, that one of the incentives for being here in the first place was an airport that any of us who travel through it regularly will tell you has its weak points, has its checkpoints that it seems rather effortless to get through. Frankly, we've often commented on it ourselves as we fly in and out of Logan Airport.
But Bill, I got to tell you, that doesn't give flyers out there a great deal of confidence if you're saying that no one wants to brand Logan as particularly much worse than the other airports. The fact remains that hijackers were also able to hijack planes out of Newark and out of Dulles yesterday. And I know from talking to folks on the street earlier this morning, there's a sense of outrage that this could happen, that 4 hijackings could take place in a couple-hour period. Are you getting, I know that John Wells was saying that he's talked to workers at the airport who say that they aren't surprised this happened, but what kind of buzz are you getting from Boston residents about this?
It's the buzz that you hear all over the country, and it's the simple question, how could this have happened? But added to that question, I will have to tell you, and I have spoken to a lot of people in this town in the last 24 hours, Logan is something that comes up here. People go in and out of this very busy airport. There are some 28 million passengers a year in and out of Logan, and many of them have stories to tell of problems here. A colleague of mine, for example, once was in a ladies' room at Logan Airport, found a knapsack, reported it to security officials. Security officials said, yeah, maybe we should look at that, but why don't you call this number and see what you can do about it. They didn't go and even examine this knapsack that was left. And as anyone who's traveled through European airports or Middle Eastern airports knows, they're extremely careful about bags left unattended. So there's a history, an anecdotal history at least, of those sort of problems here. And again, I want to stress, the Federal Aviation Administration, in its examination of Logan back in the late 90s, blasted the airport, but said in the same report, this major airport is no worse than any other major airport in the United States. A paradoxical and disturbing conclusion about how safe it is to get on an airplane in the United States.
Bill, before I let you go, you cautioned us not to come to any conclusions about these 5 suspects who the Boston Herald is reporting have apparently been identified. The reporter you just interviewed described them as Arab men, possibly brothers who might in some way been involved in the planning stages of this attack. Once again, let's make this very clear to our audience. No one obviously can definitively link these 5 men in any way to Osama bin Laden or definitively link them to whoever launched this attack.
No, these are strands at this point, let's be very clear about it, that are being pulled together. On the other hand, law enforcement officials will tell you here that it has all the earmarks of the sort of thing we're talking about. Law enforcement officials here will say quite definitively that they believe that there was some kind of a cell obviously set up here for a period of time, because how else could this have happened in the first place? Let's not forget, 1, 2, but probably more like 8 or 9 individuals hijacked 2 airplanes here yesterday. 2 airplanes from 2 different airlines. 2 different airlines in 2 separate terminals. It happened within 15 minutes of each other. Both these planes left within 15 minutes of each other. So in the space of 45 minutes or so in boarding this plane in 2 separate terminals, they were able to do this simultaneously. So none of this is definitive yet. This is very early on. But as I say, law enforcement officials say you put 2 and 2 together. It's not completely unreasonable, along with the kind of splendid reporting by the staff at the Boston Herald and other newspaper sources here, and sources of our own security sources who all agree it has all the earmarks of the sort of thing that someone like Osama bin Laden could have been behind. Let me add, however, I did speak to a security source this morning who said she felt that people were getting a little too carried away with Osama bin Laden. She scoffed, as I mentioned in my conversation with John Wells, at the thought that there would be, all too conveniently, she felt, a training manual in Arabic in a car.
Sure.
Why would a pilot bring a training manual in Arabic that allegedly told him how to fly a commercial airline? It sounded fanciful to her, and she did say that she felt people were getting a little bit carried away. But I will add, on the other hand, law enforcement officials say you put 2 and 2 together, and it does seem to add up to 4. As far as a cell having been organized here in Boston, laying the groundwork for what seems to have all the earmarks of the sort of thing someone like Osama bin Laden could have put together.
Well, I appreciate your clarifying that for us, Bill, because what you've just reported is extremely disturbing, and I can imagine, based on what you're reporting and what the Boston Globe and the Boston Herald is reporting, you are going to be, I think, in the crossfire of where most of the major new developments are coming from. We really appreciate your insights. Thank you. And now we're going to go back to Leon in Atlanta.
Yeah, Paul, I mean, as you know, throughout the morning, we've been checking reaction from around the world. We want to show you this picture that we're getting in right now from London. You're looking now at the Prime Minister's residence there in London, number 10 Downing Street, the residence of Tony Blair. And as you can see there, the British flag there is flying at half-staff, a symbol that, once again, that country is walking shoulder to shoulder with the U.S. and sharing their grief and offering their condolences at this time. We're also seeing a similar scene at the U.S. Capitol. You see there on the top of the Capitol building there, all the flags there as well, flying this morning, half-staff, while that joint session is underway right now in Congress. Let's stay in Washington while we have that picture up and check in with our Kelly Wallace, who is standing by at the White House, where, as we understand it, President Bush is involved in some meetings right now with his cabinet and security officials. Kelly.
Absolutely, Leon. The president meeting with his national security team. That includes Secretary of State Colin Powell, his national security advisor, Dr. Condoleezza Rice, Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld, CIA Director George Tenet, as well as others. That meeting began at 9:30. It's expected to end just moments from now, at which point we will hear from President Bush. It will be the first time we are hearing from him since last night when he went before the nation. This to be the president's getting his up-to-date briefing on the latest on the investigation, as well as the search and rescue efforts. Two goals really for the administration, Leon, today. One, to show that the U.S. government is doing everything it can to help with recovery efforts in New York, in Pennsylvania, and at the Pentagon, and that investigative teams are deployed to places like Boston and San Francisco and L.A., again, to do everything possible to find those responsible. Ari Fleischer, White House press secretary, talking to reporters a short time ago, not commenting, as U.S. officials have not been doing so far publicly, about this investigation, just saying that the full resources of the U.S. government involved here. We did get, though, Leon, a little bit more about the president's involvement. He was in the Oval Office at 7:05 this morning, and he reached out to a couple of world leaders, calling Canadian Prime Minister Jean Chrétien and British Prime Minister Tony Blair. Ari Fleischer saying those leaders expressed the resolve to stand united against terrorism. And interestingly, I think we're just about to hear from President Bush now, Leon, so let's go to that if that is about underway. Oh, okay. Sorry, misinformation. Anyway, Leon, back to you. I know the president also calling yesterday his father, former President George W. Bush, aboard Air Force One, an interesting conversation, and also reaching out to Solicitor General Ted Olson, who, as we've reported, lost his wife in one of those crashes yesterday. Leon, back to you.
Terrible situation there, and we understand that his wife was able to make a cell phone call from that plane as well. Thanks, Kelly. We'll get back to you once we do hear word from Mr. Bush. Darren, over to you now.
Meanwhile, a lot of people wanting information about how this investigation would take place, how government authorities will get to the bottom of who carried out these attacks. Let's bring in James Woolsey, former CIA director from 93 to 95, also former ambassador. Mr. Ambassador, good morning, and thanks for joining us here.
Good morning. Good to be with you.
Any clues you're hearing as more information becomes available that is giving you an indication as to who might be responsible for these attacks?
Well, of course, there's a lot of information that points toward bin Laden's group, and that's understandable. Bin Laden has been advertising himself now for some time, issuing fatwas, religious declaratives, condemnations, making videotapes, quoting poems, having his subordinates all talk about how they're going to be carrying out major terrorist operations against the U.S. So it may well be the case that bin Laden's group was instrumental in this and, in fact, carried it out. But one wants to be careful using the word behind it, because there is at least some possibility that someone else was behind it. This was a very complex operation, and the possibility that there was a state sponsor behind or working with bin Laden, such as possibly Iraq, I think has to be investigated. There's a book out late last year by Laurie Milroy called Saddam's Study of Revenge, about the possibility that Saddam was behind the 1973 World Trade Center bombing, and that Ramzi Yousef, who was the mastermind of that, was involved with Iraqi intelligence. That information has been poo-pooed to some extent by the Clinton administration.
Mr. Ambassador, I'm going to have you hold on one second. We want to go live now to the White House. President Bush speaking with members of the cabinet. Let's listen in.
Intelligence updates. The deliberate and deadly attacks which were carried out yesterday against our country were more than acts of terror. They were acts of war. This will require our country to unite in steadfast determination and resolve. Freedom and democracy are under attack. The American people need to know we're facing a different enemy than we have ever faced. This enemy hides in shadows and has no regard for human life. This is an enemy who preys on innocent and unsuspecting people, then runs for cover. But it won't be able to run for cover forever. This is an enemy that tries to hide, but it won't be able to hide forever. This is an enemy that thinks its harbors are safe, but they won't be safe forever. This enemy attacked not just our people, but all freedom-loving people everywhere in the world. The United States of America will use all our resources to conquer this enemy. We will rally the world. We will be patient, we'll be focused, and we will be steadfast in our determination. This battle will take time and resolve. But make no mistake about it, we will win. The federal government and all our agencies are conducting business, but it is not business as usual. We are operating on heightened security alert. America is going forward, and as we do so, we must remain keenly aware of the threats to our country. Those in authority should take appropriate precautions to protect our citizens. But we will not allow this enemy to win the war by changing our way of life or restricting our freedoms. This morning I am sending to Congress a request for emergency funding authority so that we are prepared to spend whatever it takes to rescue victims, to help the citizens of New York City and Washington, D.C. respond to this tragedy, and to protect our national security. I want to thank the members of Congress for their unity and support. America is united. The freedom-loving nations of the world stand by our side. This will be a monumental struggle of good versus evil, but good will prevail. Thank you very much.
Seeking a formal declaration.
Thank you all.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Everyone who stepped
U.S.
out.
Congressman,
Thank you all. Thank you all.
We'll take on. Live, please.
Thanks.
It doesn't appear as if President Bush is going to take any questions from reporters in the room. He is meeting at the White House with members of the cabinet. We just listened to him live, the first time the country's heard him speak since he addressed the nation last night. The president saying that the events of yesterday were more than terrorism. It was an act of war, an attack on freedom and democracy. Also saying that America now faces a different enemy than ever before. Let's bring back in former CIA Director James Woolsey. Mr. Ambassador, I understand you were listening right along with us to the president.
Yes.
When the president says this is a different enemy than ever before, what does he mean by that?
Well, he's talking about terrorists, and particularly, I think, a group like bin Laden's, and I thought the president's address was eloquent and stirring even, but he used a word, harbor, which he used last night. A harbor for terrorists might be, say, the Taliban regime in Afghanistan, but there may be more involved than harbors here. There may be a government other than a harbor, such as the Iraqi government, that is orchestrating this to some extent, funding it, working closely on it behind bin Laden or some other terrorist group. And I very much hope that the Bush administration, unlike the Clinton administration, will not set aside this possibility and assume that everything is just a terrorist group, even a terrorist group as major as bin Laden's. It really needs to look carefully at the possibility that there may be state sponsorship here, and I think the most likely, certainly not the only possibility, is Iraq.
So to look outside the box, in other words, the terrorists might be geographically in one place, but the funding might be coming from someplace very different.
Possible funding, possible direction, possible support in the form of intelligence organization assistance to the terrorists. There are all sorts of possibilities. This was the original theory of the chief FBI investigator, Mr. Fox, of the World Trade Center bombing in 1993. But the government prosecutors turned away from it a couple of years later, and the Clinton administration turned away from it, turned toward the theory that this was all just loose associations of terrorists, and then later bin Laden. I hope the Bush administration will go back and take a fresh look and consider at least the possibility that there could be some state sponsor involvement here.
James Woolsey, Mr. Ambassador, former CIA Director. Sir, thanks for your time this morning, and thanks for your insight as well.
Thank you.
Leon.
Well, the investigations into what happened here and who's responsible are well underway, and we understand that we're just being told now that the FBI is going to be having two different press conferences, one at Boston Logan Airport and another one at Shakesville, Pennsylvania, which is the site of that one plane crash, excuse me, just south of Pittsburgh. And once those do get underway, we'll check them out. But in the meantime, let's go now to our Washington Bureau where Kelly Arena, our justice correspondent, is standing by. Kelly?
Well, Leon, there are many threads that are being pulled together here to try to get at exactly who did this. And I'll start with the fact that intelligence sources tell CNN that at least 2 phone calls were intercepted by the United States after the bombing. Now, they believe that the conversations were between members of the group, the Al-Qaeda organization, which is backed by Osama bin Laden. During those conversations, there was talk of hitting 2 U.S. targets. This is one of the pieces of evidence that points to Osama bin Laden. Points to doesn't prove anything, but that is part of the investigation. The second thing is that we did hear from the Justice Department earlier that it is a good guess that there were between 3 and 5 hijackers on each of the planes, and at least one of the hijackers must have been trained professionally to fly commercial aircraft. We do know that law enforcement sources tell us that part of the investigation involves looking into checking the flight manifest, the passenger lists, and cross-checking those with names that have attended flight school to see if there's any correlation between the two. They're also looking at facilities that offer simulation training, flight simulation training, to see if there's anything that matches there, because they say that to fly state-of-the-art equipment like we have on our commercial aircraft, you had to be trained either in the United States or in Europe, and so they are busy doing that. We do know that the investigation we heard earlier has intensified in 2 areas. In Boston, where there was a car that was impounded by law enforcement with, we are told, suspicious materials, but also in southern Florida, where law enforcement sources confirmed that there were several search warrants that were attempted to be delivered this morning. There was some information on flight manifests as well that pointed to possible links with Osama bin Laden sympathizers in South Florida, but unfortunately none of those search warrants were able to yield anything. I was told the quote is it's pure vanilla so far, meaning there's no solid investigative leads, but investigations are intense in both Boston and South Florida, Leon.
All right, great. Thanks much. Kelly Arena in Washington. Now, let's go up to New York. Paula.
All right, thanks so much. I don't have a whole lot to report here right now, Leon, except to say that there is still some hope that 2 men trapped in the rubble of the World Trade Center are expected to be rescued. If you add that to the 9 that have already been rescued, that including 6 firefighters and 3 police officers, your total would come to 11. Now, the mayor of this city held a news conference a short while ago, where he expressed his goal to try to get as much rubble out of the area, and of course the first priority to see if there are any more victims trapped alive in this rubble. Now, the city is still at somewhat of a standstill today. The major stock markets are closed, public schools, private schools are closed. All businesses south of 14th Street, which is 20 or blocks away from here, are closed. Several inbound bridges and tunnels remain closed at this hour. You look at these pictures of the rubble, and it's stunning to think that paramedics and the special urban rescue teams that have been brought in will have success at rescuing even more people, but that is the expectation. Right now, I want to check in with Christiane Amanpour for the latest reaction from Britain. And before I get to that, Christiane, I wanted your reaction to part of an interview I did with King Abdullah earlier today, where I asked him a series of questions as to what role he thinks U.S. policy in the Middle East might have played in the U.S.'s vulnerability to the attack. And at one point in the interview, he said if peace had been achieved in July, or an accord had been reached in July of 2000, this might not have happened. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Well, Paula, clearly anti-American feelings in the Middle East have been on the rise since the Intifada, which started in Israel and the territories 11 months ago. This is clear. Moderate Arab countries have warned the United States that this was happening and that it has been happening, and Arab leaders have seen their people take to the streets over the months of the Intifada, demanding that something be done on behalf of the Palestinians. And also, you've had guests guests on your programs this morning, notably Dennis Ross, the former Middle East peace envoy and chief negotiator, who confirmed that anti-Americanism has been on the rise, and those kinds of sentiments are more pronounced now than they have been perhaps ever. On the other hand, the same people, Dennis Ross and other experts on these matters, say that it is not necessarily about there not being a peace agreement. They point out that in 1993, when the first attack was conducted on the World Trade Center building, that was at the height of the peace process, when it had just started, really, the Oslo process, and the governments of the Middle East, the United States, were all fully engaged, including the Palestinians, in trying to come to a peace agreement. Many people believe that despite the anti-Americanism that is palpable now on the streets of the Middle East, that it is not about having no peace agreement, that the terrorists who planned and meticulously carried out this catastrophe, they believe would have done it peace agreement or no peace agreement, because they are against the peace agreement in any event. They have spoken out clearly against the Oslo process, Paula.
Christiane, if you would come back to you for more British reaction to the massacre that was unleashed yesterday. Right now I want to go to the floor of the Senate, where the junior senator from New York is addressing her colleagues.
Chuck has, and all of our colleagues in the House, by the strong support we've received from the President, and I am very grateful. We've expressed our appreciation. Chuck and I will be going to New York this afternoon with FEMA, and we could not ask for more than we've received in the immediate aftermath of this horrific attack. But we are by no means anywhere near the end of what it will take to continue the search and rescue efforts. We are finding people even as we speak. Yet we know that there is a very grim task ahead to do everything we can to find every person, to account for every single person who went to work. That's all they did. They went to work on a beautiful September day in New York. We will also stand united behind our President as he and his advisors plan the necessary actions to demonstrate America's resolve and commitment, not only to seek out and exact punishment on the perpetrators, but to make very clear that not only those who harbor terrorists, but those who in any way, any aid or comfort whatsoever, will now face the wrath of our country. And I hope that message has gotten through to everywhere it needs to be heard, that you are either with America in our time of need or you are not. We also stand united behind our resolve, as this resolution so clearly states, to recover and rebuild in the aftermath of these tragic acts. You know, New York was not an accidental choice for these madmen, these terrorists, these instruments of evil. They deliberately chose to strike at a city which is a global city. It is the city of the 21st century. It epitomizes who we are as Americans. And so this, in a very real sense, was an attack on America, on our values, on our power, on who we are as a people. And I know, because I know America, that America will stand behind New York, that America will offer whatever resources, aid, comfort, support that New Yorkers and New York require. Because the greatest rebuke we can offer to those who attack our way of life is to demonstrate clearly we are not cowed in any way whatsoever. I hope that within a short period of time, Senator Warner, we see scaffolding on the sides of the Pentagon. After we finish the search and rescue and recovery work that is being carried out heroically there, I hope we all see a clear signal that we are rebuilding, that our defenses are more resolute than ever. And I hope, similarly, that Lower Manhattan has the same kind of image to project, because the reality will be that we are rebuilding and reconstructing and making clear that just as our military might is unchallenged and uncowed, so is our economic, our social, our political values epitomized by New York.
All right, there you see at the Junior Center from New York, Hillary Clinton pointedly talking about what needs to be done to confront these terrorists that launched these multiple attacks against the U.S. yesterday, making reference to the indomitable spirit of New Yorkers and the collective strength to rebuild. Not making a reference to what President Bush just made an announcement of, which is requesting immediate funding from Congress to deal with the rescue efforts and the cleaning up of the debris. So that is the very latest from here. Darren, I want to go back to you and just make one more quick note about what rescue workers are telling us. Once again, they have every reason to believe that 2 people trapped in the rubble will be rescued, that they will be found alive, and if that is true, that would bring the total to 11 of all of the victims who have been successfully brought out of these horrendous ruins.
And Paula, as those efforts go on in New York City, I'm sure thoughts and prayers from across the country and around the world go into those rescue workers trying to save more lives. Another development in this story, earlier this morning, CNN received word that there were possibly planes in Canadian airspace. And of course, this would go against the shutdown of airspace across the U.S. and Canada. Let's bring our David Ensor in. He's in our Washington, D.C. bureau. David, do you have any more information on these planes? Were they flying? And perhaps did they have permission to do so?
Well, we understand from Canadian sources that the planes are compassion flights, but we have not been able to get confirmation of that from U.S. officials. We should have it soon. The feeling is that these planes are probably no threat to anyone, but that has not been finally nailed down yet, Darren. What is happening in the U.S. intelligence community and over in law enforcement is, of course, a tremendous amount of work. They are being flooded with all sorts of data, intelligence gathered, but also received and unsolicited. Countless emails and faxes are being sent to agencies from the White House to the CIA, claiming credit for the attacks, if credit is the right word, threatening future attacks. Much of this information, officials I've spoken to say, looks pretty wacky, but they are not able to eliminate any of it. Every lead is going to be checked, so there's a great deal of work to do. Now, the information that they have so far still leads U.S. officials to believe that those involved in these attacks will likely be proven eventually to have links to the group led by Osama bin Laden, the fugitive Saudi terrorist who is apparently living in Afghanistan. However, the net has been spread wide. They are not ruling out other possibilities. There are some experts who say that the sophistication and highly coordinated nature of this attack suggests strongly that some kind of state sponsorship might have been involved. Officials, U.S. officials, saying there's no evidence of that so far. However, they're not ruling it out. Some of these outside experts saying that, pointing out that Iraq appears to have had some sort of a role in the Ramzi Youssef matter some years back, and that some involvement by Iraq cannot be ruled out. U.S. officials saying they have no evidence of that, but they are spreading a very wide net indeed. Now, officials are confirming that there were a couple of intercepts, presumably of voices, spoken voices, connected with the bin Laden group after the attacks that occurred yesterday, talking about how successful they were. They're not happy that that information got out, And you can expect at the briefings that the closed-door briefings of the House and Senate that will occur, or that are scheduled to occur later today with the FBI, CIA, and other leaders, briefing members of Congress, that there will be a strong appeal to them to avoid leaks of any kind of information about the investigations. A great deal of concern about that. That is a major concern as they go forward from here. Darren?
David, I imagine that's going to be a tough balancing act. On one hand, to keep up the integrity of the investigation, as you mentioned, you don't want leaks to go out, and yet this country is going to be so hungry for information and will only feel comforted if it knows that an investigation is moving forward.
Well, that's right. The law enforcement and intelligence authorities of the country want it clear they're doing their jobs, that they are making progress, that they are gaining intelligence. At the same time, they don't want to compromise their investigation, which is in early stages when it could easily be compromised. So it's going to be a difficult balancing act, as you say, and I nonetheless expect that we will be learning more as the day progresses as to what they've got so far. Darren?
Very good reason to check back with you at a later date, later hour. Thank you very much. David Ensor in our D.C. Bureau. Leon.
All right, we've got a lot on deck for you this morning. We're continuing to cover every aspect of this story this morning. We have a number of live press conferences that are going to be getting underway any minute now. We're keeping our eye right now on one in Shanksville, Pennsylvania, which is just south of Pittsburgh, which is the site of one of those plane crashes. The FBI is going to be having a briefing there. We're also expecting the FBI to have a briefing at Boston's Logan Airport, so we'll keep an eye on those as well. And we have also learned that Morgan Stanley Dean Witter, the company that occupied some 50 floors of one of those towers at the World Trade Center and have lost so many employees there, they are going to be having a press conference this hour as well. So we're going to have coverage of all three of those conferences for you. And we understand that President Bush is going to be meeting with congressional leaders, and we will have live coverage for you of that as well. So much more is coming up in just a couple of minutes. We'll take a break right now. We'll be back with more in just a bit. But in the meantime, we want to give you a look at this in the aftermath of this attack. We've heard so many stories from those who witnessed the devastation in New York and in Washington, and here now is a look at how one man experienced it.
They told me just to wait here at this semi-staging area, see if I can help, and that's what I'm doing. My name's Mark Heath. I'm a cardiac anesthesiologist at Columbia Presbyterian on 168th Street. We saw that 2 planes had flown into the World Trade Center, thought that they would need all hands on deck. So I hopped into some scrubs and grabbed some medical stuff and just grabbed, an ambulance stops. I hopped in. Maybe leave the keys in the car so they can move it if they have to. Is there a staging area?
They're evacuating this whole area.
Yeah, but they have people who are hurt, right? They're going to pull them out.
Estimate is we probably lost 200 firefighters.
Oh, my God.
And God knows how many thousands of people.
Yeah, okay. So you want me to wait right here? Okay.
And stay away from any other high-rise building.
Okay. Let's just station up right here, okay?
All right.
Why don't we set up? We were instructed by a fire chief to start setting up a staging area right there. Then the second building came down. I videoed what I could, got behind a car. I hope I live. I hope I live. It's coming down on me. Here it comes. I'm getting behind a car. Everything went black. My eyes are open, and unless I've been blinded, it is black as night. Just tried to breathe. I was behind a car. I tried to smash one of the car windows so that I could climb into the car and get some fresh air, but I couldn't break the window, so just sort of went down into the gutter under the car. I'm sorry I came down. I just had to help people. I think I actually said into the microphone, I sort of apologized to my family for going down and trying to help, because I really didn't think I was going to make it out. Okay, I'm going to have to go find people who need help, because I don't think I'm one of them. You okay, sir? Okay. Can I just get a toot off your respirator? Yeah. Can I get a toot? I'm seeing a couple of clean breaths. It was hard to see. Everybody's eyes were full of dust and stinging, so it's actually quite hard to see anything.
Okay.
Back to you.
It's 10:41.
We're going to interrupt this piece right now. We want to take you live to the State Department. This is Richard Boucher taking questions and giving answers from reporters. Let's listen in.
Still apply, but it's as each mission looks at its security situation. Where does it feel safest? Where does it feel its vulnerabilities are? Are there vulnerabilities that we can correct by local action and things like that? And I would say the other thing is that around the world our missions have been asking host governments for support and assistance in all kinds of things, closing down streets, adding more guards, adding more patrols, having visible police presence, things like that. And in every single case we've gotten the support that we've asked for. Betsy.
Some countries have offered assistance to this country and, teams of people to help in the rubble at the World Trade Center and things like that. Has the U.S. responded to this? Have we accepted or rejected any offers of help?
We've been passing on all that information to the Federal Emergency Management Agency to make sure they know what's available from overseas sources. There's indeed been an outpouring of offers, specialized teams, bloods, just a whole lot of different things, equipment that people around the world have. I think we leave it to the federal authorities to sort of sort it out, figure out if there is stuff that we would find useful. There's also, as you know, been an outpouring of support and assistance in the United States among our own people in terms of giving blood, or teams from the country coming up to help with the search. So I'm not sure that'll be necessary, but let the appropriate federal authorities sort it out. I'm not aware that we've asked for anything at this point. Terry?
This morning the Secretary said that there's an accumulating mound of evidence, and that very soon the government will make a decision on what they should do. Are you steering us away from the general assumption that this is bin Laden related? Is when he talks about the evidence, is that pointing any other direction that you can share with us?
I'm not steering you in any direction whatsoever. I'm not steering you in circles either. I'm just not into this. We're not pointing fingers. We're not saying who done it. We're going to do this carefully. We're going to maintain the ability to collect information and not reveal the sources of it. And we're going to, I'm sure, make the decisions in a careful manner at the right time. And I'm not intending to steer you towards, away, or in any direction whatsoever. I'm not driving that car.
Return to Washington, did the Secretary have telephone contact with the President?
No, they didn't actually talk until he got back to Washington. Rich Armitage, of course, the Deputy Secretary, was here, was working with the entire National Security team. And Secretary talked to Mr. Armitage numerous times throughout the day. They can talk when they need to, and it works out for both of them. It just didn't happen to be the case yesterday.
You said there were no warnings that led to the closing of the 50 embassies and missions, but have there been...
No particular warnings. There's obviously worldwide threats.
Well, that's what I want to
Yeah.
know. Have there been any new warnings that lead to new concern about subsequent actions?
I think the warnings that we've issued before in terms of the June 22nd warning, the update that we did last week, those all still apply. I don't have any new information on that, though.
Richard, the King of Morocco canceled the trip to Mauritania and returned home, and the King of Jordan was also on his way here and also returned home. Is there any possible relationship between that and this event, in the sense that there's a dichotomy between these governments have all condemned the attacks and the people in the streets are all supporting it?
Once again, I'm really down here to tell you that Secretary can't brief right now. I wasn't coming to deal with all the dichotomies in the world, so I really don't feel I can do that right now. The two windows look like early afternoon or later in the afternoon, so between now and the end of the day. I'm sorry. I don't want to get us all out.
Some of us have to go back to offices.
I know. I don't want to get us all, back here at some time because I speculate at this point. I got to talk.
Like not before 1, not before 2.
Can you give us a half-hour warning?
Yeah, we'll give you as much warning as possible, and half hour seems more than reasonable.
Okay. Thank you.
We were listening to Richard Boucher, State Department spokesman. We'll wrap up what he had to say in just a moment, but while he was speaking, we got some very important information to us here at CNN. Word from the FAA. Of course, you were aware that flights were apparently or possibly supposed to resume across the U.S. at noon Eastern, 40 minutes from now. The FAA saying now that is not going to happen. They are not going to clear the hold on flights across the U.S. We don't have word yet on what the next deadline might be as to when flights might resume. But very importantly, FAA is saying those flights will not resume across the U.S. 40 minutes from now, as was originally scheduled. Leon.
Yeah, that's going to complicate matters for quite a few people, because I heard reports this morning of people who have been driving from city to city to try to get ahead of their travel plans for the day to perhaps get to the city they were going to leave on their connecting flight out of. And now it's going to complicate matters even further for them. So we'll keep our eyes on that and report you the latest details as we get them here. In the meantime, though, let's check in now with our Kate Snow, who's on Capitol Hill. Kate?
Leon, Congress has been in session now for just over an hour, both the Senate and the House taking a little break right now. But on both sides, in both chambers, what we're hearing and what we're seeing is raw emotion from members of Congress, people talking about the horrific events of yesterday. There are themes emerging. One theme that the Congress is unified, that there are no party lines here anymore. These attacks were attacks on the U.S.'s freedom. They were acts of cowardice, and Congress is prepared to fight whoever is responsible.
Make no mistake, this was an act of war against the United States and all of our people. And we will not be divided. All of us, the President, the Congress, and the American people, are today and will be tomorrow, and in all the tomorrows, totally and completely united in our determination to begin the process of healing and to take swift action to see that the people who committed this horrible crime are properly punished. May God shed His grace on this great and wonderful country and all of our people.
Dick Gephardt getting a standing ovation for his comments, echoed in the Senate chamber by Senator Daschle and Senator Lott. Senator Charles Schumer, the senior senator from New York, also spoke a short time ago. He talked very emotionally. He talked about his daughter, who goes to school at a building right next door to the Twin Towers, and how for 2 hours he and his wife struggled to find her. They weren't sure of her whereabouts. They did find her. Then he talked about the others who are missing in New York City.
Everyone in New York right now knows somebody who's missing. I know of a call. Someone on the 104th floor worked for the good firm of Cantor and Fitzgerald. We can't find hardly anybody from that firm, who called his parents, told them he loved him, and they haven't heard from him since.
That emotion leading up to a vote later tonight. We expect to hear from every senator and every House member today about these terrible events, but they are voting on this. This is a resolution, a joint resolution of the House and the Senate, bipartisan. It says the Senate and House of Representatives condemn in the strongest possible terms the terrorists. It talks about extending deep condolences. We are certain the United States people will stand united. We commend the heroic actions of the rescue workers, volunteers, and state and local officials. This resolution goes on to thank foreign leaders and individuals who have expressed solidarity with the United States. It says we are committed to support increased resources in, quote, the war to eradicate terrorism. Talks about supporting the president. And finally, it declares that September 12th, 2001 shall be a national day of unity and mourning, and that when the Congress adjourns on this legislative day, which we expect to be much later on this evening, it stands adjourned out of respect to the victims of the terrorist attacks. Leon, back to you.
All right, thank you very much, Kate Snow on Capitol Hill. You know, many are going to withhold the process of mourning until at least the process of finding out who is inside that building is complete. Let's go up to New York now. Paula's standing by on the roof. Paula?
Thanks so much, Leon. We have talked so much this morning about how New Yorkers are shattered by the loss of life here. We certainly don't understand the magnitude of the tragedy just yet. But I want to check in with Gary Brees right now, who is the Executive Director of the International Association of Fire Chiefs. Welcome. Thank you very much for joining us this morning, sir.
Good morning.
What I want to say is, just based on the reaction I've gotten from people in the street, the news that in many ways has hit New Yorkers the hardest is that some 260 firefighters and police officers are believed dead. 260 perhaps of the initial 400 firefighters that were sent into the line of duty. The city of New York has lost its fire chief as well as its deputy fire chief. What kind of message do you have for the rest of the country today about the kinds of risks you all take on day in and day out?
Well, the firefighters of this nation are doing exactly what firefighters are supposed to do, setting aside their own grief, their own passion, and beginning to search for survivors. That's the message we need to deliver to the American public today, is that the fire service is moving forward to do everything that it possibly can to identify, locate, and rescue survivors.
I understand that, and I understand the enormous commitment all of you make to your jobs, and yet I was talking with one of our reporters earlier this morning, Gary Tuchman, who was talking about how, and indeed, this enormous loss is got to affect the morale of these firefighters who still have to go to work and deal with the gruesomeness of this tragedy here.
It affects every firefighter in the nation. We have now on the ground in New York City 12 urban search and rescue teams that are beginning the work of organizing the rescue effort to assist the New York City Fire Department. This will be a tremendous effort, well beyond anything we've ever attempted in the past. If you go back to Oklahoma City, you recognize that it took us working 24 hours a day on a 5-story building, 10 days to clear that site. The enormity of this situation in New York City is beyond anybody's imagination, but you can rest assured that the fire service will not rest until every potential survivor has been located and a rescue attempt has been made and as many casualties have been removed from the situation as possible.
This horrible loss comes on the heels of New York City losing many other firefighters here to catastrophes. Have you given any thought to setting up any kind of fund for the family members of those who've been lost?
Those discussions are initially taking place right now, but quite frankly, we are focused on providing as much assistance as we can to both the New York City Fire Department as well as the Arlington County Fire Department for the Pentagon rescues. We have 2 sites that are going on with 16 urban search and rescue teams and thousands of firefighters working on this issue on both of these sites.
All right.
That's the first priority today.
All right. Gary, you just mentioned the 16 urban search and rescue teams. Give us, as to the best of your knowledge, what they're going to confront in not only the rescue operation part of this, but the cleanup.
Well, the biggest factor we're working against right now is time. About 90% of the survivors come out in the first 24 hours, and we're on that time deadline right now. That's why it's so important that these teams are organized, get in to begin working as quickly as possible, working with the firefighters that are in New York City now and getting the rescues attempted and succeeded. The longer we go into this rescue effort, the less chance we have of recovering survivors. But we will stay there as long as there's any potential at all for rescuing survivors.
I know you've looked at the same gruesome pictures I have. I have been sickened for over 24 hours now. I know you guys always have hope. You're going to find folks in debris, but when you look at these horrific images, are you surprised that so far 9 folks have been rescued, including 6 firefighters and then 3 police officers and possibly 2 civilians very shortly?
We're not surprised at all that so few rescues are being made.
I'm actually suggesting the opposite, the fact that 11 people could potentially be found alive. I mean, we know that 9 have already been rescued and 2 are in the process of being rescued.
Right.
It seems a miracle to those of us that are looking at this debris, the tons and tons of debris.
Well, understand that we don't know exactly where those rescues came from in Lower Manhattan. We don't know if they came from the World Trade Center buildings themselves or surrounding buildings. There's probably 10 or 15 buildings that surround the World Trade Center that need to be searched, that are partially collapsed. So there's plenty of opportunities to find both rescuers and civilians.
Gary, before we let you go, any final thoughts as to what your colleagues have experienced and will experience in the weeks to come? All right, unfortunately, we lost Gary Brees, but I think he's given us some very good insights as to how seriously these firefighters approach their jobs, how willing they are to take on the risks they do, and how willing they will continue to be to go into this rubble of this massive tragedy to attempt to rescue folks. I think the most important point Gary just made, that the majority of your rescues, or 90% of them, will happen within 24 hours of the initial impact of an explosion or a fire. And we continue to wish the New York City Fire Department and all these urban rescue teams that have come here to help out very good luck indeed as they go about this dreadful process of trying to find people alive, and the tons and tons of concrete and cement and what some folks have likened this morning to nuclear winter. Darren, that's it from New York for the time being, and we'll come back to you later.
Paula, thank you very much. I know the fire officials, as you're talking to them, they understand the reality of what they face, and as you reflected across America, the hope still goes on that many more people will be rescued from that rubble in New York City and perhaps even at the Pentagon. Meanwhile, while you were talking to fire officials, two important developments to tell our viewers about as we seek more information. At 3 p.m. Eastern, that's about 3.5 hours from right now, the FBI will be holding a news conference from headquarters in Washington, D.C. That FBI news conference will feature the new head of the FBI, Robert Mueller. Also, the Attorney General John Ashcroft will be at that news conference. Of course, you will see that live here on CNN. We told you a few minutes ago, for you travelers out there, those of you who have loved ones that are stuck somewhere across America or perhaps overseas, noon Eastern today, a half hour from now, was the original time set as the possible lifting of that ban by the FAA for flights to resume over U.S. airspace. We did get word a few minutes ago that the FAA is pushing back that time, that at 12 noon. We don't have word quite yet, I believe, as to when the new time estimation will be. Let's bring our Patty Davis in, who's been following this part of the story for us. Patty, are you getting any word now as to when the FAA says flights might resume across the U.S.?
Well, Darren, what the FAA is saying specifically is that the 12 noon was the earliest time that it might reopen U.S. airspace to commercial flights. What it is saying now at this point is that decision now is up to the White House. That announcement will be made by the White House in consultation with the Department of Transportation. Now, the Department of Transportation Secretary Norman Mineta was scheduled to hold a press conference about an hour ago. That was canceled. He was to have details on exactly the security measures, how that would happen in terms of the airspace, etc. But that was canceled. We're now told that the White House will be making the announcement on when the airspace will be reopened. So FAA saying that noon now, possibly not the target time for reopening U.S. airspace. Now, Washington Airport Authority, the Metropolitan Airport Authority spokeswoman tells me, as far as Washington, Reagan, and Dulles airports are concerned, she is not expecting either of those airports to have any flights today. No airlines have filed any flight plans at those two airports. Now, I have some details on a few airlines here. American Airlines does say that it may resume some flights when airspace is reopened. United Airlines is saying that it does not plan any scheduled flights before 3 p.m. Central Time. And of course, this is all up to whether or not the airspace is opened, if and when.
Patty, if you're still with us there, so you're saying it's not the Transportation Department or the FAA that's going to make that announcement, the White House. But is the White House saying when they'll make that announcement? I have to imagine there are a lot of frustrated travelers stuck across the U.S.
Yeah, we're actually just told now that no decision has been made exactly when U.S. airspace will open. That hopefully we'll hear more about that later today. Delta Airlines also saying that it has canceled flights through 6 p.m. Eastern today. So it's obviously up to what the federal government decides to do. No decision made at this point in terms of when that airspace will be reopened. Darren.
All right. Patty Davis in Washington. Patty, that is going to be frustrating news, as I mentioned, for a lot of people who are stuck. Paula, you're going to have this combination, this balancing act of people who, of course, want the airways to be safe and yet probably very anxious to get home to their families and loved ones.
Understand that. Thanks so much. We wanted to bring you quickly up to date on what is going on here. Earlier this morning, we talked with Joe Albaugh, who is the head of the Federal Emergency Management Agency. He talked to us about the 4 urban, specially trained search and rescue teams that will be joining the teams already here. It's hard to get a fix on the total numbers involved, but the head of the fire chiefs was just saying he believed in addition to that, 16 other urban search and rescue teams would be joining the efforts of Joe Albaugh's team. Right now I want to go to Gary Tuchman, who joins us from Ground Zero for an update on what kind of rescue operations are taking place right now. Gary?
Well, Paula, the World Trade Center was the type of landmark that even though we know full well what happened, I still expect to turn around and see it standing there. Instead, we just see the skeleton of what was the South Tower. We come to you from Church Street and Chambers Street. This intersection is next to a subway station called Chambers World Trade Center, but there no longer is a World Trade Center. This neighborhood now is completely closed to the public, only open to emergency officials right now, police, fire, FBI, members of the National Guard are behind me right now doing everything they can to protect the area. And we've seen a lot of sights today coming down the street right next to me. We've seen vehicles carrying body bags. It was very solemn, very sad for us to see. We've also seen many large flatbed trucks carrying wreckage. We are told by New York City officials that some of the wreckage is up to 100 feet high right next to where the World Trade Centers used to be. And we've also seen many incinerated cars and trucks that have come on flatbed trucks and that are being disposed. But there also has been some good news. Officials here tell us that 9 survivors have been found. 6 of them are fire officials, 3 of them are policemen. The story of the rescue of one of the policemen is an unbelievable story. We are told this policeman was trapped under wreckage. His legs were trapped under wreckage, but because he had worked at the World Trade Center building, he knew exactly where he was. He couldn't see daylight at all. He was under the wreckage, but he had his cell phone with him. He called up on the cell phone and said, I know where I am. Come over here in this area and look. He was in a courtyard between where the 2 towers used to be. They came over, they dug, they found him, but they thought they were going to have to amputate one of his legs to get him out. As you may recall, after the Oklahoma City disaster, one of the women who was found, who has survived, who is still alive today, she had to have her leg amputated to be cut out of the wreckage. They thought they were going to have to do it in this case. As it turned out, they did not have to amputate his leg. He was taken away in an ambulance, and it said that he will be fine. With us right now is a gentleman by the name of Robert Galinsky. Robert is a common, everyday citizen who got to the scene very early yesterday and was allowed to participate in the search in the World Trade Center site. Now, first of all, tell me what you saw when you were there.
Well, first, I want to say I came here because we're Americans are not going to, New Yorkers are not going to sit back and grieve forever. And as that, I needed to take some action and show that, New York, we're standing up and we're doing what we need to do. I got down here at 6:30 this morning. I heard last night that they were going to have volunteers come in. I came in, on the way in, I saw, ankle-high dust, twisted buses and fire trucks blown out, cars blown out, buildings that aren't really make it on the air, other buildings around the Trade Center with windows that were smashed in. Starbucks had its windows smashed in, which isn't a bad thing.
What was this experience like?
It was tough because it was very dangerous. We were right Ground Zero in World Trade Center Tower 1, digging, trying to find people. We found 2, unfortunately, people that were not alive.
Robert Galinsky, thank you very much for joining us. We appreciate it.
Believed by the Massachusetts Port Authority, which has already announced that big security changes will be made at Logan Airport, where 2 of the planes were hijacked, including no more curbside luggage checkups.
Including full compliance with the new security requirements being imposed on all U.S. airports. We received specific guidance on these measures from the FAA a short time ago. And I'm proud to say that many of these measures have been in place at Logan for many years. In addition, I spoke with Governor Swift this morning, and she has instructed us to go beyond these FAA requirements by placing state police at all security checkpoints at Logan Airport. With the new FAA requirements and the additional security at Logan, we are confident that when the airport is reopened, the safety of the traveling public will be ensured. I'm going to turn this over to our other speakers. let me just say that due to the ongoing investigation and for the sake of public safety, the law enforcement officials who are here with us today are limited in the questions that they can answer and the facts that they can confirm. Let me first ask Tom Kinton, the Director of Aviation for Logan Airport, to speak.
Good morning. As Ginny mentioned, we are focused on a reopening of this airport, and I cannot tell you what time that will occur. I'm going to go through a number of issues, summarizing the guidance that we have been given by FAA, both the airlines and the airport operator, that has to be done and has to be in place before this airport can open. A lot of it, as you will see, will take a lot of time, and we are going to take our time. And if we have to delay the reopening of this airport, as others open around the country, we will delay the reopening to get it done and get it right. First of all, let me reemphasize that the guidance is for all U.S. airports. It will begin with immediately evacuation of all terminals and sweeping of K-9 teams, explosive K-9 teams. Increased presence of uniformed personnel, plainclothes security personnel, and others in all areas of the airport. And as you heard mentioned, we will be staffing the security checkpoints with uniformed state police, which goes beyond the guidance given to us by FAA. Be increasing the frequency of random ID checks in the secured areas of Logan Airport. We will secure, we already have them in place, bomb detection teams for quick response here at Logan Airport. We will be reducing the number of operational access points into the airport. We will also discontinue curbside check-in and remove unauthorized vehicles that are within 300 feet of any terminal building. And that point there is probably one of the most time-consuming things we have to accomplish, because presently there are over 9,000 vehicles parked at Logan Airport. One of the garages, Terminal B, has almost 2,500 vehicles, and it needs to be emptied. We are in the process of doing that and relocating those cars to Suffolk Downs, and we will not reopen that terminal, certainly, and perhaps not the airport, until that task is completed. There is FAA is prohibiting the sale or use of knives, regardless of any size, in any sterile areas of the airport. That includes concession operators, food and beverage, as well as any retail operators that may sell such items. That means anything metal or plastic. Airport operators will develop an awareness plan to keep all airport employees informed about security, and the airport operators and the FAA shall review and reevaluate these contingency plans for ongoing airport security threats that may develop. Airlines will not be accepting cargo or mail, and prior to passenger boarding of any airplanes, those aircraft must undergo a comprehensive search. That's each and every flight before they are boarded by passengers. And as I said at the beginning, we do not have an estimate on when this airport will reopen. Possibly, it could be for some relocation of flights that are on the ground, ferrying empty airplanes back into position later today. And again, no estimate on reopening the airport for commercial flights until we have a better handle on both the airline responsibility here and the airport operator responsibilities being fulfilled. We've already had an air carrier meeting. We held it this morning. This work is underway, and we'll be meeting with the air carriers later this afternoon to update and keep the traveling public updated relative to the reopening of Logan Airport. Thank you.
All right, you want me to go?
The next speaker is Colonel John DeFava, Massachusetts State Police.
Thank you, Director. Good morning. The Massachusetts State Police is prepared to provide all necessary resources to assist the Massport Authority in reaching and surpassing those new security measures as mandated by the FAA. These resources will include additional personnel, special and tactical units such as explosive ordnance disposal personnel, and canines that are capable of sniffing out explosives. These measures will stay in place indefinitely to ensure the safety of the public at the airport. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Charlie Prouty, FBI Special Agent in Charge, Boston.
Thank you, Director. I want to reassure all New England citizens that your law enforcement is aggressively investigating this horrific event. First of all, my heart goes out to the victims and the families in this tragedy. Because this appears to be a terrorist attack, the FBI will be taking lead investigative status in this. We set up a command post in the FBI office in Boston yesterday as soon as we received notice of the hijacking. This is a joint command post with State Department, ATF, Customs, the Massachusetts State Police, OSI, Boston Police Department, Department of Transportation, U.S. Secret Service, and the U.S. Marshals represented. We're also involved in Massport's command post at Logan Airport. We'll continue to man these command posts and continue our joint investigations around the clock until all investigations have been completed. We are coordinating our investigation with FBI headquarters and with other federal agencies. A website and a toll-free tip line has been established.
Logan Airport, the airport where hijackers successfully hijacked two commercial airliners yesterday. They're talking about the number of regulations they will follow by the FAA. In addition to that, further strength they will put in place to make the public safe. Among other things, they're now going to have uniformed state police officers joining the security officers on duty. Logan Airport has taken a deep hit by public perception today. There is a feeling, according to Bill Delaney, that security there has been loose in the past, and I think the fact that the Massport announced today that they will do no more curbside check-in, that they will remove any vehicles that are standing within 300 feet of the curb from the area, pointedly shows how seriously they're taking the scrutiny of the nation. Before I go on, I just want to share one little fact with you that is being reported in the Boston Herald. The Boston Globe has some of this information, but not all of it. It is now suspected that the hijackers were able to carry off what they did by not bringing guns on board the two planes in Boston, but by using shaving kits and other carry-on luggage to smuggle knife-like weapons made up of plastic handles embedded with razor blades. Now, these are sources familiar with the investigation talking to the Boston Herald, and that is consistent with apparently a flight attendant. Cell phone calls indicated as well. Now, I want to show you one of the latest pictures of what is going on here in New York City. You have the USS George Washington now moving into New York Harbor. It will patrol the waters off of New York City. In addition to that, a number of other naval vessels are on the move right now. Some headed towards New York City, some coming to the Washington, D.C. area to even help with some of the medical challenges that both cities are confronting at the moment. It is interesting to note that President Bush announced earlier today that he had asked for a spending resolution that would enable the United States to spend, quote, whatever it takes to deal with the magnitude of this horrendous tragedy that is confronting our nation. And I will have some more details for you in a moment or two. Back to Darren, who joins us from Atlanta.
Paula, thank you very much. Of course, people across the country are looking toward the rescue efforts that are taking place. We're showing a live picture now from New York City As we mentioned, and Paula has told us earlier, about 11 people have been rescued so far. As time goes on, fire officials have explained to us it becomes more difficult to do their job of rescuing. However, hope and prayers from across the country going towards that rescue site, both in New York City and also a hope toward the Pentagon. Leon.
Well, Darren, you know, the only site that New York is not the only site that we have to keep our eyes on. Washington as well. Let's go there now. Bob Franken checking in from the Pentagon. Bob?
Oh, Leon, we're about to show you something quite remarkable. You, of course, have heard that every effort will be made to investigate this case. There will be an exhaustive search for evidence. Well, we just had a demonstration of that right in front of our cameras. The FBI obviously trying to make the point for the world to see. FBI agents fanned out just about 20 feet from where we are right now, fanned out in a grassy area that was close to the path of the airplane that crashed into the Pentagon, looking very closely at the ground, sweeping the ground, so to speak, looking for anything that might be relevant, looking for even the smallest little piece of information that might provide some evidence that would be useful in the investigation of this particular part of this the three planes that crashed into various buildings. This one was an American Airlines 757. It crashed into the Pentagon about 26 hours ago. 26 hours ago. The investigation is going full tilt, as is the effort to try and see just how bad the damage is inside and just how many casualties there are. We're hearing now that they've located maybe scores of bodies. By scores, I mean under 100 located, but perhaps not removed from the building. Pentagon is not giving out actual figures. Of course, there have been estimates that there could be several hundred people whose lives were lost here, although various Pentagon officials do not in fact agree that it's going to be that high. But while that search is going on, and it's very fitful because of the precarious nature of the building, many of the families and loved ones of some of the friends and loved ones of the people who are missing inside can only stand here and watch.
I told her that her father was missing and that when I knew, I would tell her. If he does come out in any type of capacity, that I will be one of the first ones there.
They sent in some dogs, but that there was no sign of life. But that, what else? That it might be several days before they can even start pulling out bodies.
And Leon, while the search is being conducted in a very painstaking way, firemen are still trying to put out the blaze, which on a spot basis has spread throughout much of the building. Leon?
All right, thanks to Bob Franken, standing by there at that focal point for us there in Washington, the Pentagon. Now, up to New York and Paula.
All right, we're going to head back to what is the second news conference of the day held by New York Mayor Rudy Giuliani. Let's listen in. Unfortunately, it's very difficult to listen in right now because we're having audio difficulties. I think we need to make everyone in the journalism field is a little hampered today because the number of streets blocked, and it's tough for our equipment to get in where it needs to get in.
And let's hope. Yes, we have a tremendous number of volunteers. We have more volunteers than we know what to do with right now. But please continue to volunteer because we're going to need you tomorrow and the next day and the day after. And, you know, our firefighters and police officers are going to get pretty exhausted after a period of time. So the outpouring of volunteers has been tremendous, and we're very, very thankful for that. And the city, the people of the city, their spirit is tremendous. And I said that yesterday, and I'll say it again. This city is the greatest city in the world. It has the greatest people, and a bunch of cowardly terrorists can't make us fearful. We're stronger than they are, we're better than they are, and people of the city proved it yesterday, they're going to prove it today, and they're going to be a great example of what Americans are like. Thank you. Thank you.
City giving New Yorkers a great deal of credit for, okay, you've just heard the mayor of New York City giving New Yorkers a great deal of credit for their outpouring of support. It might be interesting to remind viewers last night that in fact it was Senator John Warner who said yesterday will go down as one of the worst days in history. I'm paraphrasing what he said, but he said in the end it may be our finest hour, and he was referring to the collective strength that we have seen exhibited in this nation as we all come together to try to get a better grasp of what this is that has happened to our nation. The mayor saying there's been such an outpouring of support to help in some of the cleanup operations. He's turned people away, but he wants them to know he probably will need their help in the days to come. One thing, too, that the medical facilities are desperate in need of is in blood, and apparently New Yorkers are turning out by the thousands again today to donate blood. So once again, I think, as the mayor said, this shows the strength and the indomitable spirit of the folks who live here. We're going to show you one more time a live picture of what the rescue operation continues to look like at this hour. Gary Tuchman has been at Ground Zero all day long. He's had the opportunity to interview police officers, firefighters, paramedics. Gary, anything new?
Paula, many of the emergency workers here are truly starting to seriously realize something, that they have their work cut out for them. There may be hundreds or thousands of bodies. There also may still be survivors. There were two 110-story buildings that plummeted behind me and a 47-story building. And all that wreckage is 3 blocks behind me. And some of the wreckage, according to New York officials, is 100 feet tall. And you also have, and this is something we tend to forget over the last 25 hours, there are 2 huge aircraft here that are in many pieces. As a matter of fact, there's a building right behind me. It's hard for you to see in the smoke, but it's before where the World Trade Center used to stand. The World Trade Center, the South Tower, stood where you see that skeleton right there right now. It's a skeleton of poles. 2 buildings in front of it on the right is where authorities told us one of the jet's engines landed. It landed on the roof and then fell on the street, and it's already been cleaned up, according to officials. An interesting little factoid here. The largest landfill in the world is in Staten Island, New York. It's called the Fresh Kills Landfill. For many years, New Yorkers, particularly Staten Islanders, were telling New York City, please close it down. It makes Staten Island smell. It's the largest landfill in the world. And Rudy Giuliani, a couple of years ago, decided he would close it down. A couple of years ago, it shut down completely. There was never supposed to be any more garbage put into it. However, it's now been reopened to take the wreckage of this disaster that has changed New York City forever. Paula, back to you.
Gary, your audio isn't all that clean right now, but if you mention this, pardon me because I didn't hear it, could you please update us again on the number of folks who have been successfully taken from the rubble of what used to be the World Trade Centers?
What we are being told right now by rescue authorities who are on the scene, and one thing we must point out, we have not seen these rescues ourselves, and normally we love as reporters to see things with our own eyes to know we can verify them. There's a lot of nervous people here, a lot of scared rescuers, a lot of heroic rescuers. We have to rely on what they're telling us right now in a very confusing time. But they are telling us that 9 people have been rescued from the rubble. 6 of them New York City firemen, 3 of them police officials from the Port Authority of New York. The Port Authority is the agency that owns the World Trade Center building and runs the airport here in New York City. Paula?
Because we have some new developments coming from Atlanta to report. Darren?
All right, Paula, thank you very much. We want to take our viewers now live to Pennsylvania. It is a news conference with the FBI with the latest on the plane that crashed there. Let's listen in.
Wallace Miller. We don't have much to add from yesterday's press conference. However, we will go over some of the things that we are doing. Presently, we have over 200 personnel on site from the FBI, Pennsylvania State Police, ATF, NTSB, FAA, Postal, IRS, Civil Air Patrol, the Somerset County Coroners I mentioned, as well as representatives of United Airlines, their aircraft scene team. This morning, members of our Hazardous Materials Response Unit conducted an assessment of the crime scene, particularly the area around the crater. Their assessment was to determine levels of toxicity and flammability. Based upon that assessment, they found that our evidence collection personnel could go on site to conduct their work. They found low levels of aircraft fuel. After they finished their assessment, we began mapping and gridding the crime scene. The gridding process is important to help facilitate an orderly and methodical approach to evidence collection. Basically, as we get further away from the crater, the grids will probably increase in size. The crater area, the grids will be very, very small. We are looking to recover human remains, the black box, or the voice data recorder, personal effects, and aircraft parts. Before the evidence collection team, which numbers approximately 80 personnel from various agencies, before they enter the scene, again, they'll be given a safety briefing inasmuch as there's still materials out there that could prove potentially hazardous. As you can expect, the search will be painstaking, will probably last, and again, this is an estimate, 3 to 5 weeks. I can't overstate how methodical and painstaking this process will be. The NTSB will be conducting a flyover sometime this afternoon in order to better assess the scope of the scene. Certainly, in light of their experience, they are able to compare the scene here to scenes of past to give us a better indication of what we might have here. One important point I want to make is that if anyone out there has information to provide, they can do so via the internet, and the website address is ifccfbi.gov. Should there be any interest in finding out about the attacks, individuals should feel free to contact 866-483-5137. If there is any information to provide to the FBI with respect to what had occurred, feel free to contact the FBI Pittsburgh office, 412-471-2000. I'd like to defer now to the Lieutenant Colonel and the Major. They'll discuss the efforts of the Pennsylvania State Police.
Robert Hickes, Hickes. And
we were listening to an update there from Pennsylvania, the latest on the information on United Airlines Flight 93 that crashed yesterday just southeast of Pittsburgh. We'll have more on that update in just a minute. First to Leon.
Yeah, we're going to get back to our Bob Franken, who's working the crash site where that plane hit at the Pentagon in Washington. Let's go there now. Bob?
Well, Leon, I'm outside, of course, overlooking the place where the plane collided, but CNN producer Chris Plant is inside. He reports that the Pentagon is being evacuated. Of course, they wanted to open it for business this morning, the parts that were considered safe. But Chris Plant says it's being evacuated because of the danger of a spreading fire. We reported a while ago that the fire had spread from over there to other parts of the building and, in fact, had reached the inner ring. So for the second day in a row, the Pentagon is being evacuated. To give you some idea of just how tense it is here, something happened about 10 minutes ago. About 10 minutes ago, a police loudspeaker went off in this area. Get out of the area, said this person on the loudspeaker. Incoming plane, get out of the area. Well, all of us, of course, the camera crews, all of them pointed their cameras skyward, everybody looking to see evidence of this. About 2 minutes later, the police voice came on again and said, never mind, it was a friendly. So they are being so very, very careful and sometimes tense, and sometimes, as a matter of fact, they overreact, but of course their concern would be much greater if they underreacted. And we've also seen evidence just in the last few minutes of how intensely the FBI plans to live up to its promise to investigate. We saw just a couple of minutes ago FBI agents fan out in the little grassy area right in back of me, fan out looking for whatever tiny pieces of evidence they could find in the grass, trying to, in fact, live up to to the promise that they've made that they're going to investigate this very thoroughly, and of course to make sure they did it in an area that cameras could see so the message could be delivered to the rest of the world. Leon?
Well, Bob, let me get back to you. You're saying that the Pentagon's being evacuated right now because it's concerned about spreading fire and causing more damage. What is the latest right now on the extent of the damage inside the building? And do you know how many people were actually back at work in the building today?
Well, no, but we had been told that it would at most only be about half of the workforce. What we have been hearing is that the fire has been spreading through the roofs. It has made it to the inner ring, and according to Chris Plant, that fact has caused them to decide that they want to, in fact, get people out of the building now because it is becoming unsafe.
All right. Bob, can we give us an idea right now of which side of the building you're on and which side is perhaps is the biggest, I guess, looking at the biggest threat right now from this fire? Any idea on that?
Well, right now the biggest threat continues to be the side where the airplane collided. You can see, of course, right over there where it crashed into the building yesterday morning. It crashed into the building, and there is a concern that there's going to be a collapse, particularly of that area. And as a result, the people who have been searching for some of the casualties have been very, very careful about going on. There's an ongoing debate about whether they need to just collapse that part of the building or whether they want to try and shore it up and make it safe. However, the other side of the building is where many of the top officials of the Pentagon are located, and the fire has continued to spread, sometimes through the roof, but it has gotten to the inner ring, and it has become a bit of a threat. The secretaries of the Army and the Navy, as a matter of fact, were moved from their offices on that side of the building and went down to the basement. The evacuation is just a precautionary measure, but the fire is not under control.
All right, understood. We'll let you get back to covering that. Bob Franken by the Pentagon in Washington. We'll check back with you later on. In the meantime, let's go over to Derek.
Yeah, we wanted to get to Bob very quickly to get that information on the air, and so I didn't give you a complete recap on what we learned from the FBI in that briefing from Pennsylvania. It was Wallace Miller of the FBI giving us the latest on the investigation into the crash of United Airlines Flight 93. That's the flight that yesterday crashed around 10 a.m. Eastern. It was going from Newark, New Jersey to San Francisco, California. 38 passengers, 2 pilots, and 5 flight attendants on board that flight. All of them lost their lives. Wallace Miller of the FBI telling us that it now is safe for evidence collection experts to go into that crash site and start picking up pieces of evidence that will include human remains, looking for the black box for more clues as to what happened on board that flight, also aircraft parts and personal items that hopefully at one point would be returned to family members. This, as Mr. Miller pointed out, is going to be a painstaking process, very slow and deliberate. It could take as long as 3 to 5 weeks for all of the evidence collection to take place. He also let us know that later this afternoon, the NTSB will be doing a flyover of the area to get a better idea of the total size of that crash site. Once again, that's the latest on the crash of United Airlines Flight 93 that crashed just about 26 hours ago. Paula, up to you in New York.
Darren, I don't know whether you mentioned this. You might very well have, but I was busy talking with the producer during the tail end of your reporting. Apparently, government sources are now telling CNN that senior administration officials actually informed members of Congress and said that they believe that plane you were just talking about was initially directed at another government target, possibly the White House, the Capitol, or Camp David. Perhaps if those black boxes you were talking about are ever retrieved, we will have a better understanding of why that plane went down in a rural area outside of Pittsburgh. The paramedics in New York City, who have been working around the clock now, have just held a news conference in New York, and we want to share a part of that with you right now to give you an idea of just exactly what they're up against and trying to get to those folks they think might even be alive under all of this rubble. Let's listen.
As was mentioned before, it's not so much an asbestos effect. The problem really has been the dust, the concrete and paper. When you look at the site, there's literally feet of dust. So that from that standpoint, there's been a lot of respiratory maladies. There's no toxic chemicals as best we can tell, and that's an advantage. But there have been a lot of respiratory problems such as wheezing and asthma-like symptoms.
All right, there you have a paramedic describing some of the conditions that paramedics are up against. He was just describing wheezing. I imagine we caught that mid-sentence that he was talking about the tremendous amount of smoke that is still billowing from what is left of the North Tower, South Tower of the World Trade Center, both of which collapsed within an hour and a half of the initial blasts of the hijacked planes crashing into them. The third tower going, actually, which is called Building Number 7, much later in the day. Let's come back to what city officials are confronting in terms of the injured and the potential dead. Hillary Lane has just finished listening to a news conference that St. Vincent's Hospital held. This is one of the hospitals closest to the World Trade Center area. What can you tell us, Hillary?
Well, Paula, I can update you again on the numbers, and that is going to tell you a lot. They are not very different from the last time we reported them. 369 patients passing through. That's just about 5 more from the last time we reported. 4 deaths reported here, 1 at an affiliated hospital. That says a lot. According to one doctor here, and I'm going to quote him, by not seeing a lot of patients, they fear that there are not a lot of survivors. So the process down at the site moving very slowly, meticulously, gently. We had been reporting earlier they had pulled some people out of the wreckage. The hospital here had gotten a phone call at 7:45 a.m. telling them to expect some of those people, but they have not received any more phone calls alerting them of any more survivors who may have been pulled out of the wreckage this morning. They have brought in quite a number of firefighters and rescue workers who were involved in the rescue effort, and some of their injuries are incredibly telling. They have abrasions on their fingers from literally digging with their fingers, trying to move rubble, trying to help people who may still be alive, and that really says a lot for the rescue effort that's going on. But what also says a lot is behind me, empty stretchers, empty wheelchairs, and dozens of hospital personnel here on standby and waiting to do what they're needed to do if they should be called into action. Paula?
Hillary, you just mentioned the folks on standby, and I think that Mayor Giuliani wanted the message heard loud and clear that New Yorkers will not be paralyzed by what has happened to this city. He said there have been thousands and thousands of people who volunteered to help the paramedics, who volunteered to do whatever they can in the cleanup process. We know people in record numbers are offering to donate blood. And I understand, Hillary, at a bunch of hospitals around the city, you have doctors traveling from out of town to volunteer their services at emergency rooms. Have you seen that there at St. Vincent's? I think you mentioned a part of that about a minute ago.
Absolutely. I spent the day at Bellevue Hospital yesterday, and from early in the morning, there were people coming in off the street. There were 2 nurses from Texas here in New York City on vacation, heard about this, rushed in as quickly as they could to offer their services. Dozens of volunteers, and I tell you, the line to donate blood stretched out the door. They were moving people in groups of 50 to get them processed, to get the blood in and to be ready. So an incredible, incredible volunteer effort, professionals and civilians as well.
At Morgue. All right, Hillary, thanks so much for that update. If I'm understanding this clearly, someone's just giving me some messages from the New York Medical Examiner saying they are perfectly, the system at least, this sounds very hard and cold, but this is a fact of dealing with this tragedy, that they can handle more bodies. There were some reports, and in fact, we reported some of the Associated reports this morning that barges had actually taken some of the dead from New York into New Jersey. That is not the case. However, it is true that some New York City cab companies have removed seats from their vans to help in the transport of victims across the river to New Jersey, where some of the city hospitals there can accommodate some of the wounded. And I think it'll be clearer in the days to come exactly what transpired last night. I think one of the biggest frustrations of all of the workers who've been involved in this rescue process is that they weren't able to even get into that perimeter area surrounding the World Trade Center until the wee hours of the morning because of the fear of structures continue to fall on them and the amount of smoke billowing out from the area and other safety concerns. So there you have it, Darren, the very latest from New York now. And as you've seen, or actually Leon, a tremendous outpouring of support for these firefighters and police workers who have to do the Lord's work right now.
Yeah, definitely, Paula. We've seen much of the same sort of reaction in the other focal point for this story as well in Washington, D.C. Many people there coming together, rallying to the cause, if you will. Now, the latest that we've gotten there on the scene at the Pentagon is that the Pentagon is telling people and reporting to the press that they don't expect any more survivors to be pulled from the rubble there. You're seeing in our live picture the work that goes on there at that scene. We just checked with our Bob Frank, and it was saying that they believe that they have found some places where there may be bodies, and they will be getting to them after they get more control over that fire that is still continuing to burn. But the victims that were pulled out of there and that were able to walk away from that location there are at Arlington Hospital, which is where our medical news correspondent Rhea Blinky is right now. Let's check in with her to get the latest from there. Rhea?
Yeah, Leon, more than any other hospital in the United States, the Virginia Hospital Center at Arlington is the one that should be most prepared for a terrorist attack because of its close proximity to the Pentagon. This hospital's metal was tested yesterday when during a 3-hour period, make that a 2-hour period, some 30 patients were brought here with various contusions, burns, broken bones. The staff here was on an orange alert at that time, and there was nowhere near any level of great concern because of this hospital's preparation. Periodically, they do actually go through a number of procedures to make sure that they have all their procedures in line. In fact, some of the administrators who were involved in the emergency services yesterday mentioned that they had seen the plane crashes into the 2 World Trade towers, and that they indicated, you know, what would happen if something like that occurred here just moments before the plane crashed into the Pentagon. They went back through their materials, and within 10 minutes, they got the call that, in fact, we've had an attack. We need to make sure that we have everything up to speed. We want to make sure and show you some pictures of some of the people who arrived yesterday. As I mentioned, during that 2-hour period, 30 patients, but overall, some 44 patients treated here at Virginia Hospital Center. Many of those people have been released, 26 of those people discharged, but some 17 were admitted. Of those 17, 9 of those people went to ICU. 2 of them listed in serious condition, 7 of them in critical condition. Some of the others are now stable at this time, and one of the people was transferred because they're military personnel to Walter Reed Army Medical Center in Washington, D.C. There are a couple of other hospitals in the area, including the Washington Hospital Center, which is the only major hospital center here that has an adult burn center. They took more of the serious injuries at the Washington Hospital Center. There are some 12 patients there now, 7 of those patients listed as critical with severe burns. At Walter Reed, we mentioned there's one transfer from here, but also 2 other patients, military personnel, and it's anticipated that some of the other patients who have come to this facility and others around the area will also go to Walter Reed as they stabilize, if in fact they are military personnel. And one other hospital in the region, Inova Alexandria Hospital, took in 14 patients as a result of the attack on the Pentagon. It's been a very challenging time for this hospital, but again, they feel that they've stood up extremely well. In fact, their Code Orange alert, which is their highest status of alert, in which they call in all the staff members and get as much help as they can, is now canceled. They suspect, it's not very likely, they will receive more patients from the rescue and recovery operations. Even though they want to keep hope alive, they certainly don't anticipate that they will see large numbers, the waves of patients that they saw yesterday. Leon?
Rhea, quickly, if you can tell me, are you hearing any word about there being blood shortages there, as we were hearing in other places like up in New York?
We did hear yesterday that Inova Alexandria Hospital was having some problems with blood shortages. We are not hearing that today. In fact, we checked with Washington Hospital Center, and they too seem to be having good blood supplies. However, we don't want to discourage people from donating, but we don't understand that it's necessarily a problem at this point.
All right, well, that's good news. Rhea Blinky reporting live for us this morning from Arlington Hospital. Darren?
The story, of course, affecting not just here in the U.S., but all around the world. And in fact, as we understand it, a quarter of U.S. embassies around the world are still closed today. For more on that, let's go to the State Department and our Andrea Koppel. Andrea.
Darren, this is really the other half of the story. While the search and rescue is going on here in the United States, the diplomats in this building, including the top U.S. diplomat, Secretary of State Colin Powell, sent out orders yesterday for all embassies to review their security procedures. And as you mentioned, the final tally as things stand right now is that more than 50 out of more than 260 U.S. embassies and consulates around the world have now temporarily closed their doors. And we're told that all of the embassies in both the Middle East, on the Arabian Peninsula, and in North Africa have closed. Now, they say that this was done really as a precautionary measure. They have no real specific or credible threats to these embassies, but they'd rather be safe than sorry. Now, while the embassies are closed, there is another effort that's underway. In the words of one State Department official, Darren, it's really a message of, are you with us or are you against us? That's the message Secretary Powell is sending out as he speaks with leaders around the world, trying to rally the international community to the United States side. That's not a difficult effort right now, as we've heard calls coming in from around the world expressing support for the United States. And as we've already reported, right now at the NATO headquarters in Belgium, in Brussels, ambassadors there from all 19 NATO member states are right now reviewing a draft which would give the United States upfront support if and when it makes the decision that it knows who was behind yesterday's attacks, that all of NATO's military capability would be at the ready should the United States need it. So right now what you're seeing is an intense diplomatic effort both within NATO, the United Nations, the European Union, with the Russians, with the Pakistanis. We understand Secretary Powell also spoke with people in that country. Why is that significant? Because they're the neighbors and supporters of the Taliban militia in Afghanistan. Darren, so right now as things stand, we have more than 50 U.S. embassies that are closed and intense diplomatic efforts underway.
Yeah, and on
Darren?
that point, Andrea, I want to get this quick, but I think important question in here. I imagine there are a lot of Americans traveling overseas who are following the story, are perhaps scared. If they're in a country where the U.S. embassy is closed, who are they to contact if they're in trouble and need information?
That's a very good question. If there are emergency needs that any U.S. citizens might have, we're told that they can still contact the embassy. What it means is that the embassy isn't open for business for things like visas and whatnot. But if an American citizen should have need for information or any advice, things of that nature, they can call their U.S. embassy or consulate as they would do under any circumstances.
Very good point, and clarifying exactly what closed means in terms of an embassy and business. Andrea Koppel at the State Department, thank you. Paula, back up to you in New York.
All right, Darren, I want to share some new pictures with our audience out there of what Ground Zero looked like yesterday, shortly after the impact of the multiple terrorist attacks here, when two hijacked planes slammed into two separate World Trade Center towers 18 minutes apart. A lot of the people who evacuated the North Tower, which was the first tower hit, describe it taking 45 minutes to get out of the building. So in fact, the second jet had hit the South Tower at the time they were being evacuated. They didn't even know what was going on above them. This looks relatively calm as you look at these pictures, but folks who are being evacuated from these buildings describe something different. Some people in a state of panic, some people screaming, and those diligently following the instructions of the law enforcement agents. The one thing you also need to understand, this picture obviously was taken after both towers had collapsed, which had happened in sort of the 10 o'clock hour of this broadcast. The one striking thing about the city today is that it is, at least to me, as someone who's lived here a long time, eerie. It is unbelievably quiet. There's a good reason for that. Most companies advise their employees not to go to work today. All the public schools are closed, the private schools, the parochial schools. The major stock markets are closed today. As you just heard Darren and Leon say, no flights are expected to resume today, at least not at noon today, as was originally expected. And right now I want to go to a piece that Maria Hinojosa filed to give you an idea of just how strange it is out there, particularly for those of us who are used to a city that's full of vitality. Let's go.
Midtown Manhattan, the heart of New York City. Usually abuzz, today quiet. An awful quiet.
This is what downtown looks like where I come from.
A quiet that stretched all the way from the foot of Manhattan through what should be bustling streets.
Normally you just pass and go about your daily work, but now you stop to say hello, how are you?
A quiet at the Port Authority, where hundreds of commuters should be gathering. Quiet, too, at Penn Station, where a flood of travelers is supposed to emerge. Today, a trickle.
Usually it's elbow to elbow, trying to run and get the train and just get to your job.
And outside on the street, the Madison Square Garden marquee, black.
This is the M104 to the United Nations.
It's hard to believe that in the middle of a Wednesday morning, in the middle of 6th Avenue, in the heart of Greenwich Village in Manhattan, that there's no traffic, nothing behind me, nothing coming from in front of me, standing in the middle of 6th Avenue. It's the eeriest of feelings.
People jousting around, running around, bumping into people, not caring about anything, because we're in such a great free society. And now we have to be careful of what we may do. People look at people apprehensively. So it's a different feeling altogether.
Businesses were closed except to help rescue workers. So were bridges and tunnels. Even the pet shop was closed.
Not up there. Not up there.
Usually trucks roll by at 5:30 in the morning in front of our home, and it wakes us up, and you kind of, and today there was nothing. It was so strange. I actually want the noise back.
Instead of work, the sign said that people should give blood or pray. And missing from the sky, that signature view of downtown Manhattan, the Twin Towers used to poke into the sky. Now there's just space. A lot of things missing in New York today. That New York attitude, gone for now. Maria Hinojosa, CNN, New York.
And I must say to Paul, up there in New York, even from our perspective here in Atlanta, for many of those of us who have visited New York so many times, that is eerie to see a city that quiet and that somber. Well, let's talk now about the investigation into finding out exactly who is responsible for this. Officials are saying that early investigation into these deadly attacks point to Islamic extremist and alleged terrorist mastermind Osama bin Laden. Our national correspondent Mike Betcher is joining us here on the set. He's got the latest for us on the investigation, and you've been checking out things. And I want to ask you, first of all, in looking at what you've heard and seen so far and talking to those you have, has anyone said to you that they think that the 4 attacks that happened yesterday were the only 4 that were planned? Because that, to me, would seem sort of strange to think that any group that could be so efficient that they would have 100% effectiveness or efficiency here.
Well, I was told by one source that they wanted to ensure, they're speculating now, but that these groups obviously wanted to ensure that they were successful. In other attempts that have occurred, usually a quarter or a half or sometimes none of the efforts work. But there was a concern, is this over? And no one can answer that question yet.
All right, well, how close now are they getting to actually identifying who they think they're going to be going after here?
Well, in the United States, the search is centering on 3 fronts. First, that car that was seized at Logan International Airport in Boston. Inside the car were flight training manuals. They're looking at that car. We've confirmed independently that indeed there are interesting items inside of that car that FBI agents want to look at. Also, another car was seized at Daytona Airport. In that car, again, there were items in Arabic apparently relating to Osama bin Laden, and that is the reason they are looking at that car. It has been towed away and is being looked at. And at a second location in Florida, in Venice, a couple there has been questioned by the FBI. They run a flight school, and they say that the FBI indicated to them that maybe 2 of their former students a year ago may have had something to do with the attacks yesterday, Leon.
Let me ask you about the material you say that was found in Boston, because our Bill Delaney was on about maybe an hour and a half or so ago, and he was saying that there was some concern that that information may actually be false information floating out there, because they would find it, because the experts he talked to found it so hard to believe that you would find something left behind that would be an Arabic flight training manual. Is something as specific as that being left behind in the wake of this?
Well, let me give you an example. The Daytona car may provide some answers to that. Maybe these people wanted those cars to be found, because we have indications in the Daytona car that information was left very obvious relating to Osama bin Laden, that it was left out there for people to see. So, you know, you can speculate all you want about this, and it's difficult to know. The agents the intelligence analysts themselves are really wrestling with this issue, and to second guess a terrorist is a difficult thing to do.
All right, what about the overseas cooperation that we've been hearing about so much lately? That the U.S. is going to be seeking it from other states, other entities overseas. And we've heard also that many folks in the intelligence community are concerned that there is no human intelligence, at least not like there used to be. The U.S. doesn't have as many people on the ground in different places. Any concern that that fact alone will prevent them from finding out exactly who is responsible?
No, they do not think it will prevent them from finding out who is responsible for this. And what they're looking at is information that they developed over the last 2 years that Al-Qaeda is not a group, it's a network. And I think Secretary Powell said the same thing this morning. It is a network, and this network has been mutating over the past 2 years, and they've been trying to study this mutation. For example, Al-Qaeda has been reaching out to other terrorist groups, especially in North Africa and especially Algerians. And in 1994, for example, the only other case kind of similar to this was a hijacking that went bad for the Algerian terrorist group GIA, which has contacts to bin Laden. And in that case, they wanted to ram that jet into the Eiffel Tower, but that did not work. And so they're looking at that. They're also looking at possible significance of dates. Why did this happen in September? They know that bin Laden recently, and if you look at his most recent videotape that came out a few months ago, in that tape, he really embraces the Palestinian Intifada, which is a real shift for bin Laden. In the past, it has been American presence overseas. So they are looking at possible symbolism of September, going back to Black September, which was the radical Palestinian group that hijacked 4 planes back in 1970. 3 of those were successful hijackings, and also they were responsible for the Munich massacre during the Olympics. So they're looking at all of these things, going through their files, but nothing hard yet.
Yeah, it's a great indicator of just how much work there is to be done here. Mike Boettcher, thank you very much. We'll be talking with you throughout the day on this one. Darren, over to you.
Leon, thank you. The stories about so many things, of course, fear and shock about what has happened to the United States. On a very practical matter, though, for many travelers, it means they are stuck wherever they were yesterday morning and they can't get home. Originally, the FAA had said early as possible the air restrictions on U.S. airspace would be lifted at noon today. We reported over an hour ago that that was not going to happen at noon. We have yet to hear what time that could be reinstated, but meanwhile, we're getting word that when flights do resume in the U.S., they will look very different than what we are used to as Americans. And with more on that, let's go to the White House, and our Kelly Wallace is standing by with more information on that. Kelly.
Well, Darren, obviously a big concern for many passengers around the country, but certainly a big concern for the administration. Senior administration officials telling my colleague John King just a short time ago that the full expectation is that Transportation Secretary Norman Mineta would have some announcement later today. Now, that the reason that this 12 noon Eastern time deadline has come and gone, we had senior administration officials telling CNN last night that the full expectation was that the airports would open at 12 noon Eastern time. These senior officials saying that the reason that deadline has come and gone and that the airports have not been reopened is that they really haven't had enough time to put sufficient security precautions in place. We heard Secretary Mineta say last night that they are going to impose tougher security guidelines and measures at the nation's airports before they reopen. Now, I did talk to another law enforcement source earlier who said, look, the U.S. government wants to be comfortable. It certainly wants to open up the airports as quickly as possible, get people back to normal, get U.S. business up and running. But the U.S. government also wants to be comfortable that proper security measures are in place. This source saying that there is a whole menu of recommendations on the table, including toughening security on the ground, such as checking in, such as identification, maybe even no curbside checking at some airports, and even some more security measures in the air, such as putting more air marshals on planes. So a lot of discussion right now, though, Darren. The full expectation, though, some announcement coming from Secretary Mineta later today. As you can see, the U.S. government trying to balance sort of competing priorities here, trying to get things back to normal as quickly as possible, but definitely wanting tougher security measures in place. Darren, back to you.
Clearly, people flying across America want it to be safe, Kelly. I think one of the things that's difficult right now, before travelers and their loved ones had that noon deadline to at least look forward to, and now not only did the administration take that off the table, they haven't even put another one on. Any word on when that announcement might come?
No, as I told you, my colleague John King, hearing that Secretary Mineta expected to make some sort of announcement today, some expectation that possibly airports could reopen today, according to one law enforcement source. But again, while you said, Darren, that many people sort of hoping that airports would be up and running, I bet you that a lot of the people around the country certainly want to make sure that tougher security measures in place, steps are being taken. There's a lot of concern, as we've heard reported all throughout the day. I heard it yesterday when I was up in New York. A lot of people are concerned about how could this happen? How could 4 airliners be hijacked? And so certainly I think the American people would like to sort of see tougher measures in place to try to, in some way, make sure this never happens again. Yeah, Darren, back to you.
Absolutely. No one wants to fly if it's not safe. And you look at the same time, 4 different planes, 2 airlines, and 3 different airports, and it makes people feel very unsettled about how safe it is to fly here in the U.S. Kelly Wallace at the White House. Thank you, Leon.
Well, you know, this is a perfect point to check in on a few airports, and we've got a reporter spread out this morning. Kathleen Koch is standing by there at Dulles Airport, and we've got our Ed Lavandera. He's in Dallas. And Bill Delaney is standing by at Logan Airport, which is the point of much scrutiny today. Let's go now and start with Bill. Bill?
Well, much scrutiny. This airport is still closed, Leon, and closed indefinitely. But I want to say right at the beginning of our little report here, a rapidly developing situation. A local television station now reporting that the FBI has ID'd all suspects and is about to make arrests. We can't confirm that. It is being broadcast, however, on a usually reliable local station here in Boston. Now, what we also know, of course, has been reported throughout the morning. A car was taken from Logan Airport Central Parking Garage overnight, brought to an FBI processing facility. As Mike Boettcher mentioned earlier, that car being gone over. Interesting material, Mike Boettcher called it. It's being called more specifically by law enforcement sources here an Arab language training manual for flying a big airplane. That car, as well as seats from Logan Airport being gone over at an FBI processing facility, the seats being gone over, seats from the airport, for possible DNA evidence of who may have been involved with this, as I say, rapidly developing situation out here at the still closed Logan Airport. Back to you, Leon.
Well, Bill, before we let you go, let me ask you some more about this information you're hearing about the FBI being about to make some arrests right now. Does this mean the FBI is pretty much wrapped up what they're doing there at the airport? Is that what you're hearing?
This is a difficult situation. We want to be very careful. There was a press conference here, just ended about a half an hour ago, when Special Agent in Charge Charles Prouty of Boston absolutely refused to be drawn on any questions about the ongoing investigation. There are many strands to this story, including newspaper reports that several Arabs have been ID'd who may have been involved in the hijacking itself, including 2 carrying Middle Eastern passports, 1 known to be a trained pilot. That report out there from reliable law enforcement sources as well. But the FBI and state and local police officials absolutely refusing, really quite stone-faced, to be drawn on any of these questions at the press conference. This ended 20 minutes ago or so. So yes, there is a report out there just in the last few minutes from a usually reliable local television station here, but all of that denied earlier. The FBI saying they had nothing to tell us, that this was an ongoing investigation, and as I say, half an hour ago, they gave us no indication that anything was about to break here, Leon.
That actually is about what you would expect the FBI to say and to do. All right, thank you very much, Bill Delaney. That could turn out to be some very significant news that may be breaking very soon for us. We'll get back to you later. Let's go now to Dallas, where Ed Lavandera is standing by there. Ed, over to you.
Leon, the Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport is the 2nd largest airport in the country. 2,300 flights a day originate from here. So usually this is a place buzzing with passengers and buzzing with crews moving in and around, and the humming of airplanes flying overhead. But this place has been left completely deserted today outside of the intense security scene that we have seen here today. This is an American Airlines terminal. It has been completely shut down as crews here are doing security sweeps of the buildings. 152 airplanes are sitting on the tarmac here at DFW International Airport, waiting for the queue to be able to take off again. We have spoken with several airport officials and airline officials throughout the morning, saying that a lot of their crews have completely rested, so that when they do get the go-ahead to move ahead, the crews will be able to move ahead, but that there are a lot of airplanes out of place, so that when the government does give the official go-ahead to move forward with taking off again, that it could take a little bit of time to get a lot of these planes back into position. But they said that this is, in a lot of ways, is just like a severe storm, and that the airplanes and all the airlines will be able to get moving ahead quickly. Leon, back to you.
Ed Lavandera in Dallas, thank you very much. Now, let's go over to Kathleen Koch, who is standing by at Dulles National Airport. Kathleen.
Leon, as you can see behind me, this huge, normally bustling international airport is a barricaded ghost town. You see no one except media, except police officers moving around at this airport. When you look out on the tarmac where normally at this time of day there would be dozens of flights landing, planes lined up waiting to take off, there is nothing. There is not a ground crew. There is no human movement. The parking lot to my right is filled with cars, but no people, no one dragging their suitcases out, no one rushing to catch a flight. It is truly a very eerie sight. Now, of course, this is the airport where the doomed flight number 77, American Airlines Flight 77, departed from and then cut that huge gash into the Pentagon. Very near here is the Dulles Marriott, where we have had some families meeting there. They began arriving, some yesterday morning, a few more this morning, and they have been meeting with grief counselors, with chaplains. American Airlines has also established a set of people who have come in, some 75 of them, airline employees who have come in, and they're actually dispersing out to go to the homes of some of the families of these passengers who were killed in this deadly collision at the Pentagon, to help them cope, to support, to do whatever they can. Now, as the preceding reporters have all mentioned, that when these airports do open up, that security will be very tight. I know that Kelly at the White House referred to the possibility of actually having marshals on the aircraft. That will be a very difficult undertaking when you consider that in the United States, generally on an average day, we have 35,000 to 40,000 flights landing and taking off, 4,000 to 5,000 in the air at any time. So that will be hugely difficult. Another thing that will make the opening of the airports perhaps experience some delay is not the issue of the aircraft being out of position, but the fact that these airports are now going to have to meet these new, more stringent security measures before they can safely open up. Leon?
All right. Thank you very much, Kathleen Koch, reporting to us live from Dulles National Airport. Now, let's go up to Paula in New York. Paula?
All right, and Leon, I'm going to take you directly back to Daytona Beach. We're looking at some interesting pictures from the Daytona International Airport, where we are told a bomb squad is thoroughly searching the cargo hold of a Continental jet. We don't know a whole lot about it, but it is our understanding that the luggage in this plane, for whatever reason, did not make its connection. We do not understand at this moment how this might be connected to the other stories coming out of South Florida. We know, according to Mike Boettcher, at least 10 FBI agents were searching 2 houses in Vero Beach, Florida, and what appeared to be a part of the investigation of the deadly terrorist attacks against the United States. We know that the FBI in Miami issued a national bulletin for law enforcement agencies to be on the lookout for 2 cars. The bulletin did not mention whether the vehicles were linked to Tuesday's attacks. This also comes on the heels of a report that a South Florida couple is indicating that they may very well have trained several of these hijackers, some men that might have trained with them a year ago. So once again, we don't know exactly what the connection of this bomb squad search at the Daytona International Airport has to these other Florida stories. But to me, Darren, one of the most interesting things is what Mike Boettcher was reporting about that car that the FBI agents have actually seized from a Boston parking garage outside of the Logan Airport there. He is reporting that some interesting materials have been seized from there. Bill Delaney going even further, his sources telling him that some Arab training manuals on flying a big plane were found in that car. So all of this will become clearer in the hours to come, as Bill Delaney reported earlier on. Lots of small bits of information that are very difficult to thread together and dangerous to thread together at this point.
Yeah, Paula, and another thing from our David Ensors, he pointed out earlier this morning when we were talking to him, this very difficult balance for government officials. They don't want information from their investigations to leak out, and yet they realize the American people are very hungry for information. Perhaps we can get some insight now on how these investigations work with Stanley Bedlington. He is a former CIA senior analyst, and he is joining us. It looks, sir, like you are in our Washington bureau, or is it New York?
No, I'm in Washington.
In Washington. Thanks for joining us, sir. Give us an idea and some clues as to how investigators are trying to put together some information. And I was thinking particularly looking at the plane manifest. Who got on board these 4 airplanes?
Well, first of all, I think you approach that sort of investigation at 2 levels. First, from the level of law enforcement, and secondly, from the level of intelligence, both of which working closely in tandem. You look at the passenger manifest, you do checks with your records, your data banks, either in the CIA or in the FBI, and then you go out and investigate the people. You find their houses, their addresses, and just follow up on that. That, I think, is very, very important.
So you look at everybody who was on board each of those 4 airplanes?
Oh, absolutely. All must be very closely scrutinized.
Who they were, how they bought their ticket, how did they get to the airport? These are all things that could point toward the direction as to who was involved in this operation.
Of course, and you would investigate the taxi drivers who took them to the airport and every single detail about their getting on the plane. That is very important.
This, of course, today has so many people scratching their heads, and yesterday as well. America living in fear of a lot of things in recent years, but things like nuclear war, things like biological warfare. How many people actually stop to think that an airplane could be a deadly weapon?
Very few, including myself. I note that Louis Freeh, the director of the FBI, just before he retired, made a point saying that the most likely forms of terrorism in the United States in the near future would be first cyber warfare and secondly biological, chemical and radiological warfare. This is conventional terrorism, admittedly in a very, very deadly form.
And as people try to put their lives together, the question becomes, how do we avoid future attacks?
The point is that it's going to be extraordinarily difficult. I think we need a complete reordering of the Homeland Defense system on both a law enforcement and an intelligence level. Most of all, and most important, we need something that's being recommended over the years and has never been implemented. That is the setting up of some sort of body that coordinates throughout the country the activities of various departments of government and of state and local authorities.
So you're suggesting
you're
suggesting that one of the basic problems is just communication between the agencies and the people that are already trying to work on this problem.
Well, it's not the major problem, but it is a problem, and I think we would be able to attack the problem far more effectively if we had such a committee with a very important person at the head of it who reports directly to the president.
Stanley Bedlington, former CIA senior analyst. Thanks for your insights today, sir. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Leon.
And we ought to take another personal and I guess up-close look, if you will, of this tragedy from which so many are trying to recover. Our producer, Rose Arce, made her way down yesterday to Ground Zero at the World Trade Center, and she took a camera with her, and she kept this notebook and wants to show you now exactly what she saw.
We took a walk toward Ground Zero. There's hundreds of fire trucks coming this way. The sky was filled with fine pieces of glass and acrid smoke. Cars were covered with dust. The street had a thick coat of debris. There was like 4 inches of dust back there right by that building, and down on the ground there was people's resumes lying, office supplies. There was, pictures from people's desks that had been just singed, and they'd blown up. The building had blown up, and the stuff had just come down like confetti. There were doctors rushing to help people. Emergency workers were moving cautiously toward the building.
You hear that? Keep your eye on that building. It's coming down.
This firefighter was trying to rescue people from 2 World Trade Centers. What did it feel like?
Very hot, pitch dark, couldn't see almost anything. Almost crawling on your feet. A lot of debris everywhere going. A lot of rebar, a lot of broken glass, a lot of brick. Just not really too much smoke at the time, but a lot of debris.
And what about the people?
People, there are people in there.
Another firefighter watched debris crush everyone on his truck but him.
Well, what was it like when it collapsed? Was it
nightmare, total blindness, choking feeling. You know, you're covered in dust, rubble, smoke, everything. I dove under a truck.
Closer to the building, it was almost like nighttime. What was left of the building was a fiery hulk. The firefighters thought it might collapse. Pieces of the building kept falling.
The building is about to blow up. Moving back.
Rescue workers pushed people away from the scene.
We are walking back. There's a building about to blow up. On flame, debris coming down.
So everyone moved back, leaving debris and silence.
All right, and I'm back on the CNN platform where you have a commanding view of what the New York skyline looks today, absent what once were the two tallest buildings in the city, the World Trade Center buildings, Tower 1, Tower 2, the North and South Tower, of course, collapsing with an hour and a half of the time that the hijacked jets crashed into them. Now it seems quite remarkable to many of us who've lived here that it is indeed the Empire State Building that stands the tallest in our proud but decimated city today. I'm going to check in with Aaron Brown, who had this identical vantage point that I've had today for many, many hours. Yesterday, he finds himself closer to ground zero than most of us have been able to get to. Aaron, can you describe to me what you've seen? I know you had some difficulty getting down there. All of the streets we've described earlier today from 14th Street South have been closed. What have you seen?
Well, Paula, just getting here was an experience that there's very little traffic, as you know. The West Side Highway, which is normally teeming with cars, is essentially a staging area. You see everything on the highway from utility vehicles, Con Edison vehicles, electric generators, night lights so that when it is safe to move in, they have some light to work 24 hours a day. Truck after truck of portable toilets. They need to get facilities in for people. There are sanitation trucks with snowplows on them. They'll be brought in at some point to clear the wreckage. As you get closer to the area, of course, and you look behind you, what I guess about 5 blocks from where Building 7 once stood, it continues, they continue to pour water on the smoldering building. Building 7 was the last of the buildings to collapse. Tower number 1 essentially collapsed on it. This is, granted, an oversimplification, but the weight of that crushed the building. The members of Congress, let me break quickly here, have just met with the president, and they are speaking now.
People who are out there trying to save lives, and the workers, the rescue workers, and all those folks that are around the clock doing their very, very best. And of course, our sympathies with the families and all those who have been the victims of this terrible, terrible act. But now is the time for government to move forward. We're in complete agreement that we will work together, that we want to share information, that we will be ready to move on whatever the president suggests, and we will go through the debate and the actions of Congress in a bipartisan way to make that happen. But as we said last night, when somebody takes this country for granted, when it violates the people of this nation and the sovereignty and the freedom of this nation, this Congress stands united shoulder to shoulder to do the right thing, to stand up for America and do the legislative work and process that we need to do. And we confirm that with the president today.
On a bipartisan basis, I think it is accurate to say that we literally and figuratively stand shoulder to shoulder in our appreciation of the job ahead. It is to help the victims, to care for the families, and to punish those responsible. With a single-mindedness of that appreciation, we begin our work this afternoon. On a united, bipartisan, bicameral basis, we will be passing a strongly worded resolution this afternoon. We will work with the administration to allocate the resources and to dedicate whatever strategy may be required to fulfill our obligations. It is our strong desire to do this not as Republicans or Democrats, but as Americans. And we will continue to demonstrate that desire as we consider whatever other actions may be required in days ahead.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What did the president ask of you?
The congressional leadership, having met with the president, coming out to talk briefly with the press. First, the Speaker of the House, Denny Hassert, followed by the Majority Leader of the United States Senate, Democrat Tom Daschle. Kate Snow joins us now from Washington. Kate, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Aaron. We heard echoed there much of what we've been hearing ever since yesterday when congressional leaders started to come out and talk with us and say, look, we are united. We stand behind our president. We're going to give him the support that he needs. House members have been filing in while they've been talking. They've been filing in behind me here into the chamber. They are about to get a briefing as we speak from the FBI director, Mr. Mueller, and also from Attorney General John Ashcroft. The FEMA director, Joe Alba, had also talked about coming to brief Congress. We imagine he may be here as well. They're having these briefings behind closed doors, all of the members of the House inside the House chamber being briefed. That FEMA briefing will be especially important, Aaron, because one of the big questions looming here on Capitol Hill, although people would rather not have to even discuss this, but a big question will be how to pay for everything that you see going on in New York, at the Pentagon, in Pennsylvania. Who's going to pay for all of this? I talked to the Budget Committee chairman of the House, Jim Nussle, just a few moments ago, and he tells me that it's not likely they're going to give the president a blank check, if you will, but on the other hand, there is unanimous support, I should say, bipartisan support to help the president with what he needs and to give the money that's needed to help with immediate needs, with recovery, with rescue, with even rebuilding perhaps parts of the Pentagon. The Democrats, some of them are cautioning that they're going to be a little bit cautious about giving over too much and destroying the budget of the government. You know, there was a lot of discussion about the U.S. government's budget before all of this happened.
Kate, let me interrupt you here. I'm sorry. As Congress works on that, investigators continue to work on who's responsible. We want to join our coverage or the coverage of our affiliate in Boston, WHDH, for more on the investigation.
Weston Copley at this point. Relatively calm inside the hotel, except, of course, on the 16th floor where all of this flurry of activity is suddenly taking place. I was there briefly and saw that there were EMS standing by on that floor with stretchers, also police officers making sure that none of the guests or anybody else in the hotel was going to be getting off on the 16th floor, and also federal agents standing by there. They were obviously very intent in their efforts that were taking place there, whatever the operation was. However, they had not shut down the elevator to the floor as of 15 or 20 minutes ago. So it seemed to be that there was still some confusion among the guests, to some extent, some confusion among the emergency personnel who were responding here. Much of what is happening in the hotel, though, seems to be business as usual, certainly outside of the extraordinary events now focused on the 16th floor.
And are you in the lobby right now?
Well, I don't want to tell you exactly where I am, Jonathan, but I'm upstairs in the hotel.
Okay. Are you able to get to any authority or anybody in charge you might be able to interview on the telephone?
We're going to try to do that right now, actually. We've been trying to reach those people, and I have talked to a few of the people. They're slowly beginning to understand what's happening, watching television sets where they can sneak into a room and see something that's going on. Very concerned for their safety, although nobody has officially told them that there's any threat to any of us who are inside the hotel at all. However, as the maids and some of the other staff here get word of this, they're just taking it upon themselves, I think, to leave and make sure that they're watching all of this from a better vantage point.
We'll continue with Julie outside. Christina, why don't you take a walk around and see if you can get anybody to speak with you?
It's very curious as to what really might be going on, because if you think if this is a bomb threat that the hotel would immediately evacuate everybody, but Christina is saying it appears there are still guests there and the maids are still walking around and they don't really know anything about what's going on.
It's a tale of two scenes. From Christina inside, it seems to be business as usual, but outside, Julie Auclair, this picture is anything but a normal day.
Anything but normal, Jonathan, and as you may be able to see, there are more and more people gathering. They are across the street, all throughout Copley Square, everyone wanting to know what's going on in the Westin Hotel. At this point, as we mentioned, still dozens of police officers. They have the street blocked off just in front of the Westin Hotel. Tactical response team still inside. The entry and apprehension team, as I mentioned, going in with full gear, with their shields up, with their guns drawn, up to the 16th floor where Christina McKenna saw them. They brought in the fiber optic equipment. They want to look under the doors. They want to see exactly what they're getting into before going into these rooms. We did get word a few minutes ago that possibly some suspects were in custody. That is not confirmed, but that they had gone back in to look and see if anyone else was in the rooms. I can't tell you how many people are out here. People are standing on top of cars just trying to get a better look. But as Christina said, it seems to be business as usual. I'm not sure what floor she's on at this point, but I can see into the lobby, still people milling about, employees still inside, trying to do their best to keep people calm, let everyone know that everything is okay for the time being. No evacuation at this point. But again, 2 ambulances waiting here outside. The armored truck that the tactical team came from, they have been going back and forth to get more equipment. The last time they came out, they did get that fiber optic equipment, and they haven't come back since. But there is a huge police presence as they wait to see exactly inside.
This story, the wires, the Associated Press crossing the flash that dozens of police officers have pulled up outside the Westin Hotel in the Back Bay. A tactical team is seen running in and out of the hotel, as we've been reporting to you for about the past 15 or 20 minutes.
Julie, we see from the